Spartacus, Blood and Sand is my favorite TV show. It is also, as it happens, exceptionally well written. Although, frankly, you have to get past the first few episodes to understand how brilliant it is. If you have not watched Blood and Sand, you may well have heard of it, or scrolled past it on Netflix, and thought, well, this looks like a campy, low-budget 300 knockoff. And maybe you decided, well, I'm into that shit. It might be something fun to half pay attention to and kill a few hours. Quite unfortunately for Spartacus, Blood and Sand, the opening 2 episodes are by far the weakest episodes of the series. You obviously want to avoid any episode of your TV show being weak, but this is particularly important when dealing with the opening of the show, because this is your opportunity to hook people and get them to stick around. In a narrative season of TV, it is highly likely that the first episode will be the one watched by the highest number of people, as it is less likely that someone will join at episode 5 and then continue from there. In addition to setting everything up, the opening episode also needs to establish the kind of thing the audience is in for if they do stick around. Having a poor first episode is simply something you want to avoid at all costs for obvious reasons, unless you have some guarantee that the audience will maintain interest because, look guys, we've got Boba Fett, he's gonna be here, or whatever the fuck. I would hesitate to even call the opening 2 episodes of Spartacus good. And I am all but certain that Blood and Sand lost a substantial portion of its potential audience simply because they never make it to episode 3. Episode 1 is weak. Episode 2 is marginally better, but it's not great. Episodes 3 and 4 are like, okay, cool, we're getting into the swing of things now. This certainly has potential. Episodes 5 and 6 are fantastic. Episodes 7 and 8 are solid. Episodes 9 and 10 are, again, fantastic. And episodes 11 through 13 are an incredible run-through to probably the best season finale I have ever seen. To give you a rough idea of what you are in for, I actually didn't realize until midway through making this video that Spartacus, Blood and Sand has a 52% critic score on Rotten Tomatoes. Robert Moore from Pop Matters writes, Spartacus could well represent a new low in television narrative. There have certainly been more boring series and more inept ones, but never has any TV show ever abused the visual surface of the medium to the degree that this one has. Tim Goodman of the San Francisco Chronicle writes, imagine watching a boring porn movie with swords, sandals, CGI, buckets of blood, and excessive slow-motion action scenes, all while Satan pulls your soul out of your backside. David Hinckley of the New York Daily News writes, the trappings up front are so over the top that to say you watch Spartacus to see a contemporary reworking of a cinema classic is like saying you go to Hooters for the food. These are partially accurate superficial descriptions that fail utterly to convey the mad genius of the writing team that created this show, and I would place a lot of money on none of these so-called critics having actually watched the show beyond the first episode. Now, I know what you're thinking. How can the booby show where every other scene involves an orgy, the excessive expulsion of bodily fluids, people's faces being removed, and some of the most eloquent uses of profanity ever put to paper, possibly be in any sense well written? Well, the show excels in basically every area that I would consider when assessing the quality of the writing, and this video is going to cover the season as a whole whilst focusing on plot mechanics, character conflicts, narrative progression, and how the writers use all of the above to create some highly emotionally compelling storytelling. Before I begin, though, I need to highlight that Spartacus is loosely based on actual historical events. But for simplicity, I am going to ignore what we know of the history and just address the story and the characters as the show presents them. I am therefore not going to be criticizing the show for any historical inaccuracies because I don't care. And frankly, if you are watching a show like this expecting it to be a documentary, then you are watching the wrong show. Secondly, Spartacus, Blood and Sand is a highly explicit TV show. There is going to be a lot that I simply cannot show you, because I would very much like to keep this video from being age-restricted or demonetized. And so anytime we are dealing with something that might breach YouTube's content rules, I will be blurring, cropping, censoring, or if the whole fucking scene is just people running around with their dicks flapping everywhere, then I will instead be using footage from the Teletubbies. If you are on the fence about whether or not to watch the show, I will not be spoiling the entire season from the start. But as I go through each episode, I will be spoiling what happens in that episode. The reason I'm going to do it like this is because I hope those of you intending on watching my video just to see what all the fuss is about will at one point or another be like, oh damn, okay, this show is actually really fucking good. You can then pause my video and watch the show before continuing. My objective, in a way, is for you to stop watching my video and start watching the show. But I expect it may take a few episodes for me to convince you that it is worth your time. Spartacus is not, as it may initially appear, a vapid slow-mo fest of blood, boobies, and swearing. This is an extremely tight narrative that is big on emotionally compelling storytelling, catharsis, tragedy, and heartbreak. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from this outstanding season of TV, both from the good and the bad, but with that, it's time for me to begin. Our story opens in the lands of Thrace, approximately what is currently known as Bulgaria. Gaius Claudius Glaber, played by Craig Parker, whom you may recognize as Haldir from The Lord of the Rings, is a Roman legatus conducting a military campaign in Eastern Europe. He has invaded Thrace and now wants to recruit the Thracians to help him fight against the Greeks. He tells the Thracians that the Greeks are attacking Thrace from the east, and the Getae, a horde of thousands of barbarians, are massing near the Thracian villages and intend to sack them, using the Greeks as a distraction. Glaber asks the Thracians to align with Rome, and after an interjection from Spartacus, they agree terms. The Romans will help the Thracians defeat the Getae, and the Thracians will help the Romans defeat the Greeks. This opening scene immediately establishes a core component of Spartacus's character. He is a deeply honorable man in a dishonorable time. He is dealing with dishonorable people, and he mistakenly believes that if he is a good person, if he keeps his word, those around him will do the same. Spartacus trusting in the honor of a Roman is what sets the entire series in motion. Also, just to get this out of the way immediately, his name isn't actually Spartacus. That is the name the Romans go on to give him at the end of the episode. This man's real name is never actually spoken in the show. We don't learn much about Glaber in this scene, other than that he wants the Thracians to assist him on his campaign, but the scene works well enough as an introduction to the primary character, as well as this episode's primary conflict. Spartacus informs his wife Sura that he is going to war, with the intention of wiping out the Getae. He says that once he has defeated the Getae, he intends to put down his sword, raise crops and goats, and make children. Sura initially doesn't quite believe her husband, but he convinces her that he does fully intend to stop fighting so as to be by her side. Then they have hot, sweaty pre-battle sex. Sura's reaction here implies that Spartacus is very much a swordsman, a soldier, and a fighter. This is what he is good at, although the scene suggests that he is a fighter out of necessity, and he does not get any pleasure from killing. This back and forth is pretty obviously reminiscent of Gladiator, almost to the point of feeling lifted one for one. A soldier with one last battle on the horizon before he plans to put down his sword and become a farmer, and I wonder if anything will get in the way of this dream. Anyway, in the morning, Sura has awoken early. She no longer wants her husband to go to war because the gods came to her in a dream. They showed her a vision of Spartacus on his knees bowing before a great red serpent, the life draining from his veins. She has interpreted this as a warning, saying that if he goes to war, he is destined for great and unfortunate things. He tells his wife that he gave Glaber his word and he intends to fulfill it, but that nothing will prevent him from returning to her.
Not the Getae, not the Romans, not the gods themselves.
He then pulls a piece of fabric from his clothing and ties it around her leg.
Keep me close to your thighs. The thought will warm us both.
They kiss, and she tells him to kill them all. This scene establishes that Sura is very religious and/or superstitious. And although Spartacus is not, he respects Sura's faith. He does not dismiss her, and he instead treats her warning seriously, whilst still telling her not to worry by giving a rational explanation as to why she is likely mistaken. In addition to this, it also sets up the prophetic vision that Spartacus will kneel before a great red serpent, the importance of the piece of fabric, as well as Sura telling her husband to kill them all. The Thracians clash with the Getae and realize that they are being used as a front line by the Romans, as they are considered disposable.
Where the fuck are the Romans?
Because we jump straight into the battle, it is unclear exactly how this happened, as we would logically assume that Glaber ordered them to advance and said that the Roman troops would be joining them. However, if such a conversation happened, then it should immediately be clear that Glaber is not a man who keeps his word, which, given what happens later, we would expect that Spartacus would call him out on. The point of this scene is that Glaber is an asshat who could not care less about the Thracians and has no desire to waste Roman lives taking out the Getae, but unfortunately, because there isn't really any dialogue here, just an action scene, it means it is unclear precisely what understanding Spartacus had prior to the battle. Later that evening, we see that the Roman troops have a proper camp, whilst the Thracians have been given shitty tents and shitty food. The Thracians are getting pissed off that they are always the last to get meat and spoils, but they are always the first into battle, and they suggest that they should return to their villages. Spartacus refuses because he swore an oath to Glaber. A fight ensues between Spartacus and Drenis, another Thracian. Glaber shows up and punishes both of them by ordering them to give a tactical report by sunrise, or go without rations. This blurs the lines as to the exact relationship between the Romans and the Thracians, as Glaber says that refusal to obey will mean they forfeit their rations, which is not how any such relationship would ever exist. The punishment need not be stated, because it is sufficiently implied that failure to comply with a legatus will result in death. Glaber then returns to his tent, and his wife Ilithyia shows up out of nowhere and sneaks up on him. Ilithyia is initially, or I guess mostly, very irritating, but by the end of Season 1, I fucking love what they do with this character. What appears to be bad acting or poor direction is actually more so that the character is putting on an act. She relishes in being a spoiled rich girl, and she treats everyone like shit in a half-joking, half-serious manner. There is far more beneath the surface of what appears a one-dimensional nothing burger of a character. The problem is, how on earth is she here? Glaber says that women are forbidden from being in the encampment, and Ilithyia replies that she blackmailed a guard to let her in by threatening to run naked through the camp, screaming that he had laid his hands on her. This clearly shows what Ilithia's values are and that she is willing to weaponize her femininity, but doesn't sufficiently address the question at hand. The writers essentially just plonked Ilithyia into a military encampment 1,000 miles away from her home, and we don't see any sign of an escort, no horse, no carriage, and no guards, which really does feel as though Ilithyia enters from stage right to do her dialogue, and then disappears. Her purpose for being here is equally shaky on a character level, as she apparently travelled all this way to get her jubblies out and have hot, sweaty Roman sex, but with regard to the plot, this is very purposeful and very important. We get crucial character work for both Glaber and Ilithyia, including Glaber's motivation for eventually going back on his promise to the Thracians, which is what leads to everything else that happens in the series. Which means whilst the why of this scene is entirely functional, the how is decidedly less so. Now, the actual point of this scene is to inform the audience as to the current state of the war, what Glaber thinks about it, and what Ilithyia wants him to do. We get exposition from Glaber to Ilithyia explaining what is happening, which is entirely justified because she appears to have a passing interest in what he is doing. The Greeks are attacking from the east, Glaber and his army are instead protecting, to use his words, the lands of piss and shit from simple barbarian raiders. Ilithyia says that victory against the Greeks would elevate Glaber and herself, but Glaber reveals that another legatus is fighting the Greeks, whilst Glaber fights the Getae. Ilithyia reveals that the reason Glaber was appointed to legatus is because her father secured him the position, and suggests that he will be disappointed if Glaber does not excel. This establishes that Glaber is under serious familial and political pressure, rather than simply being an evil fuckstick. Ilithia essentially tells her husband, "Oh man, you really are just sitting here doing nothing while that other guy gets all the glory, huh?" And then she immediately slips back into her ignorant tee-hee, "I'm a silly woman who knows nothing about war." Ilithia is a fucking snake. She knows exactly what she is doing, and her schemes are one of the highlights of the later half of the season. But then Ilithia continues to manipulate her husband by unveiling his present, which is, it's exactly what you think it is, and then Glaber eats his present as his present squeals with pleasure. Spartacus and Drennis scout ahead, as instructed, and realize that the Getae are moving towards the mountain pass with the intention of attacking the Thracian villages that currently stand unprotected. Spartacus reveals this to Glaber, who dismisses the idea, and Spartacus, accompanied by a distractingly out-of-place sound effect.
Dismissed!
Glaber then tells Ilithia to return to Capua, and to inform her father that he will defeat the Greeks as originally intended. It is now very clear what Glaber is going to do, and it is clear why. In the morning, Spartacus believes the Romans are assembling to march west to defend the Thracian villages.
The Legatus has gained his senses.
The show does not give an explanation as to why Spartacus believes that Glaber has changed his mind. He simply states that he has. This dialogue exchange is one of a couple that feel as though the writers knew what they wanted to happen, but they didn't sufficiently translate that idea into dialogue that makes sense, or potentially they didn't have time to write it properly, so they simply made Spartacus think something for no clear reason. And at this point, I feel I need to remind you, we have had a few scenes now back to back that have been problematic for one reason or another. But I promise you, this show is exceptionally well written. I am not memeing, and there is a stark difference in the quality of the writing once we get a couple of episodes in. Glaber then shows up and reveals that they are marching east to fight the Greeks, and this is obviously a deal breaker for Spartacus, which raises the question as to why he stayed in the camp overnight to begin with. Glaber was already explicit that they were going to ignore the Getae and attack the Greeks, and whilst you could come up with a reason for him holding out hope that Glaber would come to his senses, this is unfortunately not present in the episode itself. This next bit is one of the most pivotal scenes in the show, and it is unfortunately handled in a very strange way. I'll tell you what the writers wanted to happen, and then I'll run you through how they accomplished this. The writers needed the Thracians to kill Glaber's escort and return home, but for Glaber to survive. This is tricky, because Glaber would obviously not allow the Thracians to do this, but if he fights back, then they are just gonna kill him, which means, for the plot to continue, the writers need a way for the Thracians to escape without killing Glaber. So, Spartacus wants to be allowed to leave so as to protect the villages, and ideally he wants Glaber and the Romans to join him. Glaber, meanwhile, wants the Thracians to do as commanded and march east. They reach an impasse and weapons are drawn. Spartacus grabs the horse's reins when Glaber draws his sword, and I can't really tell you why he does this. Glaber then gets booted off his horse because the horse just totally freaks out. The Romans are like, oh hell no, and then everyone starts killing each other.
This was a point we talked a lot about. Should it have been a conscious act by Spartacus to knock Glaber off his horse and start this, or an accidental escalation? And we finally landed on accidental escalation.
I'm still not certain we made the right choice.
Glaber remains unconscious throughout after having fallen off his horse, and once the fighting is done, Spartacus decides to spare him. Glaber being left alive makes sense with regard to the characterization of Spartacus. He believes he and the other Thracians have done nothing wrong, they simply defended themselves from the Romans, who tried to kill them after breaking their word, and so he believes if he leaves Glaber alive, Glaber will cut his losses and march east to fight the Greeks as he intended, essentially undoing the deal that was made at the start of the show. Spartacus is extremely impulsive, but he is not an idiot, and he would absolutely expect very serious consequences if he were to kill a legatus. So, although this scene feels somewhat contrived, the character of Spartacus remains mostly intact. His characterization is clear, The problem is how the show handles the logistics of the fight itself, because it essentially deletes Glaber from the fight immediately and keeps him unharmed and unconscious throughout, entirely because his horse decided to boot him off. It is also unclear if Spartacus was intending to attack Glaber and the Romans. Presumably he must have been expecting a fight, because, again, he is not an idiot. But if he fears the consequences of killing Glaber, then this would suggest that he had a plan that did not involve killing Glaber, which he didn't. Which means he is very lucky that Glaber got knocked unconscious. The relative power levels of each faction are also somewhat unclear, as it was implied earlier that the Thracians would be unable to stop the Getae without help from the Romans. Otherwise, why team up to begin with? But now they're like, no, we can handle it, let's go home. I get that they don't really have a choice, as Glaber wanted them to march in the wrong direction, but the prospect of them potentially being unable to defeat the Getae is never addressed. Sometime later, Sura is picking apples and gets attacked by some Getae barbarians. Spartacus defeats the barbarians and reunites with his wife. This is problematic for multiple reasons. Spartacus has just trekked back across the country to rescue her, and had he not arrived the moment he did, Sura would have been killed. He also showed up here on the outskirts where Sura is picking apples, rather than immediately returning to the village itself, which is where he would have to assume she is. We know this because after the fight, they realize that the village has been torched, which confirms that Spartacus did not go there first. He also opens the fight by throwing a sword at one of the Getae without announcing his presence, and Sura was standing between him and his target. She sees it coming and moves out of the way, but the way this is framed quite unintentionally suggests that Spartacus just threw a sword at his wife. The reason the show does this is because it is super dramatic and shit that Spartacus shows up to rescue his wife from the bad guys right at the last moment, but how and why this happens can only be attributed to something that I have highlighted in a few other pieces of media. Manipulation of the stakes so as to artificially create the most maximum of maximum drama. This show gets incredibly fucking good. I promise you, please trust me on this. So now that the village has been wiped out by the Getae, Spartacus and Sura make camp in the wilderness. He plans for them to go south to find a new home, and says that he is not worried about retribution from the Romans because they will be heading east. Then Sura gets her melons out and they have sticky hobo sex.
I think here I've got to mention how one of the things that really stunned me in a reaction to this show is people saying it was pornographic, which I've said before deeply concerns me about the sex life of the rest of humanity if they think this is pornography, because this is absolutely nothing you wouldn't see in an R-rated movie. I actually think it's quite beautiful and beautifully shot.
This scene here is two people in love, and I'd be surprised if those comments are directed at this as opposed to the
Minotaur getting a lap dance.
You know, guys,
Yeah.
times are different now. Yeah, you don't see these scenes anymore.
Well, hopefully
in
we're bringing them
R-rated.
back, because they
Hopefully
should be.
we're bringing them back.
In the morning, Glaber finds them somehow, and his men beat the shit out of Spartacus and take Sura away. Glaber doing this is what causes the rest of the season to happen, and he gives 3 reasons for hunting down Spartacus instead of pursuing the Greeks. He is pissed off that the Thracians killed a bunch of Romans. Spartacus apparently prompted half of the Thracian auxiliary to desert. And, most importantly, Glaber has received orders recalling him to Rome. We must fill in some blanks here, and these blanks are not easily filled. Glaber believes all of this is Spartacus's fault, which means word of the deaths of the Romans and the Thracians deserting reached Rome. And the Senate decided, yeah, this Glaber guy is fucking useless, bring him in. Glaber would have little reason to inform the Senate himself, and this desertion happened after Ilithyia left, which means someone sent a message for some reason. This could happen, but the show is speedrunning all of this because it wants to get to the meat of the story. It makes complete sense for Glaber to be very angry with Spartacus, but part of the reason why Glaber feels so slighted is because Spartacus has made him look like a fool and damaged his reputation amongst the Roman elite. And unfortunately, the question as to how and why this information was communicated to the Senate is left a complete mystery. Anyway, Spartacus begs Glaber to show mercy to Sura, but she is condemned to slavery for his actions. Glaber returns to Ilithia in Capua, and she is very happy to see his large Roman penis as well as the rest of him. She says that her father is not very happy with Glaber, and that she is afraid of the consequences of his failure to defeat the Greeks. We are then introduced to some very important characters, as Ilithia's father, Senator Albinius, addresses his guests and tells them of the gladiatorial games he has planned. Quintus Lentulus Batiatus, played by John Hannah, whom you may know as Uncle Jonathan from The Mummy, presents his two finest gladiators. Barca, the Beast of Carthage, played by Antonio Te Maioha, whom you may know as the sea is always right guy from Rings of Power.
The sea is always right.
And Crixus, the undefeated Gaul, played by Manu Bennett, whom you may not recognize, but he provided the motion capture and voice for Azog the Defiler in the Hobbit movies. Marcus Decius Salonius, Batiatus's rival, presents 6 gladiators, but they all suck, so who cares? The rivalry between Batiatus and Salonius is established immediately, as Batiatus discusses how inferior Salonius's gladiators are with his wife Lucretia, played by Lucy Lawless, whom you may recognize as Xena Warrior Princess. John Hannah as Batiatus is one of the best parts of the show, and he gets most of the best dialogue.
That man has fingers in all the proper assholes. He wiggles them and everything shit's gold.
Albinius then introduces Glaber, who has returned with a bunch of Thracian prisoners who are to be executed during the games. This scene is predominantly exposition, with a whole load of entirely new characters. Spartacus is an idle observer, and he is barely relevant to the scene itself, which primarily concerns rivalries between Romans who are all trying to impress each other. Glaber, Batiatus, and Salonius all want to impress Senator Albinius, but Salonius has far stronger ties to the Senate, as he was able to secure his gladiators for the position of executing the Thracians. Batiatus, conversely, is struggling as an outsider. He is treated as a lower class trying to climb the ladder, whilst Salonius is already at the top. Glaber, meanwhile, only has his position because his wife can be very persuasive, which suggests that he is hanging onto it by a thread. The dynamics between all characters is quickly and clearly established through justified dialogue as they discuss the upcoming gladiatorial games. As all of this happens, there is an orgy in the background involving a guy with a curiously shaped hat, as well as the gobbing of nipple piercings.
I do have a question about the mouse with the dildo on his head. How did that actually come about? Because I remember in the script there was a little person with a phallic codpiece.
Yeah.
Well, why not move it to his head?
Yeah, exactly. You're never going to see it down on his waist.
It tells the story.
Yeah.
And to have it as the transition, the entrance into the party lets you know what you're looking at. Right?
It immediately sets the tone for the for what's to come here.
Spartacus is brought into the arena to be executed, where he is given a sword but no armor. Glaber has prepared a surprise involving Spartacus so as to impress Senator Albinius, and it is revealed that Spartacus is to face not 1, but 4 of Salonius's gladiators. As the 4 opponents enter the arena, the crowd disapproves as the fight is obviously unfair, establishing the power of the mob and that these politicians are very aware of how to win or lose their support. Glaber and Ilithia insist that Spartacus must be humiliated due to his cowardice, and Albinius reluctantly approves the fight in spite of the fact that the crowd are not on their side. The fight begins, during which Spartacus finds himself kneeling before a great red serpent as he recalls Sura's words to him.
Kill them all.
Do it.
He then goes into beast mode and defeats his opponents. Spartacus did not die when he was supposed to, and this causes problems for Glaber, because the crowd is now on Spartacus's side due to the fact that he just won a 1v4. Glaber is still like, fuck that, I don't care, Spartacus has to die, and Albinius is like, bro, you do not piss off the crowd if you want to succeed. Batiatus then offers a solution, and he offers to purchase Spartacus from Glaber.
The Thracians shown promise in the arena, albeit against Salonius's inferior stock.
He says that chances are Spartacus will not survive long, Batiatus will earn some money from him whilst helping out Glaber, thus also earning him respect and status, whilst ensuring that Spartacus dies as Glaber desires. Albinius asks what Spartacus's name is, Glaber says he never cared to ask, and Batiatus says that the way he fought reminded him of the Thracian king of old named Spartacus, and so this Thracian, whom I have referred to as Spartacus, is finally named Spartacus.
One of the criticisms I read is that there was no plot and no character development, which is interesting because when we aired, we'd already shot all 13, so we knew what happens and what we were setting up here. And as the series progressed, as the season progressed, people really started to love the characters and the intricate plots. This first episode, though, didn't lend itself to an overly complicated plot. It was pretty much A to B to C.
So yeah, this opening episode is not exactly what I would call good, although this is entirely due to the opening scenes prior to Spartacus arriving in Capua. From then on, everything starts to function far better, which makes me wonder if the opening prologue section was added at a later date, and simply not as much effort was put into it. If so, this was a big fucking mistake, because it gives the audience a false impression of what the show is actually going to be like. I mean, yes, the show is campy and cheesy, but this opening episode is extremely campy and cheesy, and there is no way anyone would have been expecting the kind of powerful character-driven drama that we get later in the season based off of this opening 30 minutes or so. This would almost be like the opening half hour of Breaking Bad being a slapstick comedy. It is simply not a good representation of what is to come. This opening episode predominantly takes place in unique locations that we will never see again, which perhaps explains some of the green screen effects feeling, let's be polite and call them inconsistent. This opening hour is absolutely needed to tell the story that they want to tell, and if they had like $50 million or something, then I'm sure they could have made something that looks and feels as good as Gladiator, but in this opening episode in particular, the show feels cheap. It tries to do more than what the budget allows, which is not an issue in the rest of the series, which largely takes place in one location, and so more effort was put into building the sets for that location. The style is obviously reminiscent of Zack Snyder's 300. There is a ton of slow motion, stylized CG blood spatters, distorted guitars present in the soundtrack, even certain shots look like they have been ripped straight out of 300.
Stylistically wise, we wanted to kind of push the envelope of what was on television. Obviously, 300 was a big success, and everyone loved its style, so we certainly wanted to kind of give a little nod and a tip hat to that, but at the same time kind of try and create our own style with our own kind of color palette and stuff. And
all the reviews picked on the CGI blood, but I still kind of like it. So.
Yeah, the thing, I think a lot of it is, Rob, is I think a lot of people kind of, take that blood too literally when what we were trying to do is embrace the graphic novel side and use it more as a device of violence and not saying that that's actually the amount of blood. It's kind of...
It's impressionistic.
Exactly.
The producers gradually toned this down throughout the series, however, to its benefit, in my view, as, frankly, absurd quantities of blood can make it very difficult to determine exactly how much damage a character has sustained, which is more of a problem in some scenes than others. This gradual change in style is because the showrunner, Stephen DeKnight, had to fight to gain creative control over the show, which certainly explains some of the creative decisions present in the earlier episodes. The network, Starz, evidently didn't have much faith in the show's quality and wanted to cash in on 300 fever to make a quick buck. This is why the show leans so hard into the graphic novel style, and it is quite interesting to see which elements of this style are retained in later episodes. The broad strokes of the Red Serpent are good enough, and it sets up everything that is needed to continue the story in a more positive direction. The problems are often in the smaller scale, specific relationships between minor characters. Extra bits of context that help to justify the characters' actions are often missing, such as what do the Thracians generally think about the Romans prior to them teaming up, and why does Spartacus believe that once the Getae are gone, his troubles will be over? Ilithia in particular feels out of place and could potentially have been replaced by giving Glaber a second-in-command to bounce dialogue off. However, the biggest weakness in context with the series as a whole is the uneven characterization for Spartacus. Almost accidentally killing his wife, the implication that he casually discusses his marriage with men he doesn't know, and him baselessly believing that Glaber has changed his mind are all clear weaknesses that do not fit with the character as depicted in the rest of the series. None of the characters are, at this point, particularly engaging. Spartacus seems like a nice enough guy and something bad happens to him, but that's about all the reason we have to root for him at this point. Batiatus, Glaber, Ilithyia, and Lucretia all have very little to them in this episode. Perhaps the most notable character moment is Batiatus shrewdly purchasing Spartacus as a favor to Glaber and as a fuck you to Salonius. Aside from the various character conflicts, the Red Serpent also sets up the sign from the gods that Spartacus is destined for great and unfortunate things, Sura saying, "Kill them all," the piece of fabric, and the fact that Capua is experiencing a drought, all of which are going to become rather important later. In episode 2, we begin to explore the ludus and the characters within it. The ludus consists of the lower quarters where the gladiators live, which includes the outdoor training grounds, a kitchen, and their cells. The upper quarters is the villa where Batiatus and Lucretia live, along with their slaves. There are guards throughout, and the gladiators and slaves are not permitted to freely cross between these two areas unless summoned by their masters. A critical plot point early in the series is Batiatus's financial troubles. This is communicated extremely well in this episode, both explicitly and implicitly, both with regard to what happened in episode 1 and as set up for what will happen later. Water is used to symbolize wealth throughout the series, as Batiatus's finances have run dry along with his pool, as there is a drought in Capua. He paid an inflated price to buy Spartacus from Glaber, and he did so willingly so as to earn him favor with Glaber. He had the option to purchase better prospective gladiators, but could not afford to, because he had spent more money on Spartacus than on the other 5 men combined. Later in the episode, Batiatus is visited by Ovidius, to whom he owes money for grain. As Batiatus has no money, he is forced to carry the debt plus 30% until after the games of the Vulcanalia, thereby increasing the stakes. Batiatus needs the Vulcanalia to go well for him, or he is fucked. And this is one of the many ways the show makes Batiatus a sympathetic character, or at the very least an understandable one. He isn't just an evil Roman who owns slaves when he very easily could have been just that. He is later shown to be unable to sleep due to his financial troubles before he curses at the gods.
I beg you, do not fuck me.
This is a man who we can't help but sympathize with to a degree, because money troubles are relatable to basically everyone. The point of all of this is to establish what Batiatus and Lucretia want and how they intend to get it. The fact that Batiatus owns a ludus indicates that he is from a family of status, but even if not for his current predicament, he has aspirations beyond his station, and he needs money to achieve this. His objective is very simple, quite literally, get money. But like many things in Spartacus, a simple beginning often leads to a far more complex and compelling end. Also, as Batiatus and Lucretia discuss how their relationship with Glaber will help fill their pockets, they are each serviced by their slaves, and then they have hot, sweaty, poor people sex. We then get introduced to a load more characters, but the focus is on Spartacus and Crixus. Spartacus is cleaned up and thrown in with the gladiators, virtually all of whom have their willies out. Crixus and Barca proceed to taunt Spartacus, whilst also explaining to him and the audience where he is. The ludus of Batiatus, home of the greatest gladiators in Capua. We get a lot of characterization for Crixus here. He is depicted as the ideal gladiator. He is entirely devoted to Batiatus. He believes gladiators are greater than mere men, that they only seek glory in the arena, and that the bond between gladiators is the truest of brotherhoods. He believes that the arena and their training ground are sacred. Crixus and Barca then begin to insult Thrace.
Smells like fresh shit.
Oh, they all do. Except for their women. They smell like piss and shit.
Spartacus then decides to square off with Crixus, the undefeated Gaul, the champion of Capua, and says,
A Gaul. That explains why you smell like a woman.
He's dead.
Instead of responding to this taunt, Crixus tells Spartacus to eat and rest, and says that they will revisit that remark at a later date. This tells us that Crixus is not a wild animal prone to lashing out at people who are mean to him. Crixus knows that he could defeat anyone else in that room. He does not need to prove it, and there would be no glory or honor in him beating up an injured Thracian noob with no training. So the new recruits are lined up in the training area, including Spartacus, Cursor, and Varro, played by Jai Courtney, whom you may recognize as Captain Boomerang, and he was also unfortunately in Terminator Genesis and Die Hard 5. We are also introduced to Doctore, played excellently by Peter Mensa, whom you may recognize as the guy who gets booted down the well by King Leonidas in 300. Doctore is basically a drill sergeant, and for now he falls firmly into that archetype. He is the most disciplined of the gladiators, as well as the most experienced. He is highly loyal to his master, and he intends to forge the new recruits into something worthwhile. Doctore says that none of the new recruits would last a fleeting moment in the arena, with the exception of Spartacus, who somehow managed to survive against 4 of Salonius's men. Rather than considering Spartacus to be special as a result of his miraculous survival, he describes Spartacus as a coward, a deserter who won a hollow victory against poorly trained gladiators. Spartacus remains silent, but his expression communicates disagreement, and so Doctore requests a demonstration. Batiatus agrees, and Crixus is summoned to challenge Spartacus with practice swords. Spartacus refuses to pick up his sword. Doctore attributes this to cowardice, and he offers Spartacus a real sword with which to challenge Crixus. Even so, Spartacus refuses to cooperate. Doctore informs Batiatus that he can't do anything with Spartacus and suggests sending him to the mines, which appears to have the desired effect, as Spartacus then picks up the sword and attempts to attack Doctore from behind. But both Doctore and Crixus see this coming. Spartacus and Crixus have a brief fight, during which Crixus destroys Spartacus, and this ends with Spartacus throwing his sword at Crixus while his back is turned. Crixus deflects it, and it slices the throat of one of the other recruits. Spartacus realizes that he has just killed a man. Crixus acknowledges that Spartacus just tried to pull some bullshit to kill him while his back was turned, and so he subdues Spartacus for one more lesson. 2 fingers, a sign of surrender, a plea of mercy for the editor of the games. Spartacus defiantly clenches his fist, and Doctore orders Crixus to bash his skull in before Batiatus intervenes. Okay, so why did all of these characters do this? At this point, Spartacus doesn't particularly care about anything. He doesn't have a clear direction in which to release his anger with the Romans, and he doesn't have a goal. He is simply lashing out and behaving like a wild animal, true to the perceived nature of Thracians, which results in him accidentally killing one of the other recruits. Doctore is using Spartacus as an example to teach the other recruits and also to force Spartacus to submit. Crixus is gladly taking the opportunity to repay Spartacus for his earlier insult, and Batiatus decides to spare Spartacus for a couple of reasons, one being that he paid quite a lot for him, and he needs a return on his investment, and secondly, Glaber is visiting tomorrow. Batiatus seeks to use Glaber to gain status, and he reasonably figures Glaber will be disappointed if Spartacus died on day 1. This scene also establishes a lot of character information, as well as the logistics of how gladiatorial combat works. It establishes how fucking good Crixus is, as he wipes the floor with Spartacus whilst using a wooden sword. It establishes that Doctore has dealt with disobedient slaves like Spartacus before. It establishes that non-compliance will either result in death, or you will be sold to work in the mines until you die, which is death with a few extra steps. It establishes 3 principles for surviving in the arena. Allow advantage to your back, and you are dead. Become entangled with a more powerful opponent, and you are dead. Hurl your sword in the arena, and you are dead. It establishes that Spartacus would rather die than surrender, excellently builds up the rivalry between Spartacus and Crixus, and right at the end of the scene, Lucretia lustfully stares at Crixus, and we will pick up on that later, I am sure. The points of criticism here are that we get a somewhat lengthy flashback to the arena fight, which really does not feel at all necessary, and there are also no consequences for Spartacus accidentally killing a slave that Batiatus paid good money for. This kind of thing is accounted for later in the season, but here no one mentions it, which feels out of place due to Batiatus' financial troubles, regardless of how much he actually paid for this slave. Varro, one of the other recruits, decides to sit with Spartacus as they eat their lunch. Unlike Doctore, he believes that Spartacus is special because he somehow survived his own execution not once but twice, if you include what just happened with Crixus. And he tells Spartacus that he was once a free man who voluntarily sold himself to Batiatus so as to pay off a sizable debt accrued through gambling. This is not addressed, but presumably Varro sold himself to Batiatus with a time limit, which likely will have affected the price. Varro is an extremely useful character for the writers because he has years of experience of Roman culture outside of the walls of the ludus. Spartacus functions as a seamless audience surrogate for much of this because he is foreign not only to gladiator culture, but also to Roman culture, which gives the writers multiple opportunities for exposition, and this exposition is primarily delivered through Varro as the two form a friendship. He has a wife and child, and says that he found himself forced to become a gladiator so as to repay his debts in order to keep them safe. He explains that although gladiators are slaves, they do earn money if they fight well, and Varro speaking about his family also gives Spartacus hope for something beyond the walls of the ludus. This is great because the primary function is exposition for the benefit of the audience, but the writers also sneak in the foundation of Varro's character alongside, thereby accomplishing multiple things at once. The only question mark here is Varro evidently believes that his wife will be totally fine living on her own as long as he sends her money, which, given the aggressively sexual culture depicted in the show, seems profoundly naive. Varro is depicted as a very flawed man, but his motivation entirely revolves around wanting his family to be safe, which means I think this should have been addressed and accounted for in this conversation. A later scene continues this exposition by having Varro and the other recruits discuss the prospect of freedom, establishing that if you fight well and earn the hearts of the crowd, you can earn enough money to purchase your freedom. The first seeds of motive have now been planted, and although this is not directly spoken, Spartacus has enough information to understand that if he cooperates and fights well as a gladiator, he can earn money, win his freedom, and potentially reunite with his wife. He has not yet accepted this possibility, however, as he does not share the others' optimism.
What do you think of our chances?
You're all gonna die.
We didn't want Spartacus to be a golden hero from the start, that he learns to care about everybody besides him and his wife. And here's a scene that really, really serves that up, that he's not the guy saying, hey, we can all get out of here together.
Another very important character we meet in this episode is Asher, a gladiator with a broken leg. He refers to Spartacus as friend, and takes notice of Spartacus having the balls to speak to Crixus in the way that he does. He later walks up to Crixus and starts trying to make small talk, and it is immediately evident that Crixus fucking hates Asher for some reason, believing him to be as weak as the new recruits. But Asher clearly knows how much Crixus hates him, and seems to enjoy winding him up and provoking him. A very amusing detail here is that as Asher describes the recruits as a pile of shit, he briefly looks Crixus up and down, indicating that he is also describing Crixus.
A pile of shit. Not a cock among them.
Spartacus and Varro endure more hazing from Barca before Asher apologizes for Barca's behavior and offers Spartacus some bread. He tells Spartacus that he is able to move goods between the levels of the ludus and to acquire goods from outside, and he also facilitates gambling amongst the gladiators. Asher is able to do all of this because he is very persuasive, very intelligent, very good with numbers, and is allowed a greater degree of freedom by Batiatus. Spartacus is suspicious of Asher's motive, but Asher insists that he wants Spartacus to be strong and well-fed for the final test. It turns out Spartacus's odds of being sent to the mines are 12 to 1, and that Crixus has bet on Spartacus failing. Because Asher does not like Crixus, he wants Spartacus to defy the odds. Spartacus accepts the bread, but tells Asher not to consider him a friend. This establishes multiple things: Asher's ability to move goods, the presence of gambling, and his willingness to manipulate the rules of the game to screw other people over. None of this is particularly important now, but the writers likely included this small-stakes bet regarding Spartacus's final test so as to set up far more consequential scenes later in the show. Glaber arrives and Spartacus is summoned for an audience. Seeing Glaber causes Spartacus to immediately demand to know where his wife is. Although we have to assume she has been at the forefront of his mind, he has not actually been able to do anything about this, because until now he had no means by which to acquire information. We had a dream sequence earlier with Spartacus sexing his wife, which was rudely interrupted by her screaming as cartoon blood flew everywhere, but other than that, she has not been a factor in the story since she was taken. But that has now changed. Glaber acknowledges that Sura did not cause him any grievance, but Spartacus has.
In the arena, you grieved me again by not knowing when to die.
Spartacus offers his life in exchange for Sura's, but Glaber reveals that he no longer wishes Spartacus dead. He wants him utterly broken, to have his blood spilled drop by drop and to die slowly in the arena. He then presents the piece of fabric Spartacus gave his wife before leaving for battle.
I took it from her thigh to preserve the scent before my men stained it with their own.
Once the fight left her eyes, Glaber sold her to a Syrian for half a coin. He then leaves a devastated Spartacus with the piece of fabric as a reminder of the wife who has been taken in more ways than one. He will never be free, and he will never see her again. The purpose of this scene is to reintroduce the wife component and to give Spartacus a sense of purpose and something to drive towards. The writers accomplish this entirely through the sadism of Glaber, who wants to torture Spartacus and ensure that Spartacus knows what is going to happen to him and why, and to understand the futility of trying to save his wife. Glaber is utterly sadistic, however he is not simply motivated by being evil and taking over the world for the glory of Rome. He is motivated by political pressure, a desire to not disappoint his father-in-law to whom he owes his position, as well as a desire to please his wife. Gaius Claudius Glaber is a simplistic character, but he has enough characterization to prevent him from simply being the evil Roman who is evil because that's just kind of how he is. He also, somewhat amusingly, only came to Capua to torment Spartacus, which serves no practical purpose. It doesn't advance his standing in the Senate, and it doesn't endear him to his father-in-law. All it accomplishes is that it allows for him to inflict pain on the man who stood up to him and caused him all this trouble. The side effect of this is that Batiatus was totally wrong for expecting to be able to buy Glaber's favor, because Glaber just immediately fucks off afterwards and Lucretia's planned feast goes to waste. This scene excellently reintroduces the emotional core of Spartacus's character, being his love for his wife and his desire to rescue her. It establishes that Spartacus no longer owns his own life. He belongs to Batiatus, and Batiatus can now do with him as he pleases. And it establishes that he is willing to die to save his wife, but he is not allowed to do such a thing. Again, the pieces are in place, but Spartacus has yet to connect the dots. Meanwhile, Lucretia is entertaining Ilithyia. Ilithyia refers to the feast as common dishes and declines the wine because it isn't the right type. Again, perfectly in character for a spoiled rich kid, and Lucretia simply has to grin and bear it because of what she wants from Ilithyia's husband. They discuss the drought and the prospect of praying for it to end. Ilithyia says that she tries to do a little something to offend the gods every day, as she is a naughty, naughty girl. Lucretia jokes that perhaps Ilithyia is the cause of the drought in Capua, and tells Ilithyia that she is also, on occasion, a naughty, naughty girl.
And I thought I was in the presence of a proper Roman woman.
Proper is a word forged by men who would seek to enslave us with it.
This is the first real character scene for Lucretia, and it establishes that she is far more independent than initially suggested. She is not just the wife of Batiatus, as she claims to shun tradition and perceived acceptable behavior. The only prior suggestion of any impropriety from Lucretia is the sausage glance she gives Crixus, and these two scenes combined imply that Lucretia occasionally sits on the champion of Capua. Ilithia then hears Doctore training the gladiators and immediately takes an interest in their rippling abs and humongous bulges.
What if they went insane all at once, clamouring for blood?
This sounds silly, but it is an entirely reasonable question from someone who has never been inside a ludus before. Lucretia doesn't give a substantive answer, simply saying that the ludus has stood for generations, but this does cause the audience to think, yeah, what if that were to happen? How would they prevent such a thing? We have received plenty of evidence of precautions that are in place, such as highly restricted access to weapons, heavily armored guards in most scenes, Doctore, Crixus, and the other gladiators being devout in their loyalty to their master, and the fact that the consequences for disobedience are, invariably, death. Lucretia doesn't need to answer the question because the audience can answer it for themselves, which means the writers used the character of Ilithia to plant a totally reasonable question in the audience's heads, but then chose not to babysit them by over-explaining everything. Ilithia then innocently asks if Lucretia lets her children play with the gladiators, and Lucretia responds that she doesn't have children.
Apologies, I just thought a woman of your age.
Glaber then tells Ilithia that they are leaving for Rome, and Ilithia kisses Lucretia goodbye. The show draws extra attention to this via slow motion, suggesting that Ilithia is trying to exert power over Lucretia the only way she knows how, by using her sexuality. As for what this will lead to, time will tell. This scene accomplishes a huge amount. It establishes a degree of naughtiness from both women, suggesting that such impropriety will give them something to bond over later in the story. It heavily implies that Roman women can and do fuck gladiators. It plants and then dismisses the idea of what might happen if the gladiators turned on their masters. It establishes that Lucretia is childless, but not through choice. All of this is crucial setup for later scenes, and this is all contextualized through the early stages of Lucretia and Ilithia's friendship, and so none of this ever feels like the focus of the scene. It never feels as though the writers are saying, hey, you, pay attention to this, it's going to be important later. It instead feels like these are two characters who are getting to know each other. Spartacus is returned to the training area. He is paired with Cursor, becomes distracted upon seeing Glaber leaving the ludus, and takes a blow to the face, before proceeding to beat the shit out of Cursor, before the altercation is interrupted by Doctore. Just as Spartacus momentarily loses his grip on who he is, he also loses his grip on the piece of fabric, which he desperately tries to recover as he is beaten by the guards. Doctore notices this and discusses with Batiatus what they should do. Doctore considers Spartacus an untamable animal, best put to use in the mines, but Batiatus refuses due to the amount he paid for the man. He recognizes that Spartacus is passionate and considers this a boon to the crowds if they can discover how to control him. Doctore then presents the piece of fabric and its importance to Spartacus, and Batiatus orders that Spartacus be brought to his chamber. This next scene gives us a glimpse as to the quality we are in for, and it utterly eclipses everything we have seen so far. This is unfortunate, because it means the viewer has to stick around until the end of episode 2 before they get a truly excellent scene.
And here, this is just one of those scenes that I think everything just really came together, especially on the writing side. I pinpoint this scene as when things really started to get dialed in.
Batiatus asks Spartacus why he is here, hoping to discover something useful about his past. Spartacus replies,
"Because I trusted in the honor of a Roman."
Batiatus inquires as to Spartacus's cause and realizes he is not interested in power or money, but love.
You have a woman, Thracian.
I have a wife.
Spartacus reveals that Glaber took Sura and sold her to a Syrian. The writers are about to do something rather difficult, but they accomplish it so fucking effectively. Spartacus is currently without direction. His anger is barely contained, and what he wants seems impossible. What Batiatus wants also seems impossible because it requires that Spartacus comply and fight as a gladiator. The obvious answer to this predicament is that Spartacus will fight for Batiatus and earn money, and this money will then be used to rescue his wife, But the problem here is that Spartacus not only has no reason to trust Batiatus, but he has every reason not to. He is here because he trusted in the honor of a Roman, and Batiatus only purchased him for selfish reasons. This means the scene needs to convince not just Spartacus, but also the audience that Batiatus can be trusted. How does it accomplish this? Well, by thoroughly humanizing him. Batiatus asks how Spartacus can know that Sura is alive.
How do you know the heart beats beneath your chest?
Batiatus replies, "Most days I don't. I'm just a simple Roman trying to make his way against the whim of the gods, the politicians, the miscreants, though often you can't tell one from the other. But you are the most dangerous kind of animals, the beast born of the heart. What would you do to hold your wife again, to feel the warmth of her skin, to taste her lips? Would you kill?"
Whoever stood between us.
How many men? 100? 1,000?
I would kill them all.
Fantastically reintegrating Sura's line,
Kill them all.
Batiatus has discovered how to press Spartacus's buttons and tells him to kill them all in the arena. Every man who stands in his way in the arena is standing between him and his wife. He says that Spartacus can climb to the pinnacle and claim his freedom, and that of the woman he lost.
I did not lose her. She was taken from me.
Batiatus then delivers one of the most important lines in the show.
A man must accept his fate or be destroyed by it.
Batiatus believes Spartacus was fated to be here, and he must now conform to what is expected of him. If he accepts this, he has the opportunity to be free and rescue Sura, and if he does not, he will be driven mad and will die sooner rather than later. But even this is not enough to convince Spartacus, nor should it be. As although Batiatus is very persuasive, he continues to refer to Sura as Spartacus's woman instead of his wife, and he suggests that Sura was lost rather than taken, thereby diffusing the blame on Glaber, which indicates that Batiatus doesn't particularly care about Spartacus or his wife. The writers are fully aware of this, and instead of having Spartacus be like, "Okay, cool, I'll make the same mistake twice because I'm a fucking idiot," he directly asks Batiatus why he should place his fate in the hands of another Roman. Batiatus then presents Spartacus with the piece of fabric, deducing that it belonged to his wife, and he offers a deal. If Spartacus passes the final test, kneels and calls him Dominus, Batiatus will help to reunite Spartacus with his wife. This is not a command from master to slave, this is offered man to man. He returns the fabric as a gesture and leaves the choice to Spartacus. And so, the bond between Batiatus and Spartacus is formed, and quite a bit needed to happen to achieve this outcome. And like basically everything from this point on, it is thoroughly justified through characterization, rather than through random bullshit happening because fuck you, turn your brain off. The plot device that swings Spartacus in the desired direction is the piece of fabric. The fabric, therefore, needed to be reintroduced to the story. How does this happen? Well, because Glaber is a sadistic fuck, he took it from Sura and travelled to Capua so as to give it to Spartacus to torment him. The fabric then needed to reach Batiatus to be used as leverage. How does this happen? Spartacus becomes enraged following Glaber's visit, and due to him momentarily caring more about venting his anger than his love for his wife, he carelessly drops the fabric. Doctore noticing Spartacus desperately trying to recover a piece of fabric is entirely natural, because this is very abnormal behavior. Doctore giving the fabric to Batiatus happens because they are attempting to work out how to control him, something that is in question entirely because Spartacus just beat the shit out of Cursor, which is what caused him to lose the fabric to begin with. All of this is deeply entwined in character work, and no part of the fabric's plotline ever feels like the writers are cheating or taking the easy way out. This kind of thing is often glossed over because writers will hard focus on emotional payoffs without adequately considering how to get there. Because, after all, if a large percentage of your audience are not fully paying attention, they may not even notice any shortcomings because ma feels. And honestly, episode 1 skipped some setup that I consider necessary. But with this scene, the writers have absolutely stepped up their game. The recruit's final test involves a 1v1 against one of the gladiators atop a small wooden structure. If you die or fall off, you lose. Varro fights against Gnaeus, and the fight ends in a draw, with Varro passing the test. Marcus, one of the other recruits, fights against Barca and dies immediately. This efficiently establishes that these 1v1s are not friendly matches. You will be killed if you do not perform. However, I have to imagine that it is not standard practice for the very experienced gladiators, such as Gnaeus and Barca, to just go all in and try and kill the new recruits, because they have an obvious advantage, and this would be a massive waste of time and money, and so my guess is that Barca killed Marcus immediately because everyone already knew that Marcus was fucking useless. Spartacus is then called to fight Crixus, who does intend to use this opportunity to kill Spartacus. Crixus stands ready to fight, but Spartacus instead considers the piece of fabric, and his eyes well with tears.
The rabbit is fixed to piss himself!
Crixus attacks Spartacus, causing him to drop the piece of fabric once again as he defends himself. Crixus disarms Spartacus very quickly and forces him to submit, before holding for instruction. Batiatus is like, fucking Thracians, well, I tried, I guess, and he nods for Crixus to execute Spartacus. This is interesting because there are multiple times in the first few episodes where Batiatus protects Spartacus due to his financial investment. This is, in fact, the one single time where Batiatus is like, fuck it, kill him, and the reason is clear. The final test is sacred. And if someone does not fight well, and you allow them to join the Brotherhood anyway, then you trivialize what it means to be a gladiator representing the house of Batiatus, which will have obvious effects on loyalty and morale. Anyway, Crixus is very happy to be allowed to do this. Spartacus realizes that Crixus is standing on the piece of fabric, so he yanks it, and Crixus loses his footing and falls from the platform. Spartacus stands over his opponent, but Batiatus orders him not to execute Crixus, as by toppling him from the platform, Spartacus has passed the test. He then calls Batiatus Dominus for the first time, signifying his acceptance of Batiatus's terms. Asher is very happy because Crixus has been embarrassed and has also lost a chunk of money. Lucretia is pissed off because her thick, sweaty sausage with a man attached has been humiliated. Varro is shocked that Spartacus actually managed to beat Crixus. Spartacus then recites the Sacramentum Gladiatorum, pledging to fight in pursuit of honor in the arena. He receives the brand and is welcomed into the Brotherhood. This is a decent ending, but it leans a little too hard on random chance. What are the odds of Crixus accidentally standing on the piece of fabric? Not particularly high, which means Spartacus was rather lucky here, but thematically it works because of the meaning behind it. The point of this fight is to establish Spartacus accepting Batiatus's terms, controlling his anger, and directing it towards the pursuit of Sura. It is fitting, then, that the single memento he has of his wife is what allows him to do the impossible, to beat Crixus and pass the test, suggesting that he may be able to do the impossible later and rescue his wife. This also means Crixus loses because he was too eager to kill Spartacus, as Spartacus only dropped the fabric in the first place because Crixus attacked him unexpectedly, which is something that I am sure will pop up later. Additionally, losing is not something Crixus does, which means this fight only escalates tensions between the two of them. Anyway, that brings us to the end of episode 2. Basically, the whole thing is set up. It is mechanically getting Spartacus into the position of gladiator so that the writers can actually start telling the story they want to tell. And so whilst this is way down the list in terms of raw entertainment, it is certainly a step up in quality from episode 1. The best part, by far, is everything involving the fabric, the conversation with Glaber and Batiatus's deal with Spartacus, because this introduces a very strong emotional core to the story and a reason to be invested in the character. Aside from the various character conflicts, Sacramentum Gladiatorum sets up Asher's facilitation of gambling, as well as Lucretia's inability to have children, but for the most part, this episode is relatively self-contained. But now Spartacus has become a gladiator, and he has an objective, which means the story can finally begin. The games of the Vulcanalia have been announced. Batiatus will be fighting 20 of his gladiators, and they shall fight against each other in pairs. Spartacus speculates as to who will be facing Crixus, and Varro says that it doesn't matter, because Crixus will beat whomever he faces. Meanwhile, Batiatus is ranting that he has pledged gladiators and winnings for the Vulcanalia, and yet has received no thanks from the magistrate, indicating that he is once again spending a lot of money and risking his investments to try to gain favour with local politicians. Batiatus suspects that the magistrate is instead showing favour to Salonius, despite Salonius not fighting a single gladiator in the games.
That his tongue still manages to find his way to the magistrate's asshole.
Lucretia reassures him that fighting 20 men in the Vulcanalia will entertain the crowd and secure business for the next year, and potentially will convince Ilithyia to convince her husband to become their patron. Ilithyia, as it turns out, is returning to Capua specifically for the games because she has become infatuated with the idea of watching the gladiators. Lucretia then asks Batiatus if she should dye her pubes. Most of this is efficient and clear setup for the importance of the Vulcanalia and the potential consequences it will bring for both the gladiators themselves and for their masters. During this episode, Spartacus learns of 3 legends of the arena, which I will cover now, starting with Barca, the Beast of Carthage. Carthage was defeated by the Romans, who forced hundreds of Carthaginians to fight against each other in the arena. Eventually, 2 remained, Barca and his chief Mago, whom Barca was forced to kill. Varro then reveals that, according to the stories, Mago was Barca's father. Spartacus asks if this is true, and Varro replies that in the world of the gladiator, a man's fame and glory constructs its own truth. The second legend is told by Asher, who urges caution when Spartacus speaks of challenging Crixus because he knows how dangerous Crixus is. Crixus's legend is that he was... I need to be careful with what words I use here, because I can't just repeat what Asher says, otherwise I will risk the video going down. Crixus fought against the Gargan twins, who were the sons of a
less than reputable woman
who was
aggressively defiled by a jackal without her consent.
The twins terrorized Roman villages until they were captured and sentenced to die in the arena. They instead killed everyone sent their way and ate their remains. Crixus was the only gladiator brave enough to face them willingly, and he ultimately defeated them. Spartacus, again, calls bullshit, figuring that jackals are sexually incompatible with humans and so could not produce offspring, and the outlandishness of this story causes him to dismiss the entirety of Crixus's legend. He is not able to see the truth that lies underneath. The point of this is to build off the prior scene with the legend of Barca, and for Spartacus to be further motivated to challenge Crixus, and essentially speedrun himself to earning boatloads of cash to rescue his wife. And finally, Spartacus later tells Varro that he believes Crixus's reputation is inflated, and he intends to prove this.
Next to boast, he can defeat Theocles himself.
Theocles, the shadow of death, is no man. He is something else entirely. They say he stands over 10 feet tall. The ground trembles at his feet, his shadow eclipsing the sun. Most men fall dead at the sight of the giant. They are the fortunate ones. The shadow fought over 100 men and defeated them all. Spartacus, again, dismisses this as a tale to frighten children, but Varro informs Spartacus that Theocles is no mere legend. Only one man has ever faced Theocles and lived, and that man is their doctore. The point of all this is not simply to fill us and Spartacus in on the various legendary fighters of the arena. It is not just rather crude world building. It also shows us that every time Spartacus downplays their feats, and the exaggerated nature of the legends causes the opposite of their intended effect. Spartacus is further motivated to challenge Crixus because of how absurd these legends sound. Rather than being scared off, he runs towards the danger. Spartacus approaches Batiatus as he departs the ludus and inquires about his wife. He is very eager to learn of her location, as presumably only a few days have passed since he accepted Batiatus's terms. Batiatus confirms that Sura was indeed sold to a Syrian merchant, but when he presses for further information...
Do I appear a fucking Arab? My nose pointing towards your wife's dripping thigh?
This suggests that, despite his reservations during the final test, Batiatus has indeed dedicated resources into locating Sura, and he is a man of his word. The reasoning here is that Batiatus believes if he locates Sura, this will motivate Spartacus further in winning his fights, and will earn them both lots of money, which is entirely in character, as Batiatus's entire approach since his first scene is that of investing money to make more. If Spartacus dies tomorrow, then he will have wasted some money finding Sura for no reason, but Batiatus believes Spartacus to be a wise investment, and he intends to get his money's worth. He informs Spartacus that purchasing Sura will require substantial sums, and so Spartacus is motivated to fight and to win. Crixus is then summoned by Lucretia, and he takes the opportunity to flirt with Lucretia's slave, Naevia. Naevia does not seem to get any enjoyment from watching the games, which Crixus struggles to comprehend as he continues,
It's no easy task to sever a man's head. You must find the right angle.
He is then taken to Lucretia, having inadvertently insulted Naevia due to his having no idea how to flirt. Lucretia is then like, hello Crixus, it's time to play hide the cucumber. This scene gives us some slightly more nuanced character work for Crixus, beyond him just being asshole champion who hates Spartacus. He is being used for sex by Lucretia, and although he appears more than willing to oblige, it is unclear if this is because he considers it his duty as champion of Capua, or because Lucretia looks like, well, I mean, I can't show you what she's wearing in this scene because I'll get demonetized, so enjoy this image of Tinky Winky. Meanwhile, Spartacus interrupts his own training when he realizes that the piece of fabric has come untied from his wrist, causing Doctore to confront him. Doctore insults Thrace, calling it a swamp of piss, before literally pissing on the sand in front of Spartacus. He orders Spartacus to kneel before his piss, and he complies.
The lands from which you hail matters no longer. The only thing that does is the sound of my voice and the sand beneath your feet.
This serves as the first challenge of obedience for Spartacus, allowing him to demonstrate that he has learned restraint now that Batiatus has identified what makes him tick. The show then explains, for the second time, how surrendering works should you lose a fight, which feels somewhat unnecessary because we and the characters already know how this works. However, this is then used to prompt dialogue from Spartacus.
The oath I swore to this place did not include begging.
Doctore overhears this, and Spartacus just straight up tells him,
I need no lesson in submission.
Doctore then decides to give Spartacus and Varro a lesson in obedience by putting them in with the sewage. Varro is obviously not happy about Spartacus getting him in trouble, which bears a striking resemblance to a certain scene from Rings of Power, where Isildur sabotages his own sea trial, and as punishment, Barca, the Beast of Carthage, boots him out of the Sea Guard, and also kicks out Valandil and Ontimo. In Rings of Power, this is fucking nonsensical, because Isildur deliberately makes a mistake, Valandil and Ontimo desperately try to rectify this mistake, and then Barca is like, fuck you Isildur, you're off the Sea Guard, and also fuck you too as well because you were standing nearby. There is absolutely no reason for him to do this, but it has to happen in order for us to have drama between these three characters. Conversely, Spartacus is repeatedly being insolent and disrespecting Doctore. Varro attempts to cover for Spartacus, and so Doctore punishes them both. This achieves the same result through far more coherent means, because unlike Valandil and Ontimo, Varro did do something wrong. Additionally, the ludus of the House of Batiatus is a far more brutal and unforgiving place than Numenor, and this kind of excessive punishment is entirely in line with the culture as depicted in the story. Anyway, the reason this happens is to allow for further bonding between Spartacus and Varro. Spartacus says that under no circumstances will he surrender in the arena because he must have victory. He has not even considered what will happen if he is unable to achieve victory, indicating that whilst he is really fucking good at fighting, he is arrogant. He is not a pragmatist, and he believes, now that he has been properly motivated by Batiatus, that nothing can stop him. Varro presses Spartacus to discover his motive because he still thinks that Spartacus is, like him, interested in the winnings, and Spartacus reveals what happened to Sura and the agreement he has with Batiatus. The two men then bond over having to fight to protect their wives. Doctore announces the pairings for the Vulcanalia. Crixus will fight Gnaeus in the Primus. We haven't really seen much of Gnaeus so far. He fights with a net and has an interesting sense of humor.
Don't die too quickly. I will fuck your corpse.
Spartacus reads the list and realizes he is to fight Varro at the beginning of the games. Both are disappointed because whoever wins the first match will earn the sum total of fuck all, whilst the fighters in the Primus will earn substantially more. Spartacus is pissed off that he has already beaten Crixus once during the final test, and now he has to work his way back up the ladder in order to face him in the arena, which sets up that he is intending to do something of perhaps questionable intelligence. Part of what makes this character so compelling is that he is by no means perfect. But rather than occasionally depicting him as an idiot or trying to gaslight the audience into thinking that actually he's really smart, the writers always justify why a person like this would do inadvisable things under desperate circumstances. Spartacus is shown to be overly eager to succeed, to the point where he causes unnecessary injury to Cursor during training. He also second-guesses Doctore, which is not something you do, and Doctore observes that Spartacus attacks and speaks without thought, and he does not consider the consequences of such boldness. The next day, Spartacus again bonds with Varro as they train with some goofy-ass obstacle course contraption that thankfully does not make a second appearance, and Varro has accepted that they are going to fight each other in the Vulcanalia, and says that the gods will see them both survive. Spartacus, not being religious, instead says that there are many he would see dead in this place, but Varro is not among them.
May not have a choice. There's always a choice.
Anyway, Spartacus then makes a choice to antagonize Gnaeus.
There you are, with your fearsome net, like a young, wet girl.
Gnaeus attacks Spartacus in a rage, Spartacus dodges, and Gnaeus knocks himself unconscious by slamming face first into the training equipment. Doctore is like, what the fuck is this? Varro backs up Spartacus' story that Gnaeus attacked for no reason, and for now, Spartacus seems to have gotten away with it. His intention here was to kill two birds with one stone. The spot to fight Crixus in the Primus is now vacant, and if Spartacus is chosen to fill it, he will no longer have to fight Varro. He does not consider the prospect of literally any other gladiator being chosen to fill the spot opposite Crixus, because he doesn't yet understand the internal politics of the system, and he is not particularly good at planning ahead. The gladiators are put on display in the villa for the entertainment of various nobles. One of them, Mercato, wants to hire some gladiators for games in future, so Batiatus has Asher arrange this. This expands a bit on Asher's role in the ludus. He is or was a gladiator. Due to his leg, he is unable to fight or train, but he is clearly far more intelligent than most of the others, and he is very good with numbers. Batiatus has decided to repurpose Asher and use him as essentially an accountant. Batiatus then builds anticipation for the Vulcanalia tomorrow by introducing his gladiators to the nobles. The crowd seems particularly interested in Spartacus, which Doctore dismisses as curiosity born of his luck against Salonius's men. Batiatus asks Doctore for advice, as Batiatus is always looking to maximize profit by jumping on any particular bandwagon, and he suggests fighting Spartacus in Gnaeus' place, against Crixus in the Primus. That would have perhaps been a little too easy, and I am glad that this is not what the writers decided to do. They instead have Doctore advise against this, as Spartacus is still an animal, and he would not give the crowd an honorable fight. This tells us that Doctore is highly respected, despite also being a slave himself. He doesn't like Spartacus because Spartacus doesn't obey the rules. He might be a gladiator in the technical sense, but he fights for something other than the honor of the house. This also tells us that Batiatus is not anywhere near as in tune with the skills of his gladiators as Doctore, because he momentarily considers pitching the champion of Capua against a man who has never fought a single match in the arena. However, Batiatus is a desperate man, and he wants to rinse Spartacus dry sooner rather than later. He wants to capitalize on the crowd's momentary fascination with Spartacus, rather than risk waiting for it to run out. Meanwhile, Lucretia tries to impress Ilithyia by showing off an expensive necklace she purchased. Ilithyia starts to get bored, and so Lucretia doubles her efforts to keep her happy. She randomly picks out Varro, and he is made to rear-end a slave girl whilst surrounded by a crowd of Romans who place bets on how long he will last. Ilithyia is fascinated, and Lucretia tells her that gladiators are known for being ravenous beasts as lovers. Ilithyia starts to fondle him, and before he empties himself, Varro talks to himself and asks forgiveness from Aurelia, his wife, because he was forced to do this against his will, which is a good character moment because it highlights how Varro is focusing his thoughts on his wife whilst doing the deed, and he is clearly not enjoying himself.
Can he do it again? Make him do it again.
This explores how the slaves, including the gladiators, are used for entertainment without any hesitation. For some, fucking is just as much fun to watch as a fight to the death, and this excellently sets up Ilithyia's fascination with gladiator sex, as well as her entirely self-absorbed view of sex because she doesn't appear to know how penises work. Once Varro finishes for a second time, if not a third, he returns to the party and walks past Batiatus and Doctore, who are discussing something very important. He overhears that Rabanus, another gladiator, is set to fight Crixus in the Primus. This is poor, because this is just something very lucky happening purely to allow the plot to happen. This is not rooted in characterization, this is just pure luck, in that Varro finished sexing and then walked past someone during the 5 seconds or so that they were discussing exactly what he needed to hear. Varro informs Spartacus of this, who then waits until Batiatus is in the process of announcing the Primus, before attacking Crixus in the middle of the villa. Doctore attempts to stop this, but Ilithyia wants to see them fight, so Batiatus reluctantly allows it to continue, despite the fact that Spartacus just thoroughly disrespected him. Not only did he interrupt Batiatus' speech, but he is also putting his finances at risk by trying to force his way into the Primus. As a reminder, Batiatus needs this event to be successful because he owes Ovidius money, and he paid a lot for Spartacus and so far has got nothing back. This means Batiatus' original agreement with Spartacus has backfired on him, because in attempting to control Spartacus by leveraging the rescue of his wife, he underestimated the lengths Spartacus will go to rescue Sura. Spartacus was unwilling to take a day longer than necessary to earn the required funds, which is why he forces Batiatus' hand in pitting him against Crixus, thus allowing him to earn more money quicker should he prove victorious. Batiatus is not fucking happy, but he is forced by Spartacus to make the best of a bad situation. He allows the scuffle to continue for a short while so as to entertain the crowd, and pretend as much as possible as though this was all planned. Sensing an opportunity, in true Batiatus fashion, he hypes up these two men facing each other in the arena. Spartacus, the dog who defies death, has secured the Primus. Lucretia is very fucking pissed off with Spartacus because of how valuable she deems Crixus. She thinks that her husband is rewarding Spartacus for nearly ruining their reception, and that it is an honor to even face Crixus in a fight. Batiatus defends his actions due to the fact that Spartacus has the interest of the crowd. He does not believe that Spartacus poses any threat to Crixus whatsoever, and says he views Spartacus as a novelty to be used and discarded. This tells us that he believes Crixus will obviously beat Spartacus in the Primus. Whether Spartacus will survive is a different question, but he is more concerned with putting on a good show than Spartacus surviving the fight. And given Spartacus and Crixus' seething hatred for one another, Batiatus quite reasonably believes, worst case scenario, Spartacus will die, but the crowd will be entertained. Intercut throughout the episode, we get bits and pieces of Crixus flirting with Naevia. He asks Asher to acquire a necklace for him. Crixus and Asher clearly have history, we just don't know the specifics, and so this means Crixus is making a mistake in placing any degree of trust in Asher, and he is doing this to impress Naevia. He is essentially giving Asher ammunition to use against him should the occasion arise, And this is notably the first time Crixus has shown any weakness whatsoever. Additionally, Asher deliberately delivers the necklace to Crixus in about as public a place as possible, when Crixus had originally emphasized discretion.
Follow me. Away from prying ears.
After delivering the necklace to Crixus, they share this brief moment, which shows that although Asher is useful to Crixus, he still fucking hates him, and Asher continues to find amusement in winding him up. Crixus later gives the necklace to Navia, although we do not see her reaction until the next episode. We then jump forward to the games of the Vulcanalia, and are introduced to Magistrate Calavius, who congratulates Batiatus for putting on such an entertaining spectacle. However, he then belittles the Vulcanalia by referring to them as minor games, and suggests that the only reason Batiatus secured this position was because Salonius was busy doing more important things. This reiterates how Batiatus is repeatedly disrespected by people he seeks to befriend. But he is able to throw this back at Calavius when he introduces Spartacus by emphasizing that he killed 4 of Salonius's gladiators. As Batiatus continues to introduce the fight, Spartacus charges and attacks Crixus while his back is turned.
Was that not supposed to happen?
No, it was not.
Spartacus makes the exact same mistake Crixus made in the prior episode, and he is about to be punished for it. He attacks before his opponent is ready, his emotions get the better of him, and he fails as a result, which in a broader sense is exactly why Spartacus is even fighting Crixus in the first place. Crixus sees this coming and drops to the ground with his shield, causing Spartacus to leap over his head, and the fight begins. We now know a fair bit about what Spartacus wants, and we know a bit more about Crixus than we did last episode, and the stakes of the fight have escalated as a result of Spartacus forcing Batiatus to play by his rules. This means this fight is not just a spectacle. There is a very real character-focused reason to be invested. Spartacus attacks Crixus relentlessly, but Crixus blocks every blow with ease before striking whenever he is given an opening. During a brief moment of downtime, Crixus looks up at the Pulvinus. Lucretia and Ilithyia both get very thirsty, believing that he is looking at them, but he is of course looking at Navia. We then hear Crixus's catchphrase for the first time.
Capua! Should I begin?
Before the fight continues. Crixus batters Spartacus repeatedly, at one point slicing his leg and booting him in the chin. He then finishes the fight by whacking Spartacus in the helmet with his sword, knocking him to the ground. Crixus allowed Spartacus to tire himself out before efficiently defeating him.
No, you die, Thracian.
The crowd now wants Crixus to execute Spartacus, believing that he did not fight well. Spartacus looks down at the piece of fabric from his wife tied around his arm, the musical leitmotif for Sura plays, and he slowly raises 2 fingers. Spartacus has been humbled. He cannot save his wife if he is dead, so he begs for mercy. Batiatus sees this and elects to spare Spartacus against the wishes of the crowd, also denying Crixus, Ilithyia, and Lucretia the satisfaction of seeing Spartacus dead. Batiatus's decision to show mercy could be interpreted as an emotional one, as he perhaps empathizes with Spartacus's relentless mission to save his wife, but that interpretation, I think, is false, because in the very next episode, Batiatus immediately begins fighting Spartacus in dishonorable, unlicensed underground death matches so as to recoup his losses. He does not care about the man, and only sees him as a tool. And Batiatus is not a man who is going to take a financial hit just because he feels like being nice. And part of what makes this so interesting is that if Batiatus could afford to take the hit, he almost certainly would have had Crixus execute Spartacus, at which point the story is over. Spartacus has caused Batiatus pretty serious problems. He paid over the odds to buy him from Glaber, as he explicitly tells Calavius.
Spartacus was of some cost to me.
That investment didn't pan out as expected because Glaber is an ungrateful asshat. He made a deal with Spartacus, a deal which backfired and caused Batiatus to take a further risk in permitting Spartacus to fight Crixus in the Primus. And although Spartacus losing to Crixus was expected, he failed to put on a good show. He fought without honor and the crowd was not entertained. He was not ready. Spartacus also disrespected Batiatus multiple times, further damaging his reputation. So this means Batiatus has a decision to make. He can cut his losses by having Crixus execute Spartacus, thereby losing further earning potential and his original investment, but pleasing the crowd and Ilithia. And this is what Batiatus truly wanted to do. The problem is that he could not afford this loss. He cannot afford to simply have one of his gladiators die just because the crowd wants it to happen. And so, Batiatus reluctantly keeps Spartacus alive, thereby making himself look a fool in front of the magistrate. Maybe Batiatus was temporarily moved, seeing the raw emotion in his man's eyes as he kneels on the sand, finally broken, begging for his life. This is certainly possible, because although Batiatus views all of his gladiators as mere slaves, and a means to an end, he does appear to find Spartacus fascinating. But I believe Batiatus made this decision almost entirely for financial reasons, and he was calculating which move would best serve his wallet and his reputation. Back at the Ludus, Spartacus speaks with Doctore following his loss.
His reputation is well earned.
Doctore tells Spartacus that there were at least 10 points where he could have seized advantage, and that he needed more training. Spartacus says he shall train harder, but Doctore tells him it is too late for such things. What he means remains unknown until the next episode. And that is the end of episode 3. Legends is the first good episode of Spartacus, and a lot less happens in the plot department, which means the characters are given more room to breathe. It leans into fantasy whilst keeping these fantastical elements justified within the narrative as exaggerated stories the various legendary gladiators have earned through fighting in the arena. It allows Spartacus to recklessly steam ahead in his desire to rescue his wife, which is entirely in character, but in doing so he finds himself losing the favor he had with the crowd. He is humbled by Crixus, and both he and Batiatus find themselves moving backwards instead of forwards. This episode builds the friendship between Spartacus and Varro, expands on Batiatus's political maneuvering, and continues to develop Lucretia's leveraging of Ilithia for her own ends. Barca is given a small amount of characterization, Crixus is given slightly more, we get our first gladiator fight in the arena with some actual stakes behind it, and the first truly emotionally effective climax in the series, where a man of unbreakable will is finally broken. But I don't want to praise Legends more than necessary. As much as I love the ending in particular, this is nowhere near peak Spartacus. This episode probably rounds out the opening 3 as being the 3 weakest of the season, although Legends is in my view easily the best of these 3. This is good Spartacus. The best is yet to come. The very first thing that happens in episode 4 is that Batiatus admonishes Spartacus for his disobedience, where his lack of knowledge and experience forced Batiatus to take a gamble that didn't pay off. This is good because there should be some very serious consequences for Spartacus, and the show wastes no time in delivering them.
Do you think me a fool?
Batiatus presses his foot into Spartacus's groin, reminding Spartacus that he is property. He can be treated however his master desires, and also informing us visually that Batiatus knows exactly why Spartacus did what he did. He was thinking with his dick. Spartacus claims to now understand his mistake, and he wishes to set things right, failing to realize that this may have been his one and only chance.
You had the crowd! Your name was on every tongue. Your little mistake makes reunion with your wife problematic.
Regardless, Batiatus does have information about Sura. The Syrian who purchased her was last seen heading north. Batiatus has realized that the only way to control Spartacus is by leveraging information about his wife, and although Spartacus blew it in the arena, his obedience is still required.
How will you pay for her release if found? Do you shoot magic coins out of your ass? If so, squat and produce.
He then explains that no one wishes to see Spartacus fight anymore, as a direct consequence of Spartacus's own actions, and the only place he can now fight is the pits of the underworld. which is a very real place known by that name. Batiatus is not being metaphorical. The purpose of this scene is to establish very real consequences for Spartacus's tomfoolery in fighting Crixus, that Spartacus is still of use, and to build anticipation for the pits of the underworld. Their agreement has not changed, other than that Spartacus's actions have now made things far less pleasant for him, as he must now fight in the pits instead of the arena. As for what that means, we will find out soon. It also shows that although Batiatus is furious, he knows that he must maintain a mutually beneficial relationship with Spartacus so as to control him, which is why he doesn't take the piece of fabric as punishment, for example. However, he does tell Spartacus,
I think your wife's binding should remain here. Where you're going, you might lose it, along with an arm.
This is an appeal rather than an instruction, as Batiatus doesn't care about this piece of fabric, only seeing it as a means of control. In addition to establishing the danger of the pits, this allows Spartacus to voluntarily part with it, symbolically separating himself from the thing he desires and losing a part of himself alongside, which is the core theme of this episode. Doctore asks to speak with Batiatus as he is troubled by the rumor that Spartacus will be fighting in the pits. It is a place of pain and suffering, beasts dying without honor, and he suggests that Batiatus's father would not have approved. Doctore obviously does not approve either, but he is not in a position to refuse. Interestingly, Doctore had already accepted that Spartacus returning to training was no longer an option after his fight against Crixus.
It is too late for such things.
But the fact that he did not immediately suspect that Batiatus would choose to fight him in the pits suggests that Doctore assumed that Spartacus would be sent to the mines. This is interesting because Doctore, as a trainer of gladiators, sends inadequate slaves to the mines to be worked to death. And this dialogue suggests that he considers this fate preferable to fighting in the pits. Batiatus then reveals his plan to Lucretia, and like Doctore, she has serious problems with this. However, her reasoning is that the pits are unsafe even for the spectators, and she considers it beneath her husband to show his face in such a place. He is a trainer of gladiators, not wild animals.
It stains the name and threatens the body.
Batiatus comforts her by saying that he will be safe, as Barca will be present as his bodyguard, but he doesn't address the impact this revenue stream may have on his reputation. He is hoping that he can get in, get rich, and get out before anyone notices. Just before they depart, Spartacus realizes that Cursor will be joining him in the pits. Cursor has not actually been seen winning any fights in training. He is often the guy getting beaten or thrown around by the others. However, the fact that Cursor is still alive is notable because this means he must have passed the final test, which means he somehow managed to either beat or draw against one of the other gladiators, whilst only being able to see out of one eye thanks to Spartacus. How Cursor managed this impressive feat is a mystery, and we will never learn the answer. However, the fact that Batiatus has chosen to fight Cursor in the pits suggests that his showing in the arena during the Vulcanalia was less than adequate. All of this does a fantastic job of building anticipation for the pits of the underworld, drawing a clear distinction between them and the arena, and establishing the physical and reputational risk this poses to Batiatus. The first thing we see of the pits is Cursor losing his first fight. He is bludgeoned with a hammer, and his opponent then proceeds to remove his face and wear it as a mask. Yeah, this seems about right, given the reactions of the various characters to the mere mention of the pits. Ovidius, the grain merchant to whom Batiatus was to repay his debt, just so happens to also be watching the fight, or alternatively, he followed Batiatus to the pits to confront him. Ovidius is not happy that Batiatus is wagering money in the pits when he has not yet paid him back. Batiatus is like, chill bro, I'll pay you, don't worry, and when things threaten to get physical, Ovidius backs down because he doesn't particularly want to be snapped in half by the beast of fucking Carthage. We then get some very dark comedy. Ovidius says that until the debt is repaid, the interest will accrue.
Speak to me such again, I'll accrue your fucking head.
And we then cut to Curz's face literally being removed. Spartacus is then brought in for his first fight, and we see how these fights actually function. These are fights to the death, with no exceptions. The fighters must blindly draw from a random selection of weapons, ranging from swords and axes to fist weapons to a nice crisp high five. This system adds a heavy element of chance to these fights, which means the more skilled fighter will not always win. This is also inherently dishonorable. Being killed because your opponent drew a shotgun and you drew a loaf of bread is just about the least honorable thing that could happen to a gladiator. All of the discipline instilled by Doctore is the antithesis of the pits, because you can't really train for this, and this immediately makes it very clear why Doctore was so against the idea. It is also now obvious why Lanistas fighting their gladiators in the pits is such a rarity, because the odds of them surviving are far lower, making this a last resort. Spartacus's opponent draws sphaerae, which appear to be knuckle dusters with nails in them, whilst Spartacus draws caestus, which appear similar, but without the nails.
Vermex has the advantage.
Thank you for the fucking obvious.
It then becomes clear why Batiatus has brought Asher along with him, as he asks Asher what he makes of the odds, and to begin placing strategic bets on Spartacus. Good! Character consistency, you love to see it. The fight begins, and Spartacus is able to win relatively quickly by impaling his opponent in the chin with a meat hook. Meanwhile, Crixus is again escorted to Lucretia's vulva by Naevia, and he questions why Naevia is not wearing the gift he bought her. She says that she cannot accept it, but before she can explain why, Crixus leaves, figuring that she isn't interested. This dialogue exchange is at risk of being an example of characters speaking in a very specific way so as to allow for maximum drama. But we do have some wiggle room here that is not present in many similar examples of this. Crixus is almost autistically obsessed with glory and honor to the point where he simply doesn't know how to speak to a woman. Given that he is the undefeated Gaul, he is largely unfamiliar with failure or rejection, and so he doesn't know how to respond. Additionally, this doesn't lead to anything directly, as Naevia is able to properly explain herself in a couple of scenes' time, which means the writers are not trying to artificially inject drama by having the characters misunderstand each other and then drawing this drama out for episodes at a time to keep viewers coming back. So, why is Crixus here? Well, Batiatus previously told Lucretia to arrange a woman for him as a reward for his showing in the Vulcanalia. Lucretia, of course, decided to arrange herself. We have more dialogue related to, dripping, before Lucretia notices the necklace Crixus is holding. As Naevia has rejected it, and as he can offer no other explanation, he pretends that this is a gift for Lucretia, and then they do the Tinky Winky dance. Later that day, Spartacus and Batiatus return to the Ludus, and we have a brief dream sequence where Spartacus recalls his wife noticing that he is hurt.
You're hurt. You're hurt.
And she again tells him to kill them all. He is clinging to the memory of his wife, as she is the sole thing motivating him to fight. Meanwhile, Lucretia attempts to manipulate Batiatus into not returning to the pits, saying that due to their lack of an heir, she would be forced to marry someone else.
Is that what you want? Somebody else's hands upon?
Which is quite amusing, because we have seen Crixus run a train on Lucretia multiple times now.
You know, it was a nice thing in this series, this relationship here between Batiatus and Lucretia. And sometimes Lucretia seems like this conniving woman. We've just seen her with Crixus. And yet now we go to this scene and you go, well, there is a genuine relationship between these two. They do love each other. You actually end up really believing in their relationship, but at times doubting it, at times wondering how the hell can it work.
Well, I mean, they're clearly the villains in the story, but by the end of the series, you're kind of rooting for them.
Yeah.
You know, like, that's the beauty of, that's how well it was done.
Batiatus, however, says that he will remain in the pits until Spartacus dies, indicating that he is extremely confident in Spartacus's ability to last long enough to earn buckets of cash, Asher's ability to place efficient bets, and Barca's ability to keep him safe. Rather interestingly, all three of these things are going to be called into question within the next 2 episodes. The next day, Lucretia visits a trader to return her necklace against the wishes of her husband. The trader offers a fraction of what he sold it for, but then Salonius shows up and offers to buy it at full price for Lucretia, meaning that she will get to keep the necklace whilst also receiving money for it, which sounds like a win-win. Lucretia, however, refuses because she is not willing to sell her integrity, and she is not willing to wear something owned by her husband's rival around her neck. This continues the subplot of Salonius coveting Lucretia, which was established in episode 1.
I was just marveling at your wares.
Oh, and I at yours.
Oh, you flatter.
Oh, I appreciate.
He can't pound your ass like I can.
And further suggests that Salonius does not have a wife of his own. This, combined with the adjacent plot involving Batiatus in the pits, adds an extra layer of stakes to this character conflict. Lucretia is afraid that if something happens to Batiatus, she will be forced to marry someone else, and that someone else would almost certainly be Salonius, which she would consider the ultimate middle finger to her husband's memory. This scene also establishes that Salonius is good friends with Ovidius, the grain merchant, and that as a result, Salonius is very aware of Batiatus's financial troubles, and that he is fighting his gladiators in the pits, which is not a good look. This is why Salonius is attempting to lure Lucretia away from Batiatus, so that he can have a hot wife, and Batiatus can wither and fade. Crixus is later summoned again, and it turns out Naevia decided to summon him so as to clarify her intentions, asking why Crixus gave the necklace to Lucretia.
The mind of a woman. You deflect a gesture, only to question where it lands.
Naevia then explains that she had to reject the necklace because everything she owns and wears was given to her by Lucretia, as she has lived her whole life as her slave. If she were to suddenly have a necklace, questions would be asked. This conflict relies entirely upon Crixus not realizing that this would present a problem, and this is directly acknowledged by the show.
Did you think she would not notice?
Whilst this sounds obvious, it evidently was not obvious to Crixus. He is not particularly intelligent. He is very good at one thing and one thing only. It is entirely believable that such a man would not pay attention to the clothing and jewelry worn by other people, and his thought process never went any deeper than woman like necklace, man get necklace for woman, woman sit on wee-wee. Naevia says essentially this to Crixus.
Of course you misunderstood. You have no mind outside the arena. You think only with your sword and your shield, you stupid lumbering...
And then they kiss. She reciprocates, but then immediately calls the guard, because she is very aware that any romance would be strictly forbidden and severely punished, not least because Crixus is Lucretia's prize giggle stick. Meanwhile, Spartacus is returned to the pits, and we see him going all 28 days later on this poor bastard. There is an unspecified passing of time as we get montages of Spartacus hallucinating, killing people, and slowly losing his sanity. The fact that Batiatus is earning a fair bit of money through the pits, and that the crowd now believes Spartacus to be unbeatable, suggests that at a minimum a few weeks have passed, during which Spartacus has been fed rapid fire into opponent after opponent. Then, Batiatus brings Spartacus out to the training area and reveals that the gods have rewarded him. Sura is standing by the cliff edge, and Spartacus approaches his wife in disbelief. She begins speaking ominously, saying, "I will always be with you, even in death. The rains are coming. Save me before they wash everything away." And then it begins raining blood from a lacerated sky, and this is revealed to be a dream. This kind of narrative device is usually quite cheap, as it is essentially the writers lying to the audience for dramatic effect, so let's consider how this was implemented and what it actually tells us. Spartacus is now experiencing serious mental strain from the dehumanizing brutality of the pits. The only reason he is still fighting is because he believes Batiatus to be a man of his word. The rain's coming, which has so far been suggested as something desperately needed by the people of Capua, will have adverse effects for Spartacus and his wife. This is all quite vague, and Spartacus interprets this as a vision from the gods, believing that he must save Sura before the rains come. This kind of spiritual surrealism and the use of vague prophecies to tell a story is something I don't particularly like, because it can lead to a frustrating lack of clarity where things happen because it was destined and the gods will it, or some variation of the above. In Spartacus, however, the gods are not an active part of the story, although the show treats them as real, or at the very least there are multiple events that could be entirely reasonably interpreted by the characters as the gods favor us or the gods have forsaken us. There are no points in the story that are reliant upon the gods doing or not doing something, and they do not play a mechanical role in the plot. They are an additional interpretive layer that can help us to visually untangle what the characters are thinking, although the clear perspective of the show is that the gods exist and they are watching. Spartacus, inspired by his vision from the gods, has come up with a plan. As the odds are highly in his favor, he tells Batiatus to bet everything he has against him. Batiatus is like, why would you willingly die just to make me rich, which is the obvious question to ask, and Spartacus clarifies that he will indeed do such a thing if Batiatus will, as promised, rescue Sura after the fact. Batiatus asks what would hold him to this action after Spartacus dies.
Honor, the promise of vengeance from the afterlife. If you betray it.
This appears to be the best trade deal in the history of trade deals, and so Batiatus agrees, and they return to the pits for the final time. This is an excellent piece of dramatic setup. It does not require that the gods intervene in the story and command Spartacus to sacrifice himself. That is only one interpretation. The other is that Spartacus knew he would not survive much longer, and so devised a plan to ensure Sura's rescue at the cost of his own life. The audience has now been presented with something that simply is not going to happen. But there are no obvious means by which the writers can wriggle their way out of this. And if they do wriggle their way out in an unsatisfactory manner, then the audience will lose trust in the writers because they will have demonstrated a willingness to establish very clear rules before pulling some arbitrary bullshit to have Spartacus survive. The audience knows that there is a minuscule likelihood that Spartacus is actually going to sacrifice himself as planned, both because he is the main character, the series is named after him, and were such a dramatic sacrifice to occur, it would not occur in episode 4 of 13, or 33 if you include seasons 2 and 3. So before we get to what actually happens, let's establish the consequences. Pit fights only end when one fighter is dead, which means if Spartacus survives, it means he won the fight. If this happens, Batiatus will be unable to pay his debts, and Spartacus will have lost him a very large amount of money, which means there is a strong likelihood that Batiatus will just throw him off the cliff. If Spartacus survives, it means very bad news for every character involved. And quite literally, no one wants this to happen. So, how on earth are the writers going to get out of this? Spartacus enters the pits, and he is set to fight against Ixion, the man who killed Cursor and is now wearing Cursor's face. Ixion draws a pair of battle axes, and Spartacus draws a seeker, which appears to be a weird bent sword with an extra handle on it. They begin fighting, and Spartacus deals multiple blows whilst mostly avoiding being hit himself. He is eventually disarmed and is beaten repeatedly by his opponent. During the fight, two suspicious-looking men approach Batiatus. Spartacus sees them draw knives, and he realizes what is about to happen. Barca defends his master from one assassin as Spartacus is again attacked by Ixion. He realizes that there is a second assassin. The man attacks Batiatus, Asher dives out of the way as he has no intention of dying to save him, and he is also incapable of defending his master due to his leg. Batiatus is slashed in the abdomen, and Spartacus then has to make a split-second decision. He picks up the axe, kills Ixion in one strike, and then throws the axe across the room, striking the assassin in the back, saving Batiatus. The two men stare at each other, both acknowledging that Spartacus just saved Batiatus' life, but in doing so, he has also cost him a substantial amount of money that he simply cannot afford. Okay, so that's how the writers wriggled their way out of an impossible situation, and I think they did a fantastic job, as this is surprising to the audience whilst not feeling at all contrived, or like the writers are handing the characters a get-out-of-jail-free card. Firstly, who are these assassins? We don't yet know for sure, but it is highly likely that they were sent by one of Batiatus' numerous debtors. It makes complete sense that his debtors would want him dead, as we learned earlier in the episode, that word has spread that Batiatus is fighting his gladiators in the pits, and he is placing strategic bets with money he owes so as to hopefully generate more money. These are the actions of a truly desperate man. Why did they choose to attack when they did? This is important because had they attacked at any other time, Spartacus may have been unable to save Batiatus. Instead of feeling like random chance, this is entirely justified by the context of the scene. The assassins waited for the fight to start to serve as a distraction before taking down their target. And finally, why exactly did Spartacus do what he did? Whilst it is possible that Spartacus feels as though he owes Batiatus his life, given what happened in the previous episode, I find this highly unlikely, because Batiatus has spent the entirety of this episode exploiting him in pit fights with the intention of continuing until he drops dead. Spartacus doesn't care about Batiatus, he only sees him as a means to an end. Setting aside the fact that he had a split second to make a decision, he had a couple of options. Option 1 is to follow the plan and let Ixion kill him, thus losing the fight and generating a lot of wealth for Batiatus. However, this would rely entirely upon Batiatus surviving his attempted assassination, which is a big fucking maybe. Option 2 is to stall the fight for as long as possible, whilst keeping an eye on Batiatus. If Batiatus is killed, this would be very bad news for Spartacus, because he would at that point belong to Lucretia, who has shown zero desire to reunite him with his wife. Option 3, which Spartacus considers the only option, save Batiatus at all costs, even if it means killing Ixion and winning the fight, because Batiatus is his path to Sura. This isn't a case of Spartacus doing something really fucking dumb because he didn't have time to think about it. This is Spartacus doing the only thing he would ever do, because Batiatus has to be alive in order for Sura to be rescued, making this an excellent example of the writers apparently backing themselves into a corner, and then, instead of pulling some contrived bullshit to get out of their own mess, they escape by leveraging multiple plot and character elements that are already in play. Batiatus's debts have grown to the point where his life is directly under threat, and, unrelated to this, Spartacus cannot allow Batiatus to die. They return to the Ludus, bringing with them the corpses of the two assassins. Asher identifies a brand on their skin, but does not recognize it beyond being the mark of a slave.
Basic, common fucking slaves to kill Batiatus!
He tasks Asher with finding their owner. Batiatus then explains to his wife what happened, and she is initially very happy to hear that Spartacus is dead and that they are now rich. But Batiatus continues that Spartacus lives and the wager is lost.
Were it not for him, you would be a widow.
He acknowledges explicitly that Spartacus is the only reason he is still alive, regardless of the fact that Spartacus only saved him to save his wife. This now means that both Batiatus and Spartacus owe each other their lives. He summons Spartacus to decide what to do next.
My wife thinks you're cursed by the gods. I'm inclined to agree.
We'll find no argument.
He says the rational thing to do would be to cut his losses and execute him, because Spartacus has now cost him a substantial amount of money that he doesn't have. Batiatus, however, decides to keep his promise because, regardless of the fact that Spartacus broke their deal, he owes the man his life, and this demands repayment. Batiatus hands Spartacus a sword with the piece of fabric attached to the hilt, promises that he will continue searching for Sura, and informs Doctore that Spartacus is to rejoin the gladiators. The thing in the pit is yet again a step up. It progresses every plotline effectively, further entangles Spartacus and Batiatus, and gives them a clear path moving forward. It excellently gives a reason for Spartacus to not only survive, but also to be permitted back into the ranks of the Brotherhood, whilst pushing him to the brink emotionally. We get some small bits of setup, including Spartacus beginning to accept the gods after having rejected them previously, and we get minor development for Crixus, Barca, and Salonius. By now, we have also had multiple bits of dialogue referencing the fact that Lucretia has not yet given Batiatus an heir, but this is not, oh dear, why can't I have children? This is always in reference to something else, making this highly efficient storytelling. But enough on episode 4. If you have made it this far, thank you for trusting me enough to give me your time. I promise you, it has not been in vain. Episodes 5 and 6 are incredible, and if they do not fully hook you, then nothing will. Dare I say, you are not prepared. Magistrate Calavius has decided to arrange games to appease the gods and end the drought. Batiatus, true to form, intends to ass-kiss the shit out of him like he does everyone else, so as to secure the primus for these upcoming games. He is then disappointed to see that Calavius is accompanied by Salonius. The planned fight for the primus will involve a fight to the death between only the finest gladiators. These are extremely high stakes and not at all normal for the arena. This is clearly all part of a plan by Salonius to humiliate Batiatus and destroy his legacy, as Salonius has assisted Calavius in arranging these games. So, what exactly is Salonius up to? What fight does he have in mind? And how can he be sure that this fight won't backfire, with his own gladiator falling instead? Well, Salonius has secured one spot in the primus, and they would like Batiatus to oppose him, giving the perfect opportunity for these two Lannistas to finally go head-to-head and send their best men at each other in the arena in a death match. Batiatus offers Crixus, and this offer is accepted. Calavius then informs Batiatus as to his opponent.
But Salonius has secured Theocles.
You done fucked up now!
Oh. That Theocles, the shadow of death, the biggest and baddest gladiator in the show, now it becomes clear. Salonius has paid Theocles a lot of money to return to Capua and kill Crixus in the arena, thus removing by far the biggest draw for the house of Batiatus. This will financially cripple Batiatus, almost certainly forcing him to sell the ludus to pay his debts, and the man's legacy will be over. A cunning plan indeed. The show does a fantastic job of establishing the threat that Theocles poses even to Crixus, who has so far been seen as unbeatable in straight combat. This is not particularly easy to do, because the first 4 episodes have been like, woo, Crixus is amazing, no one has ever beaten him, etc. And now the writers need to convince the audience that actually Crixus is no different from anyone else when compared to Theocles. We know already that only one man has ever survived a fight with Theocles. Lucretia is terrified for Crixus upon hearing his name, and Batiatus explicitly states that a fight between Theocles and Crixus is unbalanced, which would be unheard of if Crixus were to fight any other opponent. But then Salonius offers a solution.
What if Crixus were joined by your man Spartacus?
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Spartacus being chosen to fight alongside Crixus is crucial to the plot of the episode and the season, and so this simply needs to make sense. It needs to be character motivated and not just random chance where Salonius is like, how about that guy? Salonius doesn't like Spartacus because he single-handedly killed 4 of his gladiators and embarrassed him in front of Senator Albinius. He also likely heard about Spartacus foiling the assassination attempt that he was totally not responsible for, which I will get to later. He knows that Spartacus is at least competent, but he also knows that Spartacus is nowhere near as good as Crixus because of what happened the last time they stepped into the arena together. This means Salonius has a perfectly valid reason to involve Spartacus, whilst also believing that this will make no difference to the outcome. Theocles can easily defeat both of them. Batiatus is understandably hesitant, but Calavius says that even if Crixus and Spartacus lose the fight, which is absolutely the likely outcome, the payment for fighting 2 men in the primus would pay off some of his creditors, and he casually threatens excluding Batiatus from any future games if he declines. Batiatus, having no choice, accepts. Crixus and Spartacus will fight against Theocles in the primus. He then informs his gladiators of what is going to happen.
Crixus, step forward. Spartacus, step forward.
Instead of cutting to Spartacus stepping forward, we cut back to Crixus, who considers this a joke, because he has already demolished Spartacus once in the arena, and Spartacus has spent the last few weeks fighting in the pits. Crixus is insulted by the mere suggestion that he will share the sands of the arena with such a man. Batiatus then tells them that they will not be fighting against each other, they will instead be teaming up against Theocles, the Shadow of Death. And again, the editors knew exactly how to efficiently extract drama from this revelation, as instead of cutting back to Spartacus being like, oh, okay, cool, Theocles, he sounds fun, who is he again? We cut to Doctore, the one man who has survived in the arena against Theocles, the one man who truly understands the magnitude of this task. Crixus has some idea of what it means to face Theocles, but only through hearing the legends, whilst Spartacus has also heard the legends, but he does not believe them. So this is a rather important plot development. The show has spent a lot of time in the last 3 episodes depicting Crixus and Spartacus's hatred for one another, and now not only have they been given the impossible task of defeating Theocles, but they must do so together. Their feud has escalated constantly since they first met. Crixus was throwing his weight around and he insulted Spartacus's homeland and people. Spartacus then had the nerve to return the insult by saying Crixus smells like a woman. Crixus then battered him in training, battered him again during the final test, demolished him in the Vulcanalia, and earlier in this episode he accidentally didn't hear Doctore's command during training and knocked Spartacus to the floor. Crixus is typically controlled and deliberate in combat, but Spartacus really pisses him off like no one else seems able to manage. And the show has just given us an entirely narratively coherent reason for these two to be chosen to work together to overcome an impossible challenge, when they would never do this voluntarily, as they are different in almost every way. The writers have loaded prime drama into the chamber, and they are ready to let rip with both barrels. Spartacus again doubts the legend of Theocles, and Varro tells him that the man has been cut 1,000 times and never fallen. He then turns his attention towards his wife, and asks Varro how much he stands to earn if he and Crixus were to somehow defeat Theocles.
Enough to wrest 10 wives from the Syrians.
And so, Spartacus is given a second chance at earning enough to buy his wife's freedom by participating in a single fight. His last fight against Crixus was a total failure. Since then, it is unclear exactly how much time has passed, but it doesn't appear more than a couple of months in total, most of which Spartacus spent either fighting in the pits or recovering, which means Spartacus has not received months of additional training since that fight. But regardless, instead of having to defeat Crixus in the arena, Spartacus now has to convince Crixus that they need to work together, perhaps an equally impossible task. This episode appropriately gives a lot of focus to Doctore, because he and Theocles are old enemies. He begs Batiatus to allow him to fight instead, suggesting that Doctore may in fact be a more capable fighter than Crixus, despite the fact that he has retired. He also feels he owes Theocles a debt of pain. Batiatus declines and says that by standing as the only man to face Theocles and live, this in itself is a victory. He then orders that Doctore ensure that Crixus and Spartacus are trained for the match.
I fear no amount will save them from the Shadow's grasp.
Then prepare them for a glorious death.
Spartacus confronts Crixus to discuss what they are going to do, but Crixus, quite understandably, is not interested. He says that when Theocles falls, the glory will be his. The next day, Doctore trains directly with Spartacus and Crixus, fighting using the Dimacheri style, wielding 2 swords and no shield, as Theocles fights.
Theocles is beyond flesh, beyond blood and bone. He is the shadow that precedes death. Allow him to fall upon you alone, and you are dead. Now rise and come at me as one!
Doctore gradually becomes more frustrated with them, believing that they are unworthy of facing such an opponent. In a second attempt to come to terms with Crixus, Spartacus asks how they are to beat Theocles if they can't even beat Doctore, and again, Crixus blames Spartacus for getting in his way.
Just because you stand beside me with sword and shield, do not mistake yourself as a gladiator.
This reiterates that Crixus finds the very idea of fighting alongside Spartacus to be offensive. And then they address the crux of their differences. Crixus says that he fights to honor these walls, whilst Spartacus fights to leave them. But Spartacus replies that they both fight because they are slaves. Crixus tells him, "I accept my place here, I embrace it, but you still dream of a life beyond the arena where that wife of yours is still nestled by your side. And that is all it is, Spartacus, a dream. And one day soon you will awaken to the truth. You will never leave this place."
And your wife, if she's not dead already, has been fucked to madness by 100 Roman cocks.
Each man believes the other to be a fool. Crixus believes Spartacus is naive and idealistic for dreaming of a life outside of the ludus, whilst Spartacus believes Crixus is brainwashed into believing that there is nothing more to life than honoring his master. This escalates into a physical confrontation, a naked one so I can't show you, where neither party is interested in teamwork or preparations for their fight against Theocles. This is entirely emotional and entirely stupid, and this emotional stupidity continues until Doctore separates them. Lucretia, meanwhile, is becoming desperate to have Crixus pulled from the fight, and she has invited Ilithia to the ludus with the hope that her father can get Crixus replaced. During training, Ilithia is once again ogling at Crixus and asks Lucretia for a private viewing. Crixus and Spartacus are brought into the villa and are interrogated by Ilithia. Spartacus is handcuffed whilst Crixus is not, indicating that Lucretia trusts Crixus and that neither of them trust Spartacus. She tells Spartacus that she is Glaber's wife and that she is excited to see Theocles end his life before Batiatus interrupts and takes Spartacus into his office. Ilithia proceeds to have Crixus get his willy out before she begins caressing him on the shoulder.
That's the thing this series does better than anything I've ever seen, is everybody here is at cross purposes, and one person will win only at the expense of everybody else.
Lucretia then, against the wishes of Batiatus, asks Ilithia if her father can have Crixus replaced in the games. Crixus, however, says that he longs to fight against Theocles. Naevia is disappointed, Ilithia is excited, and it appears there is nothing Lucretia can do to stop the fight. Meanwhile, Batiatus speaks with Spartacus in an effort to prepare him, as although Spartacus is relatively worthless as a draw, losing Crixus would be catastrophic, and if such a thing were to happen, Batiatus would no longer be able to help Spartacus find his wife. Once again, Batiatus has managed to convince Spartacus to do something he really doesn't want to do by framing it as a step on the journey towards saving his wife. Spartacus and Crixus again train with Doctore, and they remain unable to cooperate. We then get a fantastic monologue from Doctore, which I need to read rather than play because of the pesky YouTube bots. Doctore tells them, "You need the gods to descend and fight by your side. Even then, victory is doubtful. Words falling on deaf ears. Attend your eyes then." And he removes his chest plate to reveal very large scars on his torso. "My failure, your lesson. His first cut dealt when I thought him vulnerable and pressed my attack unwisely. His next assault came as I fell back to regain position. Yet these wounds are nothing. A game of blood to amuse the crowd, and when he tires of playing, he will move to separate your head from your neck. I live because I survived longer than any man who stood against him. Some herald that as a victory. I am not among them." And just like that, the legend of Theocles feels that much more real. This is not just a fairy tale, this is an unimaginably dangerous opponent, and having a character like Doctore, who is rarely rattled, be like, "You dumb motherfuckers need to listen to me or you are going to die," is incredibly effective at hyping up Theocles and prompting Spartacus and Crixus to at least try to work together. Doctore then tells them that the only chance they have is to press their attack and defend at the same time. Distract and strike.
Fight as one, or die as two.
Some progress is being made towards cooperation, but then an Asher-shaped spanner is thrown in the works. He warns Spartacus not to think he can come to terms with Crixus, and reveals that he trusted Crixus once in the arena, and the injury to his leg was the result. This is fantastic, because it finally answers the question as to what happened to Asher's leg, as well as why Asher and Crixus have serious beef. Spartacus is in disbelief that Crixus would turn against an ally, and Asher states that he would turn his sword on anyone who stands between him and glory.
The only way to survive against Theocles is to consider Crixus an equal enemy.
Asher is highly intelligent, and there is always a reason for him giving advice or staying silent. In this instance, his words are not simply born of a general dislike of Crixus. Asher stands to lose a lot of money to Barca if Crixus and Spartacus accomplish the impossible, as Barker has bet on them, with the odds being 1,000 to 1.
No man has ever won bidding against Crixus.
A fool's wager. Happily received.
Which means Asher is intentionally trying to sabotage their fight by driving a wedge between them. This, if you recall, is exactly what Asher did back in episode 2. He is claiming to be afraid for Spartacus' safety, when his desired outcome here is that both Crixus and Spartacus will die, which is an excellent bit of character-driven storytelling that also further heightens the tension for the upcoming battle, a battle that is already heavily stacked against them. Spartacus later concedes to Crixus that he does not honor these walls, and he asks if Crixus can relate to this, as he must have been a mere slave at one point in his life.
Has it always been so for you? When you were brought here for the first time, your life traded for a few coins.
More than a few.
Is that your worth then?
Spartacus is both conceding that Crixus was right, whilst also baiting him into coming to terms with what Spartacus said to him, that they are both slaves. Crixus responds by asking if Spartacus has considered why Theocles has returned to Capua, as he has no need for money as he is already obscenely rich. Crixus believes that Theocles has come for the glory of facing the undefeated Gaul. Spartacus then asks if there is anything Crixus fights for beyond glory, before a guard enters and summons him. Ilithia has decided to arrange a meeting between Lucretia and a fertility priestess with, apparently, proven results. This isn't just some random event where Ilithia was like, I'll do this because this would be nice. This was specifically arranged as repayment for the private audience with Crixus. During the fertility ritual, some important information is communicated. Lucretia admits that she does have sex with other men besides her husband, and she admits this with Ilithia present because she asked to stay and watch the ceremony. Ilithia's curiosity as to who this mystery man is becomes rather important later in the series, and the justification for her learning of this in the first place is entirely functional, because Lucretia didn't want to be rude to Ilithia by asking her to leave the ceremony that she has paid for. Anyway, the priestess concludes that multiple lovers means Lucretia herself is the problem, and so she gives her a drink that I don't want to know what this drink is made of, and she also gives her a penis candle. I don't know if I am allowed to show you the penis candle, so I'm not going to, but it's an adorable little winky with angel wings, and Lucretia is told that for the ritual to be completed, she must copulate within the hour, before the angelic winky candle expires. So now Lucretia is like, where is my champion cucumber? I require him. And Crixus is brought into her chamber. His little soldier, however, remains uncooperative, and Crixus claims this is because he is mentally preparing for facing Theocles. He then asks Lucretia for a favor, claiming that love makes a man weak before battle, and Lucretia reluctantly agrees. As he leaves, Lucretia stands alone in her chamber, crying her eyes out. This is fucking brilliant, because on its face it is such a simple scene, but it accomplishes so much in about 2 minutes, and these 2 minutes, at a glance, appear to consist entirely of overly sexual imagery and dialogue that borders on pornographic. Narratively, this further builds anticipation for Theocles, because Crixus claims to want to avoid sex, which is typically quite enjoyable, or so I hear from my parents' basement. Fuck off, I'm happily married. Because he knows he has never faced a challenge like the one before him. He also asks Lucretia to stop rather than telling her, because Crixus is very much ingrained in the master-slave dynamic, and he knows that if Lucretia were like, fuck that, push my shit in, you shaved gorilla, then he would have to oblige. This scene allows for the Theocles plot and the pregnancy plot to intersect, as the reason they do not have sex is because of the upcoming fight. The most interesting part, however, is that the last thing Lucretia wants is for Crixus to die in battle, because if that happens, the House of Batiatus will crumble and she will lose everything. This means her values are challenged directly, and she ultimately chooses to pass on completing the fertility ritual, which she believes would guarantee that she gets pregnant, because she is unwilling to risk distracting Crixus from his fight with Theocles. And finally, it humanizes Lucretia more than she has ever been. She is not a nice person. Her dynamic with Crixus is that of repeated sexual assault. And yet the writers still manage to make her sympathetic by depicting her as a woman unable to do the thing women are known for. She cannot have children, and she is devastated. There are now multiple reasons for everything. This is all entirely character-driven, and Blood and Sand is no longer the simple narrative it once was. Crixus is then escorted downstairs by Navia, who takes the opportunity to ask him about the upcoming fight.
You are going to die tomorrow, aren't you?
She doesn't understand why Crixus refused to allow Ilithia to remove him from the fight, and he replies that this would have been humiliating. He is a gladiator, he fights for glory and honor, and if he cannot defeat Theocles, then he will die in the attempt. Navia then repeats essentially what Spartacus was saying earlier.
Honor and glory, that's all you care about, isn't it?
And then they kiss, and then they bang. This adds an extra layer to the previous scene, as it turns out Crixus was in fact chatting shit when he said that love makes a man weak before battle. As he tells Navia, it can give him hope, which is an implicit callback to his discussion with Spartacus. As it turns out, Crixus does indeed have something to fight for beyond the honor of the house. Meanwhile, Asher interrogates a local merchant, whom he presumably has a history with, regarding the brand on Batiatus's would-be assassins. The merchant identifies the slaves as belonging to a trader north of the city named Remus. They return later, and Batiatus interrogates Remus.
Not beef penetrated! You penetrator! Fucking genital lubricating! Fucking hemorrhoid sucking! Penetrator! You penetrator!
Discovering that Ovidius purchased the slaves and was responsible for the assassination attempt. Batiatus decides to pay Ovidius a visit. He has Barca kill Ovidius's wife and at least a couple of others who were present, and waits for him to return home. Ovidius begs for the life of his son, and he admits that although he did hire the slaves, he did so on behalf of Salonius. Batiatus then commands Barca to kill Ovidius.
Burn this fucking place to the ground. But first, take care of the child.
Barca reaches down towards the child, and the clear implication is that he does exactly as instructed. This sequence is integral to what happens later. It reveals that Salonius is not just an asshole, he is actively trying to have Batiatus murdered. It depicts the extent that Barca will go to carry out his master's will, and it shows how ruthless Batiatus can be. The show manages to walk a very tricky line with Batiatus because he often seems like a pretty okay guy who is sympathetic and endearing because he is just so monumentally unlucky. He is intelligent, good at managing people and extracting worth from them, and although he is often foiled whenever he attempts this politically, this is largely as a result of him being from a lower social class. He is also an honorable man, as he commits to locating Sura as repayment for Spartacus saving his life, even though he doesn't actually need to do this, as Spartacus is his slave. And then, he has at least one innocent woman murdered along with a child, and yes, he is of the view that Ovidius did this to them, and he had no choice but to respond if for no other reason than that his life was in danger, but still, he commanded the death of a child. And somehow, Batiatus still remains somewhat sympathetic, because he isn't, I am evil man, I kill children because I am evil man. This is, I am forced to kill a child out of necessity because of the actions of his father who tried to kill me. He doesn't just do the most evil and vindictive thing at every turn, but he certainly has a tendency to go for the nuclear option when he is wronged. The day of the games has arrived, and we are introduced to a couple of new characters. Magistrate Calavius's son Numerius and wife Domitia. Numerius is obsessed with gladiators and seems to have studied their various fighting styles. That's all we get for now, but these two will show up later. Batiatus and Domitia briefly address Numerius, focusing too much on gladiators and not enough on his studies, after which Batiatus and Lucretia share a loving glance. Kids being kids isn't that sweet, before Lucretia looks down, a reminder that she cannot have children, and she remains very much unimpregnated due to the Theocles fight. This beautiful moment lasts for precisely 3 seconds, and little shots like this are what help to flesh out the believability of their relationship and make the audience care. They might both have done horrible things, but they are still a husband and wife who want to have children, but for one reason or another, they are unable to. and the writers using Numerius's introduction to prompt this silent moment with Batiatus and Lucretia is beautiful, effective, and so brief that I actually didn't catch this until the 8th time I watched this episode. Even though I have frankly watched the shit out of this TV show, it still gets better every time, which I consider the mark of a truly great piece of writing. Batiatus has run out of water, and Salonius insists that they share his. Batiatus accepts, though now very aware that Salonius has tried to kill him. Speaking of, Magistrate Calavius shows up and tells the others that his cousin, Ovidius, has been found murdered in his home. The cogs begin turning in Lucretia's head, as well as Salonius's.
Tragedy. One cannot but wonder what might prompt such an act.
Batiatus is now really quite confident, as he knows what Salonius did, and he presumably has plans to deal with him at a later date. But he can do nothing until after this fight, as the stakes are through the fucking roof. Doctore accompanies Spartacus and Crixus to the arena.
My hour of glory is long past. Yours stands before you. Kill that fucking son of a whore.
As the fight is announced, Spartacus and Crixus manage to find common ground in a very minor but very important way. After smiling at Navia in the Pulvinus, Crixus asks,
"You a woman. Is she the reason you refuse to die?"
She is.
Then perhaps there is something beyond glory.
This is excellent, because his growing romance with Navia has allowed Crixus to empathize with Spartacus, despite the fact that he still really does not like him. He understands that everything Spartacus does is in the name of rescuing his wife, and he finally accepts that this is a worthwhile cause. Fucking perfect. And this conversation happening moments before they step into the arena is extremely effective timing-wise, because both men believe there is a high probability that they are about to die, and so they may as well make amends. Additionally, this dialogue directly addresses what both men are fighting for, although in the case of Crixus, his primary motivator is still honor and glory. Nonetheless, he now knows why Spartacus is the way he is, and they step into the arena as brothers for the first time. In a weaker show, the Navia subplot would only exist for this purpose, to inform Crixus teaming up with Spartacus, but nothing in Blood and Sand is a single-use tool. So far, this subplot has only interacted in a relatively minor way with Ash's subplot, as well as Lucretia's, but going forwards, it will become rather important, as we will see later. Spartacus enters the arena and receives abuse from the crowd, whilst Crixus receives adulation.
Shall we begin?
This is a distinct variation of Crixus's catchphrase we heard previously.
Capua! Should I begin?
As he is now referring to himself and Spartacus as we, after rejecting this earlier in the episode.
If we are to defeat Theocritus, there is no such thing in the arena.
The other gladiators, including Doctore, watch from the sidelines with anticipation. Magistrate Calavius continues, "Together they stand against a man who has never fallen, a beast that has never been tamed, a legend that has never been tarnished. Behold, Theocritus, the shadow of death." The legend enters the arena. Theocritus is really fucking big. He isn't quite 10 feet tall, as the legend's told, but he is played by New Zealandian kickboxer Ruben de Jong, who stands at a pretty ridiculous 6'10". He has red eyes, which leans a bit into the fantastical nature of his legend, but can also be explained by his albinism. He also wields 2 very large swords, far larger than any normal gladiator would ever use in this configuration. The fight begins immediately. Spartacus and Crixus work effectively as a team and weave in and out of one another, striking when able and forcing Theocritus to keep changing his target. Theocritus is disarmed relatively quickly and sliced twice across the chest in unison. He falls to the ground, and Spartacus and Crixus look at each other in disbelief. They have slain the legend, which causes Navia to get very thirsty. They then share their first true bonding experience by laughing at the apparent ease of this fight. We get close-ups to see a few reactions. Varro and Barca are ecstatic. Asher is distraught that he lost his bet. Doctore knows that this was far too easy. And then the giant stands back up.
Capua! Shall I begin?
he attacks them ferociously. Spartacus and Crixus are no longer working as a team, they are instead getting in each other's way. Crixus desperately presses the attack, is sliced in the arm, the first time we have seen Crixus bleed in the arena, and he is thrown to the floor. Spartacus then engages and is easily knocked down. Crixus attacks again and manages to stab Theocles in the abdomen, and because this is really good, I'm going to assume that this was a reference to Aragorn versus Lurtz, rather than the studio being like, oh my god, make it like the Lord of the Rings. Theocles headbutts Crixus away and removes the sword from his gut. Crixus, now disarmed, is unable to defend himself, and he is slashed across the front and back. The undefeated Gaul falls to the floor. Before Theocles can finish the job, Spartacus leaps over Crixus's shield for the second time in the show and attacks Theocles. After a back and forth, Spartacus loses his shield and is repeatedly struck by the giant before Crixus, with his intestines partially hanging out, picks up his helmet and uses it to reflect the sun into Theocles' face. Spartacus takes advantage of this and he is able to decapitate the giant. I really wish I could show you this bit, but it's pretty fucking graphic, and, it isn't worth the video going down. The crowd goes berserk. Spartacus stands victorious. Crixus lies half dead. The other gladiators are speechless. But then, it happens. Clouds form overhead, and after months of drought, it starts to rain. This episode opened with visuals heavily emphasizing the oppressive heat from the drought, something that has been present throughout the series so far, but here was depicted with far more intensity. Gnaeus passed out due to the lack of water, Ilithyia mentions her thirst multiple times, and Batiatus actually ran out of water just before the fight. But now, the games have served their purpose. The gods were pleased, and it has finally begun to rain. This event solidifies Spartacus as the bringer of rain in the eyes of the Roman people. He has gone from being booed as he walked in to celebrated as a legend, the slayer of Theocles. Every character present is overwhelmed with joy, with the exceptions of Asher, Lucretia, Naevia, and Salonius. Crixus's body is removed from the arena as the crowd begins to chant Spartacus, Spartacus, Spartacus. He has achieved the impossible and will now be able to amply afford to rescue his wife. Spartacus and Crixus fighting against Theocles is one of the highlights of the show, and not because it is super tightly choreographed or particularly visually stunning. It is extremely impressive, but not due to the spectacle. The spectacle itself only works because of the narrative surrounding it, and if you were to just watch this scene on its own with no context, then you would probably be like, yeah, the fighting's okay, but the CGI's a bit weak, isn't it? And unfortunately, this is how such scenes are often treated by viewers, because this is how they are treated by producers, because this is how they are treated by viewers, and around the mediocrity goes. You won't get quality in the writing department if you obsess over the superficial. The reason this scene is so fucking good is because there is the main plot and about 10 subplots all moving in the background, and the stakes of this fight are built on a complex web of interwoven storytelling, not just, oh no, will the goody survive? Spartacus needs to win, not so that he can save his wife, because remember, he is willing to die if necessary, and he trusts Batiatus to save her. He needs to win to ensure that the house of Batiatus does not cease to exist. Crixus needs to win because he wants glory, and he also wants Naevia. Batiatus needs them to win so that he doesn't lose quite literally everything. Lucretia needs them to win for the same reason, but she is also personally invested in Crixus and against Spartacus. Naevia needs them to win because she really doesn't want Crixus to die. Ilithyia wants to watch the spectacle, but she is particularly interested in watching Spartacus die. Salonius is heavily financially invested in the fight, as he paid a huge amount of money to lure Theocles back to Capua, and if he wins as expected, he will have total victory over Batiatus, even though Batiatus survived his assassination attempt, which will then mean that Batiatus's knowledge that Salonius was behind it becomes meaningless. Magistrate Calavius doesn't particularly care who wins, as either way a legend of the arena will fall, and he believes this will appease the gods and finally bring an end to the drought. Doctore wants them to win so that they can finish what he started and redeem him for his past failure. Barker wants them to win because he considers Crixus a friend and their collective victory would honor the house, and he has placed a bet with Asher that promises to earn him a significant amount of money. Asher wants Theocles to win because then he will get his revenge on Crixus for crippling him, and he will win the bet against Barker. Varro is good friends with Spartacus, so of course he wants him to win. And finally, Theocles wants to win because he considers himself the only god of the arena. Crixus is unworthy of the title. Of the 15 characters present, only 2 of them have no personal investment in the fight, and those are the 2 characters who have literally just been introduced, Numerius and Domitia. In a weaker show, we simply wouldn't have a fucking fraction of this depth, this wide spread of character investment, these expansive stakes that truly interact directly with every single subplot in the show. This is the definition of efficient storytelling because the writers have masterfully directed every subplot towards a single fight, which means the fight is incredibly important to the narrative and is not just 6 minutes of meaningless action. This is by far the most important fight so far in the series, and both the build-up and the execution, as well as the subtle but very distinct changes in Crixus's character that make him more sympathetic than he has ever been, moments before he is brutally cut down by his opponent, help to make this one of the strongest episodes of the season, head and shoulders above the prior 4 episodes. Shadow Games would probably take my number 4 spot overall, however. There are certainly 2, possibly 3 or 4 episodes that I consider even better than this. Speaking of... Episode 6 opens with Batiatus giving a celebratory speech to his gladiators. He presents Spartacus as the new champion of Capua, and as the gladiators chant his name, this is intercut with split-second shots showing a lot of blood, gradually panning up to a body on a table, the badly injured Crixus. Interestingly, Crixus's title of the undefeated Gaul means that he has never lost a fight in the arena, and the 2 ways you would lose a fight would be to die or to give the missio and beg for your life. Crixus has never done this, which means he is technically still the undefeated Gaul. Anyway, Spartacus is replacing Crixus in real time, as Batiatus claims his victory over Theocles eclipses all others. And Batiatus likely holds this view because Spartacus may well have saved his life a second time by granting him the ability to pay his debts. Now that Spartacus has become a legend, Batiatus wants to fully exploit him so as to maximize profit. Spartacus quite reasonably asks what could possibly come next, given that he has just defeated a man who could not be defeated. And Batiatus replies, everything. Spartacus is to rebrand by adjusting his fighting style to match Theocles, and he is to be given new armor. He is, however, of singular purpose, and Batiatus knows this. He delivers the good news. He has found Sura, and he has already sent someone to retrieve her.
You are an honorable man.
This is a revelation in itself, because Batiatus has multiple times told Spartacus, yeah, I'm looking, but you keep your focus on the arena, whilst drip-feeding little bits of information to him. This is the first concrete suggestion we and Spartacus have received that Batiatus was indeed looking for Sura in the background, which means all of his hard work is about to pay off. Spartacus is then taken to his new quarters. As the champion, he has been given a private room away from the others. This actually gives us a bit of information about Crixus, as Crixus was the champion, and yet he did not sleep in this room. This potentially suggests that Crixus did not want to be treated any differently to the other gladiators, as although he was the champion, he was still a member of the Brotherhood, and he considered such a thing sacred. He did not want to remove himself from his brothers and receive special treatment. Doctore's attitude towards Spartacus has changed dramatically following his victory. He no longer considers Spartacus a wild animal incapable of fighting with honor. He now has deep respect for the man for finally killing Theocles, and bringing an end to Doctore's shame. Spartacus shakes Doctore's hand and thanks him, as he knows the only reason he lives to see his wife again is because of Doctore's instruction. Spartacus is, however, surprised and disappointed to learn that only he is to sleep in this room, and Sura will not be allowed to join him. She will stay in the villa, where she will serve Lucretia. This is a snag in Spartacus's plan because although he believes himself capable of protecting his wife, he cannot protect her if she is not with him. He has seen the slaves in the villa be routinely mistreated, some more than others, as although Navia, for example, is generally treated very well, and this would be a lifestyle Spartacus could potentially deem acceptable for his wife, many of the other slaves are not. It is entirely possible that if Sura becomes a house slave for Lucretia, she could randomly be chosen by Glaber or some other Roman of status and be forced to do unspeakable things, and Batiatus would be unable to stop this even if he wanted to. This doubt serves as the catalyst for the rest of this episode, as although Spartacus has achieved what he set out to achieve, his victory, as it turns out, has not earned him the ability to be with his wife. More plans are needed. Doctore, however, says that Spartacus is rising quicker than any other gladiator he has ever witnessed, and that if he keeps going the way he is, he will earn freedom for himself and his wife. Words intended as encouragement, but words that instead serve as a reminder that although he is to be reunited with Sura, they will not be free. Meanwhile, Barca confronts Asher on the topic of their little bet. Asher says he will have trouble gathering the required funds due to the ridiculous odds, but Barca literally grabs him by the balls and tells him,
"Beg, steal, or kill to cover what is owed, or you will have two worthless legs and nothing in between to prop yourself up."
Barca then returns to his room and has a chat with Pietros. Pietros has appeared a few times so far, but he isn't a major character, so I hadn't mentioned him. He and Barca are lovers. Pietros is not a gladiator himself, but he assists Doctore by gathering weapons and other training equipment. He and Barca have some birds they look after together, and Pietros showed kindness to Spartacus by offering him water when he was shunned by the others due to him fighting in the pits. Pietros is perhaps the only truly kind and gentle soul in the show, and he and Barca do appear to truly be in love rather than fuck buddies. Because Barca has just won a huge amount of cash from Asher, he has realized that he can buy freedom for both of them. Are you noticing any parallels to Spartacus and Sura? Because you fucking should be. Then we get some crucial setup. Pietros notices blood on Barca's clothing that he wore when Ovidius was murdered. Pietros knew that Ovidius had been murdered, but he did not know until now that Barca was responsible. Pietros is in shock that Barca also killed Ovidius's slaves and wife. Barca responds that he simply did as commanded, and then Pietros directly asks him,
"What of the young boy, Ovidius' son?"
Barca confirms that these were his orders, but due to his affection for delicate things, he decided to spare the boy and took him far from his home and left him to await discovery, by which time Barca intends to be free. There is a hole in this logic, and that hole reveals one of two things. Chronologically, Barca did not win his bet until after he had spared the boy. This means either that the writers didn't notice this discrepancy, or it reveals to audience members who are paying attention that Barca must have killed the boy as instructed, and he is lying to Pietros. This is a brilliant example of how discrepancies and inconsistencies in intelligent and competent writing can deepen our understanding of the characters and imply things before they are made explicit. Whilst whenever this kind of thing happens in bad media, it is as a result of the writers not noticing or not caring, and breaking their characters or their world as a result. Anyway, Pietros is relieved that Barca claims not to have killed the child, but oh dear, Asher was eavesdropping, and I am sure nothing bad will happen as a result of this. Lucretia and Batiatus enjoy a bath for the first time in months, as their wealth, good fortune, and water have all returned thanks to Spartacus, the bringer of rain. He starts railing one of the... Yeah, sorry, I can't play the footage from this scene because fucking everyone is naked. Honestly, blurring the naughty bits would mean I'm blurring like 75% of the screen, so enjoy some more Teletubbies footage. Lucretia tells her husband that she is very concerned about Spartacus's wife. The promise of finding her was the only thing that kept him in check, and she suspects that her presence will revert him to his Thracian ways and thoughts of defiance. Batiatus dismisses this, saying that he will reunite them as promised, and that doing so will bind him to them. His reasoning here is that Spartacus will be so grateful that he will serve without coercion. And this, plus his suggestion that he wants to make Salonius suffer rather than dealing with him immediately, indicates that Batiatus has become very arrogant very quickly. He has just put on a legendary showing in the arena, and his obsession with Spartacus has now caused him to almost entirely forget about Crixus, to the point where he doesn't particularly care if Crixus even survives.
Crixus is not forgotten. He will always have position if he survives.
This has made him very rich, and has apparently undone all of his problems overnight. But rather than treating this sudden influx of wealth and power with respect, Batiatus wants to exploit it and turn it into more wealth and power. He has just one, and he immediately resets and gives himself a new mission. There is something to be said for constantly setting yourself objectives so that you have something to aspire to. The flaw with Batiatus is perhaps that he is never satisfied. He always wants more. Spartacus stands by the cliff, quite literally standing on the precipice, or perhaps the brink, before he is approached by Varro. Unlike virtually everyone else, Spartacus does not believe himself to be blessed by the gods. When he tells Varro that Sura is on her way here as they speak, Varro replies,
"Still you doubt the gods favor you."
To which Spartacus responds that the gods are just as responsible for her suffering as for her rescue, which is to say they are responsible for neither. The writers then, once again, use Varro to deliver exposition to both the audience and Spartacus. Spartacus asks a handful of questions that become increasingly suspicious. From which way does she travel? Are there roads to the mountains in the east? And which ones are most sparsely traveled? Varro realizes that Spartacus is cooking up another wacky scheme, and he tells Spartacus that yes, some of the roads are sparsely traveled, but not to the point of the champion of Capua going unnoticed if overcome by questionable thoughts. Spartacus is planning to escape, mirroring Batiatus. He has just done the impossible by defeating Theocles. He has become the champion of Capua after fighting a grand total of 2 fights in the arena, and his wife is being delivered to him right now. And, like Batiatus, he immediately resets and gives himself a new mission. The difference here is that Spartacus being unsatisfied by his wife becoming a slave to Lucretia is entirely reasonable because of what this means given the culture of the time. Unlike Batiatus, Spartacus doesn't want more, he wants less. He wants to be free and to be left alone with his wife. Becoming the champion of Capua was only a step towards achieving that end. Anyway, Varro emphatically cautions Spartacus against ideas of escape, saying that no one has ever attempted such a thing and lived. Another impossible task for Spartacus to set his mind to overcoming.
It is a thing born of the impossible.
The same was said of defeating Theocles.
This is where the arrogance comes in, which also mirrors Batiatus. Spartacus believes he can basically do whatever he sets his mind to, leveraging his new title and reputation, and so nothing is off limits. We then see a highly stylized dream sequence where Spartacus explains his escape plan to Varro, and it is no more detailed than simply hacking the guards to pieces and walking out the front door. Varro finds this very funny and points out that Spartacus would not have access to a weapon that would allow him to do this, nor does he have a horse to escape upon. Spartacus replies that he plans to take advantage of any opportunity to seize a weapon, which is to say that he hopes that the gods that he doesn't believe in will shit one out and give it to him, and he figures that a horse will be readily available because Sura is arriving by cart. Varro then says that none of that matters because Spartacus has not considered the one man who could stop him. And we then see another fantasy sequence in which Doctore prevents Spartacus from killing the guards, which results in Sura and himself being killed. Spartacus admits that he had not considered Doctore, but is adamant that one way or another, he will have freedom for both of them. We then see the streets of Capua, and there are people copulating in the streets, which means Tinky Winky, it's time for your close-up. Everyone is celebrating, and the mood is starkly different to earlier in the season. Batiatus has brought Spartacus to an armorsmith to create his new drip. Spartacus requests that he be permitted to wear it when his wife arrives, ostensibly to impress her, but then we get another dream sequence showing the guards failing to stop Spartacus on account of his new armor. Batiatus agrees, saying that a man must always appear his best in the eyes of love.
The swords, however.
What need would I have of them?
Spartacus receiving his new armor has caused quite a bit of buzz in Capua, and they are visited by Magistrate Calavius and his son Numerius, who is now obsessed with Spartacus, having witnessed him defeating Theocles. Once again, the writers are not content with just being like, oh wow, Calavius and his son are just here for absolutely no reason. Imagine that. Not only do they give a character-driven justification for their presence, but this justification is plot critical. Because Numerius is obsessed with Spartacus, he wanted to purchase something from Thrace. Numerius presents a Thracian dagger and hands it to Spartacus for him to examine it. We then get a very brief but incredibly effective shot of Doctore carefully considering this. As Spartacus is or was known for being unpredictable, he is a slave, and he is now standing next to their master whilst holding a dagger. Although Batiatus does not show any signs of caution, as he is just as infatuated with Spartacus as Numerius, Doctore is above such awe. And although he respects Spartacus, he is not 100% sure that he can be trusted. This very brief shot of Doctore also helps to establish just how perceptive, loyal, and careful he is, and that he is indeed the one man who can stop Spartacus. Anyway, Spartacus examines the dagger and confirms that it is genuine, it is a warrior's weapon, and he explains that each notch on the hilt indicates a kill. Spartacus then seizes an opportunity, which is exactly what he said he intended when speaking with Varro, and he invites Numerius to the ludus so that he can teach the boy the blow that brought down Theocles. Calavius and his son depart to attend Ovidius's funeral, but agree to visit the ludus later that day. Batiatus compliments Spartacus's shrewd maneuvering, believing that he took the initiative to help his master build political connections and their reputation, when in actuality, Spartacus invited Numerius to do the opposite. He intends to borrow the dagger and use it during his escape. Before we continue, I want to stick on this dagger plot device and explain just how well integrated it is. Spartacus's original plan, as described to Varro, involved taking advantage of any opportunity to acquire a weapon, as without a weapon, escape will be even more impossible than it already is.
Or do you believe the gods will drop one from the sky along with the rain?
This is treated as a joke, but the problem it presents both Spartacus and the writers is very real. How do you get a weapon into the hands of a slave intent on escape without undermining the believability of your setting or your characters? Let's consider how a vastly inferior writer might approach this. Spartacus needs a weapon, and he needs one within the next 2 days before Sura arrives. Luckily, Pietros wasn't paying attention when he locked up the weapons, and he forgot to lock the door, which means Spartacus now has free access to them. But how does he conceal it and get it to his room? Luckily, there were no guards in between the weapons cupboard and Spartacus's room. And how does he keep it hidden? Luckily, no one enters his room at any point in the following 2 days for any reason that would notice the big fucking sword lying on his bed. As with all things that rely on luck, this could happen. But when you make your plot entirely contingent upon random chance, it becomes less and less believable because it feels like you are no longer watching a story where causes have effects and actions have consequences. It feels like you are watching a TV show written by someone who doesn't know what they are doing. Because the writers of Spartacus know exactly what they are doing, they justify all of the moving parts, without ever feeling like they are just doing a giant info dump for the benefit of the audience. The first thing that needed to happen here is for Numerius and Spartacus to cross paths. Spartacus is in the market getting his new armor, which Batiatus would make happen as soon as possible because he wants to exploit Spartacus's newfound fame immediately. Running parallel to this, Numerius, singularly characterized so far as a young boy obsessed with gladiators, is in the market with his father and has purchased a Thracian knife as a memento of the fight. Neither of these events are random. Spartacus getting new armor and Numerius buying the Thracian knife were both prompted by the same event, Spartacus defeating Theocles. Both happening in the same afternoon is not only acceptable, but expected, given the characterization of Batiatus and Numerius. Calavius and Numerius bumping into Spartacus is not random chance because there is a crowd of people outside of the armory, and Spartacus is a celebrity. This would be noticed, and Numerius would insist that he be allowed to meet his hero. The fact that from Spartacus's perspective, he's like, oh wow, that was lucky. Some kid was like, hey, do you like my knife? So I invited him back to the ludus. That does not mean that any of this happened thanks to random luck. All of this felt inevitable, as if this happening in any other way would have either been out of character or some other break in the logical progression. Later that day, Numerius and his father arrive at the ludus. Numerius is struggling to get the hang of fighting, and Spartacus tells him that his belt is slowing him down, and so he removes it along with the Thracian knife. Then a messenger arrives informing Calavius that Ovidius's son has been found alive. This supports what Barca said to Pietros earlier. He couldn't bring himself to kill the boy, so he had mercy. Calavius summons his son, and they leave, but not before Spartacus is able to sneakily borrow the knife and conceal it in his armor. This is a very small but mechanically important moment. A lesser show would simply be like, then he takes the knife and wow, wasn't that lucky, no one noticed. But we are given ample reason to justify why Spartacus would get away with this. Firstly, Numerius had to leave in a hurry, and he was starstruck by training with Spartacus. Imagine that you were hanging out with Brad Pitt in a pub somewhere, and then when you got home you realized you no longer had your phone. I highly doubt that the thought of Brad Pitt stealing your phone would ever cross your mind. Secondly, Batiatus and Lucretia have far more important things to worry about, as they have just been informed that Barca has disobeyed a direct order, which is probably going to lead to Batiatus being identified as behind Ovidius's murder. The only character who perhaps would have noticed such a thing is Doctore, and he is not present. Spartacus has used a chunk of his winnings to purchase wine and women for the other gladiators in celebration of his victory. This appears a selfless gesture, one that will also benefit Batiatus, but Varro knows exactly what Spartacus is up to.
Tomorrow the men will be slow from drink.
And half the guards with them.
The plan is indeed coming together. However, they note that a certain Doctore is not partaking in the pleasures of booze and there's an orgy. Yeah, for the rest of the episode, there's an orgy in the background.
Didn't we get a jiggle note from Stars about this orgy?
We got a jiggle note.
The infamous jiggle note. After it's all cut together, we got a note from Stars saying that they didn't want us to have sex that was so vigorous that the women were jiggling because they thought that became too pornographic.
Yeah. Stars, and good on them, they really wanted to push the envelope with sex and the boundaries that are in television. And we had already shot several sex scenes in previous episodes, and they still kind of, I still always kind of got the note of they wanted more. And I always kind of thought, gosh, I thought that scene and that big party scene in the first episode was pretty good, but apparently it wasn't good enough. So I gathered all of the extras together at the beginning of the day, and I said, look, we have a challenge before us, and Stars doesn't think we're going far enough with the sex, so here's what I want you guys to do. And I just kind of told them, I said, go as far as you guys want, make me come up to you guys and say, whoa, 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 back off, back off, back off. And thankfully, they I never had to do that.
So the ladle didn't make you say, whoa, 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 whoa?
No, the ladle was my idea.
Of course.
I looked in the crowd and I found this couple, and they were actually, I don't know if they're married or just boyfriend and girlfriend, but anyways, I said, I want you to fuck this guy in the ass with a spoon, with a ladle. And she laughed, and she laughed her ass off. She says, "Really?" I said, "Oh yes, absolutely. I want the Stars to see this and go, oh my God, that's too far," because then I accomplished my my goal.
We're watching it, and I go, "What is that?" Because the guy is bent over a table, and sure enough, this girl is fucking him in the ass with a ladle. I mean, it's shot at an angle where it's kind of implied. But the thing that got me is you pan off of those, and then you pan back to them, and she's cranking the ladle. It was cranking the ladle. Just
poor John Cavill. He's one of the DPs on the show. He was operating the camera, and I said, John, in all the chaos, because there's so much noise, everyone's yelling and screaming, and I said, John, get the chick fucking the guy in the ass with the spoon.
So Spartacus comes up with another plan. Under the guise of paying his respects to Crixus, he steals a sedative from the medicus and puts it in a cup of wine intended for Doctore. Although this is an act, this doesn't mean Spartacus is being insincere. He tells the unconscious Crixus, "Without you, brother, my blood would have fallen in the arena instead of the rain. May the gods forever honor Crixus, the undefeated Gaul." He then asks forgiveness before sticking his finger in one of Crixus's wounds, reopening it, and allowing him to determine which powder he needs to put in Doctore's drink to have the desired effect.
Will this heal him?
No, but it will calm him to sleep so that I may seal the wound.
Spartacus then attempts to ply Doctore with the spiked wine, as really everything else has gone according to plan. Instead of drinking and fucking, Doctore is in his room praying. He appreciates the offer of wine because of what Spartacus has done for him in defeating Theocles, but he tells Spartacus that he has not consumed wine for many years, not because his gods forbid it, but because it is a matter of discipline. Again, the writers could have just had this character be like, I don't drink wine because I don't like wine, but instead they tie his reason for not consuming alcohol back to his character. Doctore is strict, wise, and experienced. He wakes up before everyone else, and if he were alive in modern times, he would be the guy pumping iron at 5 a.m. before taking the kids to school. He is not refusing to drink the wine because he is suspicious of Spartacus's motive. In fact, he welcomes the gesture. He refuses because when he sets his mind to something, he does it. And there is no prospect of, oh, well, what if... No, this man is committed and he does not drink. This, obviously, presents Spartacus with a problem, because even though he is overconfident, even he acknowledges that Doctore is the one man who could stop him, which means his options are to find a way to convince the man who doesn't drink wine to drink wine, or accept defeat and hope that Doctore doesn't get in his way in the morning. So he begins discussing his wife, saying that Sura always cautioned discipline as well, and that she is a far better person than he is, thereby implying that Spartacus believes the same to be true of Doctore. He tells Doctore that she is the reason his heart beats within his chest, and Spartacus realizes that Doctore once knew the same kind of love. He too once had a wife.
I would have desired to meet her and tell her of her husband's worth.
He then apologizes for disturbing Doctore's prayers and begins to leave, before Doctore tells him that he cannot drink to victory, but he will instead drink to Spartacus's wife and her joyous return.
Discipline gives way to the moment.
On its own, this is not quite as airtight as some of the other bits of character work we have seen elsewhere. Spartacus convinces Doctore to drink some wine by discussing how much he loves his wife, incidentally discovering that Doctore once had a wife of his own, and by complimenting Doctore and thanking him for his help. This is stacked against Doctore's highly disciplined nature, and he decides to compromise and pay his respects to Spartacus and his wife. The reason this works is because of context from elsewhere. Namely, the fact that Spartacus put an end to a fight left unfinished by Doctore years earlier, and Doctore believes that Spartacus has put an end to his shame. He owes Spartacus, and he truly wishes him happiness. This isn't, oh, go on then, I'll just have one. This isn't a recovering alcoholic trying to justify one more hit. Although Spartacus is tricking Doctore here by spiking his drink, he is again being sincere. If not for Doctore, Spartacus would absolutely have died against Theocles, if not earlier. Because he is set on escaping, he truly does not want to cross swords with Doctore, a man who has earned his respect. This means, if Spartacus is to escape, the best outcome for both of them is for Doctore to be incapacitated. Meanwhile, Batiatus and Lucretia debate what to do about Ovidius's son, and Asher shows up right on time to stir the pot.
We are betrayed by the beast of fucking Carthage.
This is again very clear character work. Batiatus places a high degree of trust in Asher as he speaks so openly with him regarding something that could have dire consequences. Asher then reveals that he overheard Barker and Pietros discussing the prospect of freedom, which is true, and because Barker had never shown any desire for freedom previously, they figure he has had enough and has deliberately set Batiatus up by sparing Ovidius' son, with the intention of riding off into the sunset with Pietros on one arm and a middle finger on the other. All three characters then offer different suggestions as to how to deal with Barker. Lucretia wants to just execute him immediately, which would solve the problem, and is the most rational response, provided you truly believe Barker has betrayed you. Batiatus wants to look into the man's eyes and see if he is a traitor, so he orders the guards to summon Barker as he intends to interrogate him and learn the truth. This is less rational and more emotional, which is informed by Batiatus taking any affront personally. Asher, being rather adept in the art of being a slippery little bastard, concocts a dastardly scheme involving Pietros. He wants to turn one against the other without them even realizing what is going on. So Batiatus explains to Pietros that he was forced to take retribution against Ovidius because Ovidius had attempted to kill him. He says that he only instructed Barker to kill Ovidius, and that he was horrified to learn that the entire family had been killed, including his young son.
If Barker exceeded my orders and laid hand to such an act...
No, he didn't kill the boy. He swore he'd never harm a child.
And just like that, Asher has used Pietros to seal Barker's fate. Now, if you were a bad writer, you might just leave the scene right there. Batiatus says, "Cool, thanks Pietros, go back and enjoy the party." But if they had just done this, then it would not address the prospect of Pietros telling Barker, "By the way, don't worry about the child you were supposed to kill, I just told Batiatus all about it," which would then dramatically change what happens next. Because the writers of Spartacus are very good at what they do, they see all this coming and cut it off before it becomes a problem.
Well, this gives reason to put conscience to rest.
He'll be so pleased to know it.
We'll keep it from him yet a while. I do not wish to taint their celebration with such dark thoughts.
This provides a perfect justification for Pietros keeping his mouth shut, because Barker is having the time of his life. Pietros respects Batiatus, and he loves Barker, and so he does as instructed. Batiatus then tells Asher to allow Barker to drink for a little bit longer, and when his wits are damp with wine, he will see Barker rewarded for his loyalty. Asher then proceeds to stage 2. He tells Barker that he has secured the money needed to pay him, and that it will be delivered in the morning. He then offers to help Barker negotiate his freedom.
Your skills, while impressive in the arena, lack a certain gentle touch in the art of negotiation.
But he does not present this act as selfless. Asher knows that the other gladiators despise him, and although Barker is not the brightest, he would obviously find this highly suspicious. So Asher says that if he negotiates a better price, half the difference will be subtracted from his debt to Barker, meaning that from Barker's perspective he has nothing to lose, and from Asher's perspective he will have to pay Barker slightly less than he is owed. In a move that is simply unheard of in 2025, the writers of the Blood and Boobies show essentially put extra effort into addressing the plausibility of a hypothetical, as we already know that Asher has no intention of negotiating for Barker's freedom. This is all a ruse. But little details like this help to ensure that the characters feel believable, as although Asher is bullshitting, his bullshit has to make sense from his perspective. Otherwise, it makes both himself and Barker look like fucking idiots. With some encouragement from Pietros and no reason to decline, Barker accepts. He is brought before Batiatus, and things immediately go south, as Batiatus accuses Barker of disobeying him. Barker says Ovidius' son being alive is impossible, claiming to have strangled the boy to death as instructed. Batiatus reveals that Pietros spoke otherwise, and Barker claims that he lied to Pietros, not wanting to admit to having murdered a child.
So you lied to him.
Or he lies to you now. Traitor!
Asher is starting to panic. His scheme is unraveling because Barker's reasonable explanation seems to be causing Batiatus to doubt his conviction. Barker realizes he is being set up and notices that the guards have surrounded him. When Batiatus turns around, Asher draws a knife and stabs Barker in the back. Barker defends himself, which causes the guards to get involved. He attempts to flee and is repeatedly slashed by the guards. Intercut with this, we see the fruits of another betrayal. Doctore realizes that he has been tricked as he passes out from a single cup of wine. Barker is stabbed repeatedly as we see Pietros enjoying the party downstairs, dreaming of freedom. Lucretia arrives, drawn by the sound of Barker's screams. Batiatus approaches the beast of Carthage, knife drawn.
Now you're free!
And he cuts Barker's throat.
And in our world, the thing he's being accused of and the thing he will ultimately die for is because Batiatus thinks he didn't kill the kid. And a lot of people, based on episode 5 and what happens in the first half of this, strongly wanted to believe that Barker let the kid go. But no, he strangled the child.
Mm-hmm.
This is a pivotal moment in the series for multiple reasons. It is the first major payoff we get for Asher, who basically little-fingers Barker by outsmarting and manipulating him, leading to his death. Asher is ruthless and psychopathic. His plan involved leveraging Pietros's love for Barker, as well as Batiatus's tendency to go for the nuclear option. He was intelligent enough to drive a wedge between Batiatus and one of his best gladiators, and although the plan did not go quite as smoothly as intended, because he had to deliver the first blow, he nonetheless got exactly what he wanted. And now, Pietros is alone, with no one to protect him, under the belief that Barker purchased his own freedom and then abandoned him. And Asher could not care less.
Barker never returned.
Nor will he. He has his freedom.
He was to take me with him.
The price of freedom was too steep for the both of you.
The scene itself remains ambiguous as to whether or not Barker did indeed kill Ovidius's son, but moments after Barker is killed, Magistrate Calavius arrives and he is not happy. The presumption here is that Calavius has spoken with Ovidius's son and now knows or strongly suspects that Batiatus was behind the murder, which, if true, means the jig is up. Although Batiatus dealt with Barker, which means Ovidius's son cannot identify the man who killed his parents, this doesn't mean the boy would be unable to provide any useful information regarding the identities of the attackers, including, at a minimum, a physical description of Barker and a description of Batiatus's voice. The house of Batiatus may be about to come crashing down. Calavius tells Batiatus that the message delivered to him earlier was filled with false hope. Ovidius's child was not seen on any road, and his body was discovered amongst the ashes of the villa. This means Barker did not betray his master. This means Batiatus just murdered a loyal gladiator for no reason. And this then reveals another masterstroke of Asher's plan. No culpability of any wrongdoing can be laid at his feet. All he appears to have done, from Batiatus's perspective, is report the truth as he believed it to be. He reported that Barker intended to buy his freedom, which was true, and he reported that Barker told Pietros that he spared the boy, which was also true.
The man was yet loyal.
He wished for his freedom.
A betrayal in itself.
They both very quickly rationalize a justification for wanting Barker dead regardless of his obedience, before moving on to happier things, the return of Spartacus's wife. Lucretia tries one last time to dissuade Batiatus from reuniting them, but Batiatus is set. He owes Spartacus a debt, and he will keep his word. In the morning, the gladiators and most of the guards are passed out, and Spartacus appears ready to enact his plan. We get one more brief dream sequence showing that Spartacus intends to abduct Batiatus at knife point so as to dissuade any guards from pursuing him, and he says he will release Batiatus further up the road. Varro says goodbye to Spartacus for the last time, and wishes him well. Spartacus adorns his armor and conceals the Thracian dagger in his vambrace. The cart enters the ludus. For the first time since the end of episode 5, it stops raining, and the sun shines through the clouds. Batiatus approaches the driver, and already something feels off. The driver has not moved. Before there is any time to dwell on this, however, Spartacus walks towards Batiatus, whose back is now turned. Varro watches in anticipation. Doctore emerges from the ludus, clearly worse for wear, but as soon as he sets his eyes on Spartacus, he begins moving with purpose, whip in hand. Spartacus reaches for the knife and is about to begin enacting his plan, but the driver then reveals that he is badly wounded and claims to have been attacked on the road. Spartacus rushes to the rear of the cart, dreading what he will find.
A lot of viewers were very shocked about what happened at the end. They often talk about they thought either there was going to be no one in the cart or that Gladiatus was going to bring the wrong person and say he thought that was Sura. But nobody expected what actually happened.
Sura lies dying, and in her last moments, she moves to run her hand through her husband's hair, not realizing that his long hair has been cut. She smiles at him before closing her eyes.
I'm here.
Spartacus breaks down crying, cradling his wife's body.
My word is kept. They're reunited.
And so, episode 6 concludes with an emotional gut punch that leaves the audience shocked and anticipating where this story could possibly go next. The twist that Sura has been killed, and the double twist that Gladiatus orchestrated this, is a fantastic example of setup and misdirection that ensures the audience does not see it coming. The writers have gradually built the character of Gladiatus from an uncaring and entirely selfish man who benefits from blood sport into a man who owes a debt of honor to one of his slaves. He treats Spartacus with greater respect than any other, partly because he saved his life, partly because he is now the champion of Capua and the slayer of Theocles, and partly because he at least appears to empathize with Spartacus's plight in reuniting with his wife. Their relationship is framed from episode 2 onwards as mutually beneficial, despite the fact that he is the master and Spartacus is the slave, and now that Spartacus has brought unprecedented wealth and status to the house, Gladiatus claims that he feels obliged to repay this debt, and the audience accepts this because there is no initial indication that Gladiatus intends otherwise. The show convinces the audience that Gladiatus is going to do what he says, because he is a man of his word and he truly believed that he owed Spartacus a debt. Everything involving Barca, however, serves as a fantastic precursor to what happens to Sura, even though Gladiatus will have ordered Sura's death prior to even knowing about Barca's supposed betrayal. His means of dealing with Barca also show us that no one is safe. They are all slaves, and if you get in Gladiatus's way, he will end you. He believes that even considering freedom is a betrayal, which heightens the tension further when the cart arrives. This, plus his desire to deal with Salonius slowly so as to savor his death, informs us that Gladiatus is becoming overconfident and may indeed be capable of such a thing, although this never crosses the line into becoming expected. The general tone of the first half of the episode is also notably distinct from much of the rest of the season, as it leans somewhat harder into comedy. All characters are ecstatic given what happened in the prior episode. The only characters who are not happy with the outcome are Crixus, Lucretia, Asher, and Navia. We get multiple somewhat comedic dream sequences theorizing the various ways Spartacus plans to escape, and when this plan is affected by new factors, it results in Sura's death, which again throws the audience off because it takes place during a highly stylized dream sequence, and this causes Spartacus to alter his plan so as to avoid such an outcome. And Sura's actual death doesn't occur because his escape plan goes wrong. His escape plan never even gets off the ground. Probably the most important misdirect, however, is that the writers trick the audience by focusing the episode on Spartacus's ill-advised plan for escape, which means the prospect of Sura arriving dead is not even on our radar. Everything Spartacus does here is built upon the proposition that Sura is alive, because he truly believes Gladiatus will keep his word, and a large focus is put on Spartacus doing his best to ensure that the escape plan goes smoothly. The primary conflict for him in this episode is refining his plan and making sure nothing gets in the way. The first half of this final scene does precisely this. It focuses the drama on Spartacus approaching Gladiatus with a knife before Doctore shows up intent on stopping him. None of this has anything to do with Sura being dead, which means when we get the reveal, it is that much more shocking because it appears to have come out of nowhere, whilst also making complete sense. Spartacus does not consider that Sura has been killed, and nor should he, and so neither do we. But this means he failed to save her before the rains washed everything away. The vision from the gods was entirely accurate. As for why Batiatus does this, no explanation is given until episode 7, but to summarize, he believed Spartacus needed to see his dead wife with his own eyes, rather than simply hear that she couldn't be found.
She was his life, the heart beating beneath his chest. Such a man would not believe she was gone unless his own eyes told him it was so.
This would then tie Spartacus to the house and ensure that he had no further desires outside of it, whilst also ensuring that Spartacus remained loyal by concealing that Batiatus had anything to do with Sura's death. All of this makes complete sense from Batiatus' perspective. The reason why such an action was not expected, even by Lucretia, is because no one thought that Batiatus was capable of such an evil act. And this act establishes Batiatus unambiguously as a villain, and a fan-fucking-tastic one at that.
Was there ever a point where he thought about reuniting them?
I think early on there might have been.
Oh, really? So what changed your mind and caused you to kill Sura then?
In Batiatus' mind, I think he started off with the right intent, but slowly veered into that's not going to do him any good. On the writing side, Sura was always going to die about mid-season. That moment with Batiatus saying my promise is kept and showing the audience that he had her murdered was something that we really had to go round and round with Stars about, is they wanted to delay revealing that until 3 or 4 episodes later, and we strongly felt that if we didn't reveal it now, it would look like, well, Sura just came back and she was attacked and now she's dead. That it wasn't that we actually had a plan. It's so gut-wrenching when you realize that he did this, and it also informs all the episodes after. You're sitting there as an audience member saying, don't listen to him, he killed your wife.
Spartacus's love for his wife has been his singular motivator since the start of the season. Literally everything else has been in service of rescuing her. It was the only thing driving him, which is a large part of why I find this scene to be so emotionally effective. Everything he has endured has been for nothing, and his success in the arena has only spurred Batiatus to consider him indispensable, causing him to have Sura killed. Stripping this core element away from the character would ordinarily be the end of such a story, albeit a tragic one. He wanted to do one thing and he failed. The end. This now means that the character must be rebuilt, must remain engaging, and must begin a new journey with new objectives. This is not an easy task, and without jumping ahead, the writers absolutely succeed in accomplishing this. Episode 7 opens with sex of the flashback variety between Spartacus and his wife. The scene doesn't accomplish anything narratively, but it characterizes Spartacus a bit, whilst also reminding us what he has lost. This flashback shows us the first time Spartacus and Sura had sex, and it is revealed that he did not learn her name until afterwards. He apparently had a bit of a reputation amongst Thracian women.
My name.
Every woman knows who you are, and to avoid you.
The reason Sura lay with such a man is because, she claims, the gods led her to him, and they told her that he would never love another woman. We then jump back to the present day, as Spartacus burns Sura's body, along with the piece of fabric, on a pyre in the courtyard. The other gladiators attend out of respect, whilst Batiatus and Lucretia watch from above. The writers then continue their misdirect by having Batiatus blame himself for Sura's death, by saying that he didn't take adequate precautions, which then prompts Spartacus to insist that Batiatus is not to blame.
The fault lies with the men who took her life, and with Claudius Glaber.
Batiatus says that they will etch the name Spartacus into the pillars of history, and Spartacus realizes that he will never again hear his wife speak his real name.
That is not my name.
It is now.
Which excellently sets up what this episode is going to cover. Spartacus must accept his fate, or be destroyed by it. Training begins, and Spartacus notices that Pietros has a black eye. This is because he has been assaulted multiple times by Gnaeus. We were previously shown a couple of shots of Gnaeus looking at Pietros from across the courtyard, and now that Barca is gone, Gnaeus is free to indulge in some fresh meat. Spartacus does not press for answers, but recognizes that he is not the only one suffering the fallout from Episode 6. Speaking of the fallout from Episode 6, Doctore takes the opportunity to pair with Spartacus, because the two very much have unfinished business. Doctore is very aware that Spartacus was intending to escape, and the only reason he was unable to attempt it is that Sura arrived mortally wounded. Spartacus does not even try to conceal his intentions.
The choice was to see you sleep, or never awaken.
Doctore tells Spartacus that the only reason he has not informed their master as to the betrayal is because of Spartacus's victory over Theocles. This is another excellent use of the past connection between Doctore and Theocles, as it allows for drama without feeling contrived. The show could have simply avoided this confrontation by having Doctore not be present for Spartacus's would-be escape for whatever reason, but by having him be present, realize what is happening and attempt to stop it, before pausing when it is revealed that something has gone horribly wrong, and allowing Spartacus to grieve his wife. This gives us a lot more depth to the character than the simple drill instructor archetype he once was. The bond he formed with Spartacus over their wives was genuine, and he knows well the grief Spartacus is feeling. This, plus the gratitude he has for killing Theocles, is used to rein in his duties to the house of Batiatus, giving him just enough reason to feel comfortable bending the rules. But the message is clear. I know what you intended, and I know what you are capable of.
Next time you seek escape, you'd best kill me.
Meanwhile, Batiatus welcomes Mercato to the villa. Mercato was seen back in Episode 3 when he was considering arranging some games in future. Batiatus, meanwhile, has set about spending his newfound wealth on renovating the villa and turning it into the Palace of Batiatus. Mercato plans to reenact Rome's victory over the Medi, the Thracian tribe who invaded Macedonia. The Medi were slaughtered by Mercato's grandfather, Marcus Minucius Rufus, and he wants to honor his grandfather in the games. The original plan was for Crixus to play the role of Rufus, which is no longer possible, and so Spartacus is offered for the role. Batiatus has commissioned a statue of Spartacus's head, and his penis, of course, and he informs Spartacus that he will fight in Mercato's games, and that he will play the role of Marcus Minucius Rufus. Spartacus has heard of Rufus, and he flatly refuses to dress as a Roman and slaughter his own people. Spartacus's ties to Thrace are preventing Batiatus from exploiting his champion to the fullest extent. Batiatus appeals to Spartacus, telling him that he is destined for great and wonderful things, but he must release his hold on the past and embrace the path the gods have set him upon. Varro has sent Asher to deliver a letter to his wife Aurelia, but instead of replying, she has decided to visit Varro at the Ludus, something that is not standard procedure, and was made possible through Asher speaking with Batiatus, with the promise of Varro paying him after the fact. We learn that Varro and Aurelia had agreed not to send any letters, as Varro wanted to maintain distance from his family in the same way that someone serving a prison sentence may not want to see any loved ones, preferring to just knuckle down and serve their time. However, recent events involving the deaths of certain wives compelled him to contact her, to know that she is safe, and to hold her in his arms. Varro has an opportunity that Spartacus never had, and he is not willing to take it for granted. He can simply write a letter and pay Asher, and he will be able to embrace his wife. Aurelia says that they should have just fled to Pompeii or Sicilia to escape the debtors, but Varro insists that he made the right decision, the honorable decision. Aurelia is not happy, as she is experiencing the consequences of this honorable decision. She reveals that she is pregnant. The dialogue establishes that Varro has been in the Ludus for about a year, which either means Aurelia has been rather naughty, or someone else has. She says the money Varro sent was barely enough for food and shelter, and an acquaintance by the name of Titus offered to help. Aurelia claims that she only considered Titus a friend and that Titus forced himself on her, although she could obviously be lying. Aurelia blames Varro for putting her in such a position, and Varro replies,
"Where the fuck
fighting for us as you should have been.
This is the first real piece of character drama for Varro, who until this point has primarily served as an exposition machine, albeit a thoroughly justified one, as well as being Spartacus's only real friend in the opening episodes. His reunion with Aurelia reminds Spartacus of what he has now lost and will never have again, which is an emotionally effective moment, but yet again, the writers have put in extra work to ensure that this isn't just, and then Spartacus saw Varro with his wife and was sad because he has lost his wife. The reason Varro wrote the letter to Aurelia was precisely because of what happened to Sura. Varro later counsels Spartacus and advises not to defy Batiatus with regard to Mercato's games, reasoning that the men he must kill in the arena are not actually Thracians. They are criminals sentenced to death, and that regardless of the symbolism of the act, Spartacus has no choice but to do as commanded. The only moral issue with what is being asked of him is the clothes he and his opponents will wear.
Act as if you have free will in the matter. You are a gladiator.
I am a Thracian.
You are a slave. To cling to a life beyond these walls is to see your heart parted from your chest. You above all others should know this.
Varro has just cut straight to Spartacus's core. The reason Varro is this tactless is because of what has just happened with his wife, and he now believes that he was a fool for holding out hope. It is unclear whether or not Varro currently intends to remain as a gladiator beyond his 2-year deadline, but it would not surprise me. He is embracing what it means to be a slave, and he is beginning to call his prison his home. He apologizes for speaking without thinking, and then sits with the other gladiators and begins to gamble. Varro's gambling is what led to him being forced to become a gladiator, and it is what led to his wife bearing another man's child. He has previously voiced a desire to place bets, but decided not to, and we saw him entertained by watching the others playing dice games, but refused to partake himself. But now, Varro is a broken man who, like Spartacus, has lost his reason to fight. Another man is taking care of his wife and child, whilst he has been sending money to them. Varro is very much an addict, one who overcame his addiction because he realized how badly it devastated his life and caused him to end up selling himself as a slave. But unlike Doctore, Varro does not possess high levels of self-control and discipline, and when things begin to fall apart, he will return to his addiction as a coping mechanism. Crixus, meanwhile, has awoken from his drug-induced slumber, and his first words are,
"When will I fight again?"
Lucretia says that she cannot visit Crixus in the Ludus, but she will send Naevia instead to attend to his needs. Crixus and Naevia use the opportunity to get to know each other and spend time together. Later, Doctore visits and is pleased to see that Crixus is awake. Crixus is unhappy that none of his so-called brothers have come to visit him, which may or may not be true, as Crixus has only awoken very recently. However, this allows 2 subplots to converge. Crixus is being replaced by Spartacus in a very literal manner, causing the other gladiators to care less about Crixus and more about Spartacus. Crixus is no longer the man he was, which means he cannot throw his weight around as he used to. And so it is entirely possible that many of the other gladiators were like, yeah, that Crixus guy was a bit of a prick, and decided not to visit him. Perhaps this is a bit of a stretch, but regardless, Crixus specifically refers to Barca having not visited, which clearly causes him some upset, because Crixus and Barca were absolutely shown to be brothers. Upon hearing Crixus mention that Barca has not visited, Doctore realizes that Naevia has not revealed what happened, which seems minor because why would Naevia reveal what happened? But Naevia is in fact directly motivated to conceal this information. She knows what actually happened to Barca. She was given a cover story by Lucretia, and she did not want to lie to Crixus unless absolutely necessary.
Have you not told him?
Crixus assumes that Barca has fallen in the arena, but is informed by Doctore that Barca purchased his freedom. Crixus knew Barca better than anyone, with the likely exception of Pietros, and he finds the prospect of Barca tending goats and picking vegetables with Pietros as his ever-doting wife to be absurd. Doctore then reveals that Barker left Pietros here.
He'd sooner part with his own cock.
Naevia says that Barker did not want to leave Pietros, but had no choice. Although her intention here was to alleviate any suspicion by repeating her cover story, this has the unintended consequence of revealing to Doctore that Naevia was present when Barker supposedly purchased his freedom. Doctore clearly has more questions for Naevia, but he decides not to interrogate her in front of Crixus. He later decides to question her regarding his suspicions. He considers it strange that she would look after Pietros's birds given that she barely knew him. He says he finds it surprising that Barker would claim his freedom whilst leaving the things he loved in captivity, and asks if Barker spoke to Asher before he departed, as Doctore learned from Pietros earlier that Asher was present. Naevia tries to avoid the question.
The fear in your eyes betray the lie on your tongue.
Your questions put me in harm's way.
Let's briefly pause to consider what Doctore knows to be true, as this will make it easier to keep track when he gains new information in future. He knows that Barker is gone and has been told that he purchased his freedom, whilst reluctantly leaving Pietros behind. He knows that Asher was involved in the negotiation, and he knows that Naevia was present, and she has just made it pretty clear that she was instructed to cover up what actually happened. There aren't quite enough pieces in place just yet for Doctore to work out what happened to Barker, but there is more than enough for him to keep digging. And so that is precisely what he does. He proceeds to interrogate Asher and reveals that he also knows about the wager from the Theocles fight. Asher maintains that Barker could not afford to bring Pietros. Doctore, however, identifies a discrepancy between Asher and Naevia's stories. Asher claims that only he and Batiatus escorted Barker to the gates, whilst Naevia claimed that she was also present.
Stories in conflict give me concern.
Doctore informs Asher that if he should find that there is more to Barker's departure, they shall have words. Meanwhile, Ilithia asks if Lucretia has managed to get pregnant following the fertility ritual, and she replies that she was unable to complete the ritual before the angelic penis candle expired. Ilithia then presses to learn more about the mysterious other man.
Is it Salonius?
I would rather fuck an eel.
Ilithia then demonstrates that she is actually pretty damn smart. Lucretia tries to dismiss the questions by saying that the man is no one of note, and Ilithia deduces that perhaps this man is a slave, but not just any slave. Lucretia asks Ilithia to move on from the subject, and Ilithia relents before...
How fares Crixus?
Perhaps an innocent question, as Crixus is famous and injured, so this seems a perfectly reasonable thing to ask. Although given some of her previous conversations, it is pretty clear that Ilithia knows exactly what she is doing. And just in case there was any doubt...
I long to see his sword thrust home.
Ilithia wants to fuck Crixus, and Lucretia wants her to fuck literally anyone else. This scene also picks up on the pregnancy subplot, and then it directs this into Ilithia's lust for Crixus's bratwurst, whilst the prospect of Crixus's bratwurst is quite a sore subject for Lucretia right about now. Although she remains civil, she is starting to lose patience with Ilithia. The following day, Varro and Spartacus notice that Pietros has lost control of his flock, and they discover that he has hung himself. Pietros was a tragic victim of Asher. Gnaeus was merely the final nail in his coffin. Because Barker's death has been covered up, as well as Asher's involvement, Spartacus confronts Gnaeus, seeing him as responsible for Pietros's death. He rushes at Gnaeus during training and beats him, intending to leave the matter there, but...
He'll be missed, especially his lips around my cock.
And then Spartacus throws Gnaeus over the cliff. The writers put in extra effort here to ensure that Spartacus's moral compass remained intact. Because in a brief scene earlier, Spartacus realizes what Gnaeus is doing to Pietros and intends to have words. But Pietros stops him. This is important because if not for that dialogue exchange, it would give the impression that Spartacus knew what was happening and simply allowed it to continue, only taking action after Pietros had taken his own life. These kinds of seemingly minor dialogue exchanges, where the writers account for characters taking or not taking certain actions, are often skipped or not even considered. Case in point, Rings of Power, where we don't ever get any scenes like this, and the end result is that characters do things that appear to go directly against what they want, and the show never acknowledges this. Had this dialogue between Pietros and Spartacus not been in the show, then it would have characterized Spartacus as a man who doesn't care if you are being beaten and sodomized by an angry troglodyte, as long as you remain alive for the duration. Anyway, Spartacus is chained and questioned by Batiatus. He tells Spartacus that Gnaeus' value will be subtracted from his winnings. Gnaeus was likely one of the best gladiators in the Ludus, given that he was originally intended to fight Crixus in the Vulcanalia, which means this is not going to be a small sum.
All of this for what? Petrus? He was nothing. Shit from a whore.
He was a man. His life had worth.
Half a coin at most.
This addresses a conflict that has been gradually building. Spartacus believes men's worth is derived from the content of their character, whilst Batiatus believes a man is only worth what they can put in his wallet. Spartacus is himself worth a great deal, but not because of who he is or what he values. This is why they have such an intense disagreement, one which results in Batiatus striking Spartacus for the first time in frustration, because Spartacus believed Gnaeus to be worthless due to his words and actions, whilst, if given the choice, Batiatus would bring back Gnaeus instead of Pietros due to the years of expensive training Gnaeus had received. And part of why this is such a compelling disagreement is that, once again, the writers are not simply depicting Batiatus as a villain. He has very good reasons for believing what he believes. He is a businessman interested in making money. It just so happens that he deals in human lives.
I alone decide who live, not you, not a fucking slave!
He then presents Spartacus with an ultimatum. He will fight in Mercato's games as a loyal Roman, or die as a Thracian. Pietros's body has been taken to the Medicus, as presumably he is also responsible for corpse disposal as well as treating injuries. Spartacus then enters, and this is clearly a means of generating drama, but again, the writers don't just have Crixus and Spartacus randomly bump into each other. Spartacus is here because he just got blapped in the face by Batiatus, and he needs stitches. This is such a small and seemingly insignificant moment, and you generally don't notice when this kind of thing is done right. But goddamn, if shows like Rings of Power are anything to go by, then you sure as shit notice when it is done wrong. Which means you can then fully appreciate stories of quality, such as this one. Although Crixus is angry, his first words to Spartacus are notably sarcastic and comedic.
Have you been making friends again?
Spartacus informs Crixus that he had a disagreement with Gnaeus, which led to the injury, which is technically true, and also tells us that he doesn't wish to discuss his relationship with Batiatus with Crixus. He then reveals that the confrontation with Gnaeus ended with Gnaeus' death. Crixus doesn't care that Gnaeus was mistreating Pietros. Gnaeus was a brother, a notion that Spartacus rejects. In taking the life of a fellow gladiator, Spartacus has broken the sacred bond shared between all of them, and Crixus is ashamed to have fought alongside him. He says that he could have killed Spartacus during their first fight in the Vulcanalia, and he regrets not having done so. This undoes much of the bonding between these two characters in episode 5. It highlights the vast differences between them in how they perceive the world around them and how they value others. Crixus's dogmatic belief in the sanctity of the brotherhood between gladiators means that he would rather share the sands with a rapist like Gnaeus than the man who killed him. Spartacus is sitting alone in his room, tormented by the memory of his wife and the loss of his very self. He is being commanded to discard everything about his past and to embrace this Spartacus that has become a legend in the arena. We get another flashback during which Sura tells Spartacus that she believes the gods led her to him because he is intended for a greater purpose. He replies that if he were to lose her, he would be lost. But she comforts him, saying that the gods will set him on the proper path. All he needs to do is close his eyes and place himself in their hands. Spartacus's relationship with the gods has been turbulent. He has insisted until now that although they may exist, they do not care about him, and he does not care about them. When he says he does not place his faith in the gods, this means the gods can go fuck themselves rather than the gods are not real. He views them as responsible for Sura's suffering and presumably her death, although he did treat the dream from episode 4 seriously, indicating that he accepted that they were trying to warn him of the future. If the gods do exist, then this can also be interpreted with hindsight as them granting him the required motive to survive in the pits, which would then lead to him becoming the man he is now, ready to fulfill whatever purpose they have in mind, if Sura is to be believed. Batiatus arrives and asks if Spartacus has made a decision. He has calmed right down and has returned to asking Spartacus to cooperate rather than commanding, as this has generally proven a useful strategy. Spartacus then picks up the Thracian knife. Batiatus is momentarily alarmed, questioning its purpose, before Spartacus hands the knife to him. He explains that Sura believed in the gods, but he never has. This has caused him a great deal of suffering, and so he has decided to embrace his fate and give himself over to Sura's beliefs. Batiatus is pleased to hear this and says he will not ask why Spartacus has Numerius's knife. This scene is a tricky one because it requires that Spartacus present Batiatus with a knife that they both know belongs to the son of the magistrate, and that Batiatus not freak the fuck out and demand answers. It appears that Spartacus not only concealed a weapon, which is strictly prohibited for obvious reasons, but he also stole something belonging to the son of the magistrate. However, as the dialogue suggests, the gesture of Spartacus handing the Thracian knife to Batiatus is what would put his mind at ease. It is a Thracian knife. Batiatus would assume that Spartacus stole it from Numerius because he wanted to keep a piece of his heritage to remind himself of the man he truly is. The purpose of this conversation with Batiatus is that Spartacus resolves to move on, to put the past behind him and to embrace his fate. This means that in handing the Thracian knife to Batiatus, he is symbolically letting go of everything that knife represents. He is essentially setting aside the Thracian and becoming who he was born to be. This in and of itself would be enough to put Batiatus' mind at ease, because Spartacus' words and actions indicate submission and acceptance. But the cherry on top, a cherry that Batiatus is unaware of, the knife also represents Spartacus' desire for escape, as it was to be his weapon that enabled it. This means that Spartacus has decided to fully embrace his position as champion of Capua, bringer of rain, and slayer of death. He is a gladiator, and he will fight for honor and glory. That is now his purpose, his path given to him by the gods. This new direction is also informed by the fact that Spartacus blames himself for setting in motion the events that would lead to Sura's death, and he views his continued suffering as payment. He also witnessed Varro returning to his old ways and gambling after losing hope, showing what Spartacus could become if he fell into despair. Additionally, Crixus stressed the sanctity of the brotherhood between gladiators, and that although they are often pitted against each other, they are all in this together. The entire episode has just come together beautifully.
I have but one condition.
You kiss my cheek only to finger my ass.
Spartacus's condition is that he will face the spectre of his countrymen alone, 1 against 6. The reason Spartacus wants this is as a test for the gods. If he is able to overcome such absurd odds, then this means the gods want him to be Spartacus, the gladiator, and if he dies, then he will reunite with Sura in the afterlife. Such a test of faith, however, is not a particularly good idea from a business standpoint, and Batiatus only agrees because of the promise of a spectacle of blood, plus the fact that Batiatus also places faith in the gods.
The gods have brought you this far. I believe they're not done with you yet.
He then presents a condition of his own. When Spartacus has killed the last man garbed as his countrymen, what's left of the Thracian dies with them. This is effective because it allows the symbolism of the fight to become important to the narrative. This is no longer merely a visual suggestion that Spartacus is killing the man he once was. This is Spartacus placing his fate in the hands of the gods, because that is what Sura would have wanted, deciding to test the gods by fighting against unfavorable odds, and if successful, he will view this as evidence that this is what they want from him. This whole test of faith concept is not something I generally like in stories, as I have explained before, but the reason it works here is that Spartacus is not just repeatedly doing ridiculous bullshit and succeeding because the gods have turbocharged him by making him invincible. He is perfectly content with dying, as this will mean he gets to reunite with his wife, as regardless of what he thinks about the gods, he does absolutely believe that there is an afterlife. His primary development in this episode is coming to terms with the fact that Sura is gone, as is his reason for living. And so he can either die or find a new reason to live. This is where the gods come in, and Spartacus decides that if the gods want him alive, he will live and take on Sura's beliefs as his own. Spartacus enters the arena, dressed not in his own armor, but that of Rufus, Mercato's grandfather. Unlike the Theocles fight, this one is strictly personal. There is a somewhat lengthy build-up, but this build-up primarily addresses the history of Rufus battling the Thracians, and so it is not particularly relevant to the plot. The characters present in the Pulvinus have little reason to be particularly invested in the fight. Batiatus and Lucretia obviously don't want Spartacus to die, Mercato wants to put on a good show, and Ilithyia is like, oh cool, another fight. The part of this that does relate directly to the rest of the narrative is Ilithia's dialogue to Mercato.
I thought it was your grandfather we honour, yet the crowd chants Spartacus.
Which maintains her hatred of Spartacus, which will be leveraged in future. It isn't really a problem for this fight to not have anything like the gravitas of the Theocles fight, but I do find it notable that we spend a fair bit of time on it when there is only really one character who has anything to win or lose. The fight begins, and instead of attacking, Spartacus recalls Sura's words and closes his eyes, placing himself in the hands of the gods. His opponents are thoroughly confused, and one takes the opportunity to hurl a spear at him. The spear narrowly misses his face, slicing his cheek. The gods appear to be on his side. It is not yet time to die. He fights against his enemies, and although he is knocked down a few times due to being outnumbered, he chops them up one by one and stands victorious. As he moves to execute the last man, he hallucinates his own face, overtly visualizing what this act represents. We get a flash of the visuals from the prior 6 episodes, showing everything he has endured and the man he is about to put behind him, and then he delivers the killing blow, thereby embracing his fate. He then delivers the iconic line, "I am Spartacus!" And that brings us to the close of episode 7. Great and Unfortunate Things is the first episode that is not stronger than the last, but honestly this is pretty expected because the last 2 were the climax of the first half of the season, which means now we need to take some time out to find our footing. There is a huge amount of fallout the show needs to deal with, and so it can't simply keep building and building and not allow any time to address the consequences the last couple of episodes had on characters like Pietros, Asher, and Crixus. The primary drama in the episode is Spartacus deciding to embrace his fate following his wife's death. All other plot threads are taking things slow for the time being. Crixus is recovering, Doctore is becoming increasingly suspicious of Barca's departure, and Ilithyia and Lucretia's relationship is becoming strained. Now that Sura is dead, Spartacus has lost the thing that drove him, which means he is, once again, relatively aimless. He is pissed off that the world has gone to shit, and although he is unhappy with the way the slaves are treated by the Romans, and by the other slaves in the case of Pietros, he is unable to actually do anything about this. Episode 7 occasionally feels like it is spinning its wheels, but in context with the season as a whole, it contains critical setup and character development for Spartacus in particular. Taking the time to set Spartacus on a new path is absolutely necessary, given the ending of episode 6, and how the loss of Sura struck him to the core. Where a weaker show would have speedrun this character development, perhaps through a montage, Blood and Sand dedicates nearly an hour to ensure that the audience fully understands what he is doing and why. We open episode 8 with a montage of victories achieved by Spartacus during his time as champion, telling us that some amount of time has passed since episode 7. He has been dutifully taking to the sands of the arena for a while now, bringing honor to his house, and Batiatus has been raking in the cash. A man of his word, Spartacus has indeed left the Thracian behind. Batiatus attends an auction to purchase new gladiators. Doctore advises him to purchase Segavax, a Gaul, and potentially 2 German brothers named Agron and Duro. Instead of heeding Doctore's advice, Batiatus decides to let the bidding commence between himself, Salonius, and a couple of others, before just saying, fuck it, I'll buy all 6 of them for a ludicrously high price. He has become exceedingly arrogant and petty, revealing that part of the reason Batiatus wanted such wealth was so that he could torment his enemies. And remember, Batiatus knows that Salonius tried to kill him, and Salonius knows that Batiatus knows, and yet, in all this time during which Spartacus has been raking in fat stacks of cash, Batiatus has not sought repayment. He is instead far more interested in doing as much reputational damage to Salonius as possible, and humiliating him at every turn.
Consider the horse. Perhaps you will have better fortune fighting women in the arena.
A large part of episode 8 mirrors much of what happened in episode 2, as the new recruits are brought into the ludus and are treated to virtually the exact same monologues that Spartacus and Varro received previously. This is effective at showing just how much has changed, most notably that Doctore asks Spartacus to address the recruits instead of Crixus. Where he was previously the least compliant recruit, he is now the most successful gladiator. Although this repetition is great to see as a callback, it wouldn't work anywhere near as well if not for the extra dynamic provided by the presence of a certain character, Ilithia. She was getting increasingly bored of seeing Spartacus repeatedly in the arena, which presented a problem for Batiatus, as he was still set on entertaining her so as to gain her husband as patron, and so he invited her to witness the arrival of these new recruits. As Ilithia has become quite infatuated with gladiators, Lucretia suggests that she purchase one of the new recruits to fight for her. Ilithia is rather excited at the proposal of owning her very own gladiator, but she feels spoiled for choice. Because Batiatus now knows Ilithia quite well, he knows exactly what part of a gladiator Ilithia would deem most important, and so he has Doctore order the recruits to derobe. The gladiators find this highly amusing, and they view this as part of their hazing process. One of the recruits, Segavax, is, shall we say, marvelously well endowed. I obviously can't show you, but this motherfucker is nearly swinging down by his kneecaps. And because Ilithia is Ilithia, she obviously chooses him. We continue to progress in a similar manner to episode 2, as the new recruits are again bullied as they try to get some food, and this causes conflict between Crixus and Spartacus.
You fucking wait until gladiators have filled their bellies!
Spartacus tells Crixus to let them eat, and he reminds Crixus that he is no longer the champion. This is a critical moment for Crixus because it is the first time we have seen him having a disagreement with someone he is unable to physically snap in half. Crixus is not used to feeling weaker than another man, and this infuriates him. He instead decides to use his words and humiliate Spartacus.
Spartacus, the kind and gentle one.
Crixus has insulted people before, and he does not solve every problem through force, but this is the first time we have seen Crixus resort to words because he knows he would fail if he tried anything else. As some time has passed, Crixus has begun to heal, although he is not yet back to fighting strength. Lucretia, however, is still trying to use him for sex, albeit unsuccessfully, as Crixus appears unable to perform. He later reveals to Naevia that this is intentional. He is capable of crushing Puss in the way that he used to, but he is using his injuries as an excuse for poor performance in an effort to make Lucretia lose interest in him. Crixus is a deeply sympathetic character in this episode, because he is a shadow of his former self, and although much of his treatment could be seen as a repayment for his treatment of others, the writers go the extra mile to have him humiliated beyond what could be seen as fair game. He is informed rather gleefully by Asher that because he is not fighting, Batiatus has decided not to give him any money. He is not given a clear deadline for when he can fight again, frustrating both himself and Batiatus. He watches his brothers train, keenly aware that every day he spends without a sword in his hand is a day he will need to claim back once he begins training. However, he has such respect for Batiatus and the Brotherhood that he will not just say fuck it and try and join the others. He will wait until he has been given permission. Batiatus is spending a lot of money healing Crixus, as he is sending Asher to purchase expensive herbs from the market. We are told that Crixus is taking far longer than expected to recover, and a comparison is drawn to Doctore's much faster recovery time from his own injuries sustained at the hands of Theocles. Asher then offers a suggestion. Begin inquiring as to Crixus's value in case they decide to sell him in future. Batiatus declines, and Asher reveals that he is worried for Spartacus's safety. Spartacus is Batiatus's prime moneymaker, and he and Crixus are very much the enemies they were prior to Theocles. Asher suggests that there is a possibility that Crixus could make an attempt on Spartacus's life so as to reclaim the title, and this proves sufficient to convince Batiatus to nudge very slightly in the direction of selling Crixus, asking Asher to get an approximate valuation from two other Lanistas. Here, Asher demonstrates that he is intelligent enough to be able to leverage what Batiatus cares about most, his wallet, in an effort to humiliate Crixus and take everything he loves away from him. Lucretia and Naevia overhear this conversation, and both are rather concerned. Lucretia attempts to convince Batiatus not to consider such a thing. She suggests that Crixus assist in training, but they already have a doctore. She suggests Crixus work beside Batiatus, but Batiatus already has Asher, and Crixus would absolutely not be suited for such a role. In desperation, she makes an emotional appeal and says,
"He's part of the family, Quintus."
To which Batiatus responds, "He is a fucking slave. This house, this family is a business. As much regret results from selling a gladiator like Crixus, when the time arrives and it fucking will for them all, it's a necessity that must be swallowed." However, he says that he has not made a decision, and Crixus may yet prove himself. This conflict between Batiatus and Lucretia allows them to each lay out, in plain English, what they think about Crixus and their other slaves. Lucretia is desperate to keep him, and this may partially be down to respect for his past successes in the arena, but it is primarily due to her obsession with his finesse in the bedroom. This dialogue also continues to portray Batiatus's pragmatic attitude towards his slaves. Barca became disposable the moment he appeared to have disobeyed an order. Gnaeus was entirely forgotten about once Spartacus had compensated Batiatus for his death. And now, it appears the undefeated Gaul has become disposable due to his injuries. This tells us that if Spartacus, Doctore, or any of them were to become injured, they would just as easily be replaced. Naevia tells Crixus that Batiatus is considering selling him, and he is devastated.
Gloria, I've earned this, Ludus. This is my fucking reward.
Naevia, however, tells him that he must prove to Batiatus that he is still the man he once was, and Crixus's determination to fight once more reaches critical mass. We are about to get some poetry.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme. Every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one. Hopefully it'll work.
Crixus walks up to Spartacus and goads him into a fight, insisting that he is ready. As Lucretia also believes him to be ready, Doctore allows the demonstration. Spartacus quickly knocks Crixus to the sand. Crixus refuses to back down, is subdued repeatedly, and is eventually beaten viciously in the face. Crixus had intended to demonstrate that his time had not yet passed, but he instead demonstrated unambiguously that he was not ready to face Spartacus. It's like a beautiful, blood-soaked piece of poetry. It fucking rhymes. Spartacus has become Crixus, not just in position, but also in attitude, whilst Crixus has become Spartacus. In episode 3, Spartacus jumped the queue and challenged the biggest, baddest gladiator in the Ludus because he was overconfident and desperate. In episode 8, Crixus does exactly the same thing. In episode 2, Doctore used Spartacus's failings to teach the other recruits. In episode 8, Spartacus does exactly the same thing. In episode 2, Spartacus refused to surrender and was almost beaten to death by Crixus before Batiatus stepped in. In episode 8, Crixus does exactly the same thing. Spartacus says that a true gladiator is taught to embrace pain and suffering, which is exactly what Crixus said earlier in this very episode. This is all a fantastic way of communicating how dramatically the dynamic between these two characters has been flipped on its head. Spartacus decides to speak with Crixus afterwards. Crixus is bitter that Spartacus is champion, despite the fact that, if not for him, Theocles would have killed them both. He says that Spartacus knows nothing about being a champion or a brother, and he believes Spartacus is only in this for himself. Spartacus replies,
"Death comes to us all. Press me again. You shall find yours."
As a result of Crixus's poor demonstration, Batiatus decides to sell him to Vibius, whose ludus is in Damascus. They will never see Crixus again. Crixus says he has never seen Damascus and asks if Naevia thinks he will like it. He is portrayed almost as a child seeking comfort. He is about to lose everything he cares about. Naevia, however, has come up with a plan. She gives Crixus permission to give Lucretia the Crixus special. She wants Lucretia to be walking funny for the next month. She figures if Crixus cannot demonstrate his worth with a sword, then he do so with his scepter. And so that's pretty much exactly what he does. He pretzels the living shit out of that bitch and cracks open the heavens, but he feels this is too little, too late. The gods now favor Spartacus. During episode 8, we also get some character work for Varro. He is continuing to gamble by placing bets on which recruits will survive, a few coins to pass the time. He later decides that instead of sending his winnings to Aurelia, he will spend them on a prostitute. Spartacus sees this, and Varro is ashamed. Spartacus later confronts his friend and tells him not to forget why he is here, and that he dishonors his wife.
My wife is a whore!
Varro reveals that Aurelia carries another man's child. Spartacus tells Varro that he cannot place the blame on her, because by being here in the Ludus, Varro has left his wife unprotected. This has always been an unanswered question with Varro, because Spartacus is entirely accurate. Varro did indeed leave his wife and child unable to defend themselves should the wrong person come knocking, which means this was always a risk. It has been clearly established that women in Roman culture do not get to simply live happily ever after without a man in the picture. Lucretia was concerned that if Batiatus were to die, she would be forced to remarry, and it is also clear that Aurelia is of significantly lower social standing than Lucretia. If I were feeling bold and were to offer my own tweak to this subplot, I would suggest establishing early on that Aurelia has gone to live with her brother, who is mentioned later in the series, or perhaps someone else Varro trusts to keep her safe. This would then ensure it is clear that Varro is in the Ludus because he feels it is the honorable thing to do, and he doesn't have to balance this honor against the safety of his wife and child. Of course, they would still be in danger, but decidedly less danger than simply leaving them on their own for 2 years.
She lives, Varro. You may yet hold her in your arms, a thought a decent man would cherish.
We then get some setup for a couple of important characters we are yet to meet. Liciniia, a good friend of Ilithia's, is the cousin to Marcus Crassus. If you know your history, you likely know the name Crassus, but just in case you do not, I will not spoil anything, you lucky fucker. What we do learn from this scene is that Crassus is the wealthiest man in Rome. Lucretia senses an opportunity, and they decide to invite Liciniia with some of her other friends to the villa so that Ilithia can show off her recently purchased penisman. Later in the episode, the ladies arrive. The slaves all have their tits out here for some reason, so sorry, that's why everything is so zoomed in. Lucretia somehow manages to keep up with the rapid-fire bitchiness. She is essentially a fifth wheel to 4 other Ilithias. In fact, Lucretia does a far better job of fitting in with the upper echelons of Roman society than Batiatus ever has. Liciniia is notably interested in the gladiators, and Lucretia reveals that one of them now belongs to Ilithia. So far, everything is going to plan. Lucretia is socializing with some extremely wealthy people and forming potential political connections, and Ilithia is about to get to show off Segovax's gigantic penis. What could possibly go wrong?
Of course, he's not yet a gladiator.
Women are devious and destructive.
Lucretia has decided to fight back. Ilithia's repeated thinly veiled insults as to her being of a lower social class have provoked something of a Machiavellian streak in Lucretia. The ladies are like, well, fuck that, I don't want to see Ilithia's boring slave, I'd like to see a real gladiator. Oh, I know, how about the champion of Capua? The guy whose very existence reminds Ilithia of her husband's failure. The guy she is sick of hearing and seeing everywhere. The guy who replaced Crixus, whom Ilithia feels a certain urge to mount and ride off into the sunset. By this point in the show, everything feels like it has been set up so well that the drama just sprouts out of the ground simply by placing these characters in the same room, which is really the goal, as this means the story is propelled by the characterization rather than by plot convenience. But I need to stress that although this feels seamless, and when it is done well it often feels like nothing because you simply don't notice it, this shit requires so much work to pull off anywhere near as well as this. This is not just a scene in episode 8 of a TV show. This is heavily reliant upon essentially everything Lucretia, Ilithia, and Spartacus have done until this point. And Lucretia gets exactly what she wanted out of this social gathering, because she played Licinia like a harp, but the notes were not the ones that Licinia wanted to be playing. I just realized Spartacus Blood and Sand cost approximately $2 million per episode, whilst Rings of Power cost nearly $60 million, and they still couldn't do better than metaphors that make you want to shit blood out of your eye sockets. Anyway, Spartacus is presented as an exhibition, and Licinia turns out to be Ilithia but on crack. She says that she wants some of Spartacus's blood because it is said that the blood of a champion makes a man hard for days. This woman intends to go home to her husband like,
"Honey, I'm home. How was your day? Anyway, drink this."
Licinia, why are you feeding me blood?
No, special blood. It's going to give you a rocking boner for me to sit on. Shut up and do as you were told.
This woman's reputation, wealth, and status is such that Lucretia is willing to allow her to cut into her most valuable asset with a knife and collect some of his blood. But then things get even more twisted as Ilithia senses an opportunity and asks Licinia if she can do the honors. Ilithia is now holding a knife to Spartacus and has been given permission to cut him. Licinia begins to fawn over Spartacus, causing Ilithia to snap.
He's nothing but a Thracian dog. His treachery dishonored Rome.
And then things get even more tense as Spartacus replies, "It is your husband who bears the dishonor." Lucretia immediately summons the guards because she knows that they are about to have a problem. Spartacus continues that Glaber abandoned women and children to be murdered before he is taken away by the guards. Importantly, Spartacus does not become emotional or physical. He calmly says what he wants to say, and that's all. The ladies are surprised that Spartacus spoke out of turn, whilst Ilithia is furious.
Were he my slave, I would have him crucified.
And Licinia replies, "For what? Speaking the truth? We've all heard the rumors about your husband." Ilithia has just been Ilithia'd. She has been insulted and humiliated, provoked, taunted, and been told that actually what a slave just said to her was an accurate retelling of events. Her husband is useless and or evil, and she is an idiot for even trying to defend him. None of this would have happened had Ilithia just stayed put and kept her mouth shut, but in a desire to torment her enemy, she winds up thoroughly embarrassed and humiliated. Which is exactly what happened with her husband. Good fucking lord, this show is amazing. As the ladies depart, Licinia kisses Lucretia on the cheek and says she would like to visit again in future. All in all, a most successful evening. Ilithia summons Penisman to wish him good luck. She introduces herself as his dominer, very quickly learns that he desires freedom, and so she asks him to do something for her. Oh boy, I wonder what it could be. Ilithia, interestingly, does not manipulate Penisman by using her sexuality, which is to say she doesn't climb atop that glorious mountain he has underneath his loincloth. She instead tempts him with promises of freedom. Penisman then sneaks up on Spartacus in the baths and begins throttling him with a piece of rope. Spartacus begins to suffocate before Crixus shows up and saves him. This would usually be a clean sweep for Crixus, but as Crixus is still not anywhere near his prime, he does struggle, but nonetheless he is able to knock out Penisman. So this is already a pretty cathartic and effective payoff, but the writers put in extra effort to build Penisman's relationship with Spartacus prior to this scene. He thanked Spartacus for allowing him to eat, spoke respectfully of him and his victory over Theocles, trained one-on-one with him, and later thanked him for the opportunity, valuing his experience. He was a man who wanted to be free, and whilst Spartacus himself advised to forsake any such thoughts, Ilithyia did then offer him freedom in exchange for killing Spartacus. Even so, Penisman clearly did not want to take the man's life, and he begs forgiveness as he strangles the champion of Capua. Penisman would likely have been a formidable gladiator, and he seemed to be a pretty chill guy in general, apart from when he killed that other recruit. He was big, strong, highly skilled, and determined to succeed. He also refuses to turn on his domina, even after they remove his, well, let's just say that every man who watches this scene will cringe, which means Penisman died with his loyalty intact.
That was a hell of a day, watching a guy being hoisted on a crucifix with his
Lots of
penis
people
cut
couldn't.
off.
Lots of people couldn't watch that.
I was questioning what I was involved in. That
And Ilithyia's vindictive behavior has not just cost Batiatus a potential gladiator, it almost got his best man killed. Another great moment of setup and payoff here is that Ilithyia said earlier,
"My slave, I would have him crucified."
And this is precisely what happens to her slave. So this is already excellent, but the writers were not content with excellent. They wanted this to be better. They wanted us to not only feel sad for Penisman and angry at Ilithyia, but also to highlight what this means for Crixus. Not only did Crixus save a man he does not like because they are brothers, but he attacked a fellow Gaul to do so. The writers previously established that Penisman was a Gaul, one of Crixus's countrymen. In fact, this was likely part of the reason Ilithyia purchased him, aside from his massive dong. This clearly communicates that although Crixus is a Gaul, and although he is clearly proud of his heritage as he goes by Crixus the Undefeated Gaul, his ties to his homeland are a distant second to his ties with his fellow gladiators. And the moral conviction Crixus displayed here serves as a moment of realization for Spartacus. Crixus may want Spartacus dead, but not like this. He has earned a glorious death in the arena. And this, once again, mirrors an earlier scene, where Spartacus agreed that the recruits needed to embrace pain and suffering, but he told Crixus,
"This is how it is done, not by you."
Here, Crixus, like Penisman, wants Spartacus dead, but he is not going to allow a common slave to dishonorably stab him in the back. This highlights the importance of the Brotherhood, how seriously Crixus treats it, and that although Spartacus has excelled as a champion, he has not excelled as a brother. However, all of this is reliant on what appears to be somewhat lucky timing. Essentially, Penisman attempts to assassinate Spartacus, and it is strongly implied that he would have succeeded if not for the fact that Crixus intervened. So, just how lucky is it that Crixus was able to save him? Crixus has a habit of staying up late and walking around to meet with Naevia during the night, which means there is already a chance of him noticing this. Penisman also makes quite a lot of noise, which means Crixus hearing this is entirely plausible. This isn't the same as, for example, Varro walking past Batiatus in episode 3, where he just so happens to learn exactly what he needed to learn for the plot to happen. This is far more justified, as there is a reason both of these events happen during this particular night and at this particular time. Batiatus is not here, making this the perfect time for Lucretia to get filled up and for Penisman to try to assassinate the champion of Capua. It is still lucky that Crixus arrived in time to save Spartacus, but there is enough justification present for this to avoid feeling like a cheap trick. Anyway, Batiatus and Lucretia see this as evidence that Crixus's time has not yet passed, aided in no small part by the fact that Crixus just atomized Lucretia's pelvis, and they decide to call off the sale. They also obviously connect the dots that Penisman, the gladiator owned by Ilithyia, just tried to kill Spartacus. They ask Ilithyia what the fuck, whilst also having a pretty good idea of what the fuck, but she feigns ignorance. The episode ends with Crixus telling Spartacus that he intends to regain his position as champion, and Spartacus welcomes the attempt. Mark of the Brotherhood is, like episode 7, primarily concerned with character development and laying the groundwork for later events. It establishes a new status quo following Spartacus replacing Crixus, explores Crixus's character more than any other episode so far, and sets up some spicy drama both for the gladiators and the Romans. Ilithyia may have overstepped, Lucretia may have found a new Ilithyia, and Varro appears to be heading down a dark path. Overall, this is a great episode, with a huge amount of valuable character development, although purely down to the sheer quality of the rest of the season, it lands somewhere around the middle of my list. Liciniia has indeed decided to return to the Ludus with intentions towards a very private audience with the champion of Capua. Lucretia discusses how to handle discretion, explaining that wealthy Roman women showing up to have sex with gladiators is not uncommon. Both parties must wear masks to ensure anonymity, and she instructs Liciniia to tell no one. She is to arrive with no slaves accompanying her. Lucretia notably has this discussion whilst in the presence of her own slaves, which means she and Liciniia are not literally the only people who know of this. And it informs us of the immense degree of trust that she places in slaves like Naevia. Perhaps trust is the wrong word, more so she has faith that if any of them took any action that would imperil her relationship with the cousin of Marcus Crassus, their fate would be worse than death. Then Ilithyia shows up, and Liciniia conceals her intentions by pretending that they were discussing penismen, and this is clearly intended as a dig.
Perhaps you should buy several next time until you get the hang of it.
Liciniia then takes her leave. This part is slightly unclear. Lucretia had invited Ilithyia, but claims that Ilithyia got her days mixed up and she was to visit tomorrow. And Ilithyia is like,
"Oops, clumsy me."
It is possible that Ilithyia just kind of got confused because women, am I right? That was a joke. The women in this show are fantastically written, and I shall accept no argument to the contrary. Or alternatively, Lucretia deliberately double-booked herself so that Ilithyia and Liciniia would meet again. Given what happens later, this is certainly possible, but is not necessary for everything to play out as it does.
I love that this is the blonde off.
So you guys use the wigs, particularly Lucretia, to sort of portray...
Morphing. Well, she's single white femaling Ilithyia. She wants to be one of the gang, so she's trying to morph into them, but she's been told in no uncertain terms, you're never going to be young enough.
Because the power dynamic between Lucretia and Ilithyia has shifted over the past episode or so, Lucretia is now the one to kiss Ilithyia. This presumably platonic kissing has always been initiated by Ilithyia in the past, and has been her way of using her sexuality to control others. This clearly made Lucretia rather uncomfortable, because she felt she had to entertain Ilithyia, but also thought this was a bit weird. Now the turns have tabled, and Lucretia is in control. She is the one kissing Ilithyia. Ilithyia warns Lucretia of Liciniia, saying, "She is a strata above your station and will not hesitate to remind you of it the moment her mood shifts, and it shifts frequently."
I am well versed in dealing with such people.
Because Ilithyia is much smarter than she appears, she knows exactly why Liciniia was here and presses for further information.
I would suspect intent to fuck one of your gladiators.
Ilithyia.
She is, isn't she? Oh, that little whore. How positively depraved.
This now means Lucretia must ensure Ilithyia's silence, or risk her relationship with Liciniia and potential retribution from her husband. Ilithyia is not going down without a fight. She knows exactly what Lucretia is doing, and she now has some pretty valuable leverage to ensure compliance. This can't possibly go wrong. Batiatus, meanwhile, is still very pissed off with Ilithyia because of what happened with Penisman, and he says Ilithyia cannot be controlled. Lucretia reasonably believes that even Ilithyia has enough sense to fear what will happen if she gets on the wrong side of Liciniia, given her familial connections. He then informs Spartacus that he is to lay with the cousin of Marcus Crassus, and Spartacus, perhaps surprisingly, agrees. This will be the first time he has had sex since the start of the season, which was well over a year ago by this point. And the fact that he takes no issue with this indicates that he has fully embraced his new position as the champion and as a slave. Lucretia is, however, concerned that as he has not been with a woman for many months, Licinia's experience may end prematurely. She decides to send Mira, a slave whom we have not seen before, to assist him. Mira waits for Spartacus in his room wearing less than nothing, but Spartacus suspects he is being fucked with. He interrogates her and discovers that she has been ordered to prepare him for Licinia's visit. He refuses her kind offer by being like, "Begone, foul temptress," and goes to sleep. Lucretia later asks Mira how her evening with Spartacus went, and she reveals that he refused to have her. Lucretia is not happy and orders that Mira return to Spartacus, demanding success, otherwise she will receive a sword in place of Spartacus's willy. Crixus, meanwhile, has pressured the medicus into allowing him to return to training.
How long?
A week, maybe 2.
Tomorrow.
No.
Yes.
A true champion rejoins the Brotherhood.
This builds off Doctore's lack of respect for Spartacus. He doesn't like him, he doesn't trust him, he believes Spartacus is in this for himself, and he does not honor the ludus in the way Crixus did. However, because Doctore is smart, he pairs Crixus up with Duro, rather than allowing Crixus's pride to get in the way of his success. As is revealed explicitly later, Doctore wants Crixus to return to his former glory and reclaim his title from Spartacus. So, for the time being, Crixus's ego must suffer. Before long, Crixus is summoned and once again folds Lucretia in half.
There was a joke came up that Lucretia likes rough sex. And then I had the devil of time convincing Crixus that that was not true. She is going to call the guards if you do that.
She is infatuated by his newfound vigor, and she speaks to Crixus as if they are lovers, not master and slave.
You'll always be mine, Crixus. Mine alone.
Asher, meanwhile, has finally been relieved of his leg brace, and he intends to rejoin training. He was promised prior to the start of the series that once his leg had healed, he could rejoin the gladiators. But Batiatus summons him for a word. Yeah, the writers are actually going there. They're about to make us feel sympathy for this utterly self-serving villain. Asher pleads with his master, listing off some of his victories, but is informed that his days as a gladiator are past. He has proven his worth outside of the arena, and Batiatus does not want to risk losing such a cunning mind as Asher's by throwing him back in. Asher, close to tears, reluctantly obeys his master. They've done it. The crazy bastards writing this insane show have actually done it. They managed to make me feel empathy towards fucking Asher, possibly the most despicable and selfish character in the series. All he really wants is to fight as a gladiator, and from the sounds of it, he used to be quite good at it. He was injured by Crixus, although how exactly this happened is still vague, and Asher was then able to demonstrate his worth in other areas. He is now considered indispensable by Batiatus, which, given recent discussions surrounding the sale of Crixus, is a big fucking compliment. Batiatus will more readily sell one of the greatest gladiators to ever fight in the arena, who also just so happens to be the man who crippled Asher, than Asher himself, who is considered one of the lowest. But this compliment means little to Asher, because he trained and fought hard to get to where he was, and he never actually wanted to be an advisor, a position he views as barely distinct from the rest of the slaves. So, what is the point of this, aside from implying a backstory for Asher? Well, it serves as a perfect justification for Asher losing faith in Batiatus. In episode 8, we had a brief scene of Asher in the market, which I will quickly fill you in on now. Salonius sought out Asher and offered a bribe, and in return asked that Asher give him advance warning should Batiatus move against him.
I am a villain, but I'm not your villain.
However, he declines the offer, as he still wishes to serve Batiatus. Returning to episode 9, Asher has now had a change of heart, entirely informed by the previous scene where Batiatus breaks his promise. We can infer that the whole reason Asher worked so hard was to ensure that he would be kept around and would therefore eventually be able to return to the life of a gladiator. This means everything Asher has done since Crixus broke his leg has been for nothing, and this causes him to take steps in the general direction of betraying his master, although nothing concrete happens at this point. Instead of simply helping Solonius, however, he extorts him for as much money as possible. Solonius bangs a particular prostitute on this night each week, and Asher warns him that Batiatus intends to have him killed tonight, and to send someone else in his place. Later that day, Aulus, the guy Batiatus had locate and then kill Sura, presents a severed head, but Solonius heeded Asher's warnings and sent a slave instead. Asher has now clearly demonstrated his value to Solonius. Batiatus is disappointed, but even manages to turn this failure into a means of torment.
Send it to Solonius. Let him savor the relief of escaping death.
Myrrha returns to Spartacus that night on orders from Lucretia. He again tells her to leave, saying that he has no desire to sleep with a woman who has been commanded to do so, but relents and allows her to stay in his room after learning that she will be punished if he rejects her. He doesn't allow her to share his bed, and he makes her sit on the floor, which on the one hand seems like a dick move, but on the other shows that he is only human and he doesn't want to give in to his natural urges. This is interesting, as it shows how Spartacus views the act of sex. He previously had a reputation amongst Thracian women, suggesting that he would fuck anything that moved. When Sura found him, he became a one-woman man, and since her death he has not pursued anyone else, either for romance or for sex, when he easily could have. Prostitutes are in abundance, and as the champion of Capua, he could easily attempt to engage in a relationship with one of the many women in the ludus. However, he is entirely willing to perform his duty as the champion, and he will have sex if commanded to do so. He views the act as entirely physical, much like his fights in the arena, and there is no emotional component whatsoever. The reason he has no problem with this is because he is easily able to detach the act of sex from feeling any romantic connection, which is likely greatly aided by the fact that when he is in public, or in the ludus, he is Spartacus, the bringer of rain, whilst the only place he can truly be himself is when he is alone in his room. As his rejection of Myrrha indicates, he is unwilling to just have sex with whoever he feels like just because he can. He believes sleeping with Myrrha would be disrespectful to the memory of his wife, unless theoretically Myrrha actually wanted to sleep with him and was not being ordered to, in which case, provided Spartacus was emotionally available as well as physically, he would have no problem with this. Having endured what he has, he quite easily could have returned to his promiscuous past and taken advantage of his newfound position. But his love for Sura has totally changed his view of sex. Asher then returns from the market, during which time he went to check on Varro's wife Aurelia. He claims to have found no one at the house, only traces of blood. Varro attacks Asher in disbelief, which leads to a brawl, which leads to Varro being chained up. This leads into a plot development that I don't think is quite as tight as basically everything else at this point. Spartacus asks Myrrha to follow up on the mystery of Varro's family, having previously asked Varro where she would go if attacked. This is not something I particularly like, because so far the show has been clear that slaves are not allowed to leave the ludus unless under very specific circumstances. Asher is given the freedom to go to the market to carry out Batiatus's business because Asher is highly trusted and particularly useful. Myrrha appears to be a newly purchased slave, as she was first seen in this episode, and there is no clear reason why she would ever be asked to do something outside of the ludus. This can also be supported by looking at Gods of the Arena, the prequel series to Blood and Sand. I will avoid spoilers just in case, but a plot point involves a slave escaping and later being captured, which is a clear indication that slaves are not allowed to just wander around on their own. So, is there any way around this? There are a couple of examples of random slaves being allowed to operate without their masters being present. One example is the 2 assassins sent to kill Batiatus. However, this was a special case as they were specifically sent so as to conceal Solonius's involvement. As far as the show tells us, if you are caught unaccompanied and are identified as a slave, you will be executed. which leaves us with 3 possibilities for how Mira was able to do this. The first is that she snuck out and no one noticed. These 2 guards we see when she returns did not accompany her, and merely escorted Aurelia into the ludus as she was a guest. This is a shit explanation. It relies on blind luck, no one asking questions when Mira returned, and no one noticing that she was gone. The second explanation is that Mira asked Batiatus for permission to go and look for Varro's wife, and was allowed to do so. This is entirely possible, but the show implied that Batiatus would never allow such a thing. This was the whole reason Spartacus declined to speak to Batiatus himself and wanted Mira to handle this covertly. And thirdly, Mira gained a lot of respect from Batiatus and Lucretia for pleasing Spartacus, so they allowed her to go into the market from time to time with a couple of guards as escort to purchase things for the villa, during which time she was able to locate Aurelia and return her to the ludus. She paid or otherwise bribed the guards to allow her to do this. I find this explanation a bit weak because Mira appears to be a newly purchased slave, and whilst she did adequately demonstrate her loyalty, it feels a bit odd that she would be chosen for such a task over basically any other slave. So whilst it was possible for Mira to accomplish this, the fact that no one addresses the idea of a slave going off and doing her own thing for a bit feels strange given the attention to detail elsewhere in the show. So, let's consider how much this actually matters. Mechanically, it doesn't. Like, at all. This subplot with Aurelia going missing, Asher finding evidence of a struggle, and Mira finding Aurelia only serves as to tighten Varro's bond with Spartacus, to establish a bond between Spartacus and Mira, and to repair Varro's relationship with his wife. None of this is critical to anything that happens later, but it is valuable due to the character work it contains. Given this fact, I am willing to overlook the vague circumstances that led to Mira being able to find Aurelia, when I would not have been quite as forgiving had this been a setup for a particular narrative payoff. Ilithia, meanwhile, cannot stop thinking about Liciniia getting it on with a gladiator, something she has always wanted to do, but had never seriously considered. Until now. She tells Lucretia that she would quite fancy being manhandled by a certain gladiator, and Lucretia is more than happy to oblige. Until she realizes that Ilithia's choice of man is Crixus. This quite excellently means that Lucretia's plan to use Ilithia has backfired on her spectacularly.
I also think it's interesting that by this stage in episode 9, Ilithia and Lucretia have just gotten so used to the dynamic where Ilithia can say deeply offensive things, and both of them just accept it as part of the way they operate.
Ilithia's that she's so carnal. She is completely insensitive to anybody else's needs except her own. Like, she doesn't read any subtlety. She thinks she's smarter than everybody else because she is a smart girl.
She is, but there's something sort of incredibly kind of naive and innocent about her, because I don't think she, like you say, she doesn't read that she's offending Lucretia.
No. We cut to Lucretia freaking the fuck out, which means she presumably maintained her composure until Ilithia left.
Here suggests a tempest
in me.
Lucretia explains what happened and that Ilithia wants to bang Crixus, but in her rage, she comes dangerously close to revealing her feelings for Crixus to her husband. She covers this up by saying that she is offended not by Ilithia's choice of man, but by her behavior. The writers then, quite intelligently, use these two characters having an argument to plug a potential hole in their logic, one that has not yet been addressed. Batiatus was seriously struggling for cash, and he wanted to befriend Glaber back in episode 1. He has since become at least moderately wealthy, and yet Lucretia is still putting up with Ilithia's bullshit. Simply put, why do they still need Glaber? And this question is asked explicitly by Lucretia, who adds that Liciniia delivers them Marcus Crassus, who is far wealthier than Glaber. Batiatus replies that Crassus might be filthy rich, but he is just a senator, whilst Glaber is a legatus, and he believes they need the favour of both. He says that soon they will give Ilithia a lesson in manners, but for now they must give her Crixus. Preparations are made. Spartacus is summoned by Lucretia and is prepared for his plunge. He is commanded not to speak or make any sounds other than those of pleasure, to follow his client's lead and to fulfill her desires vigorously. Spartacus understands what is expected and is entirely compliant. He isn't particularly excited to get his dick wet, nor is he anxious that things may go wrong. He is simply like, okay, my job is to please this Roman woman, so that is what I am going to do. As you might expect, this next part is straight up impossible for me to show you, so the Teletubbies will have to do. He is prepared by the other slaves who cover him in gold body paint, adorn him with a mask, and tickle his balls. Okay, fine, that was a lie, but that probably happened off screen. He is brought to Licinia, who is also wearing a mask, and the dickening begins.
How long did this take to shoot from beginning to end?
A whole day. This sequence.
Oh, that is masterful, man. That little bit of realism where he prepares.
I hate it when people don't do that.
That was Anne's input, actually.
How do they
I never
manage?
see these scenes. How do you see enough to hate it? Oh, that was genius, man. Look at the two of you. It's fantastic. I think this is the best sex scene I've ever seen on film.
I just find it so hilarious because what is going on behind those masks, we will never know.
This goes on for rather a long time and becomes increasingly intense and creative. And as the music builds to a crescendo...
Apologies, Licinia. We appear to have arrived before Ilithia is finished with Spartacus.
Man, this time these crackers have gone too far!
And so, Lucretia's master plan is revealed. She has struck back at Ilithia in a deeply personal manner, whilst also preventing her from having to share Crixus with anyone else. And the best part is that the writers orchestrated all of this by setting up who wanted to bang who, and managed to conceal this payoff until the big reveal. So, let's do this one at a time. Lucretia was furious with Ilithia for her general behaviour, but specifically the fact that Ilithia knew about her and Crixus, and yet still wanted a piece of the Crixus pie. To Lucretia, it will have appeared as though Ilithia was specifically trying to torment her and see how far she can be pushed, regardless of whether this was Ilithia's conscious intent. Her plan here was brilliant. It places Ilithia in bed with Spartacus, a man she despises, and this deceit also means Ilithia thoroughly enjoyed having sex with the man who brought shame to her husband, a feeling she will not forget. This wasn't just that Lucretia gave Ilithia someone other than Crixus. She was specifically given Spartacus to cause as much pain as possible. But wait, there's more. She explains what has just happened to Licinia, who then gets to see Ilithia bent over in front of the man she hates, which embarrasses Ilithia beyond words. The end result Lucretia was aiming for here was likely for Ilithia to be deeply embarrassed, but nothing more, as all three of them would suffer if any one of them spoke about this outside of the ludus. This would mean Ilithia would become ostracized from her supposed friends, would live with the knowledge that she banged a Spartacus and she liked it, but would be unable to tell a soul what happened. Spartacus was treating this like any other day at work. Do what master says, glory and honor, blood, sweat, tears, and occasionally jubblies. When he realizes that he was banging Ilithia, he momentarily reverts back to his Thracian ways and begins to throttle her, before Lucretia calls the guards. This was entirely instinctive, and he later apologizes for losing his composure, although Spartacus did not actually know that Lucretia had set Ilithia up. As far as he was aware, the Roman woman he was to please was indeed Ilithia. He believes he just tried to strangle his client. Licinia was merely a tool of Lucretia's to embarrass Ilithia. As far as Licinia was aware, she was going to show up and get her clam jammed by the bringer of rain. But what she found was perhaps more entertaining and certainly more life-altering. It would not be inaccurate to say that this blew Licinia's mind. This also means that Lucretia risked things going smoothly with Licinia so that she could fuck around with Ilithia, which means she was more than willing to risk Licinia's access to Marcus Crassus in order to teach Ilithia a lesson, which is a risk in and of itself because this could also jeopardize her relationship with Glaber. Worst case scenario, Lucretia's plan could result in the House of Batiatus losing favor with both Crassus and Glaber. Well, I say worst case scenario, that actually isn't true. The worst case scenario would probably be what actually happens. Ilithia has just been betrayed by Lucretia, whom she considered a friend. When Licinia realizes what has happened, she says,
Would this not set every tongue in Rome wagging?
There are a couple of possibilities here. One is that Licinia was willing to risk the scandal of her having visited a ludus alone in the middle of the night in order to humiliate Ilithia. Whilst this is possible, I consider it highly unlikely, because Licinia would have almost as much to lose as Ilithia, arguably more, as she is presumably even wealthier. The more likely explanation is that Licinia was not intending to tell anyone in Rome that Ilithia is a whore, but she wanted to send a clear message. I know your secret. I will never let you forget this. You are a pathetic joke. Licinia begins to laugh at Ilithia for having just unknowingly fucked Spartacus. Ilithia repeatedly tells her to stop. She does not, and then...
Ow, that hurts! Ow, stop it! Ow, ouch, my face hurts! Good lord, stop it! Ouch! Oh, beans! I am in pain!
Licinia's brains are introduced to the marble floor of the ludus. This intertwining of Ilithia's desire for Crixus with Lucretia's desire to please Licinia allows for a fantastic payoff that could not have been achieved in any other way. The logistics for the encounter are clearly set up beforehand, do not speak and wear a mask, and both are given sufficient justification within the narrative. This means the audience is not wondering, hey, wait a minute, why are all of the characters wearing masks? What are you up to, writers? We instead do not treat the masks or the instruction to be silent as suspicious, because these aspects make sense given the circumstances. This plan by Lucretia relies entirely upon multiple relationships previously established. Herself and Crixus, herself and Ilithia, herself and Licinia, Licinia and Ilithia, and Spartacus and Ilithia. This payoff simply would not function anywhere near as well if you were to alter any one of these relationships beyond a minor tweak, which means the writers have leveraged 5 separate character relationships, the plot point of pimping out gladiators, and the means by which they ensure secrecy, to deliver a masterful twist that is shocking, surprising, and entirely informed by the characterization of Lucretia. This is one of the most impressively written payoffs in the entire show. When Batiatus returns home, he interrogates his wife as to what the fuck she was playing at. Instead of attempting to conceal her intentions, she straight up says that Ilithia pissed her off, so she wanted to teach her a lesson. She again very nearly lets slip that she did this because she didn't want to share Crixus, by saying that as Batiatus would not defend her honor, she was forced to do it herself. Which, if you think about it, should raise the question, why would allowing Ilithia to bang Crixus dishonor you? However, Batiatus focuses on a rather more immediate concern, namely that the cousin to Marcus Crassus lies dead in his fucking house.
We are undone.
He does not believe this can be covered up. However, the writers again provide an answer, and again, rather than feeling like they deliberately contrived something so as to allow the plot to continue, the explanation given relies entirely upon things that happened earlier for logical and rational reasons. Licinia came alone, and no one knew she was here. Literally the only people who know that Licinia was at the house of Batiatus are Lucretia, Batiatus, and Ilithia, plus a couple of Lucretia's slaves, all of whom have every reason to keep this a secret. In an excellent and darkly comedic cinematic twist, the camera then pans to the left, and it is revealed that Ilithia is just right there in the bath, clearly deeply traumatized by everything that has just happened, which means Lucretia and Batiatus just had this conversation about teaching her a lesson right in front of her, well within earshot, indicating that neither of them care about being overheard, or potentially this was another power play by Lucretia. In a move that I fucking love, Batiatus decides to apologize to Spartacus for what happened. To be absolutely clear, Spartacus was ordered to have sex with a Roman woman, and he did so, only to then try to kill her afterwards. Under any other circumstances, the punishment for this would be unambiguous and immediate death. But not only does Batiatus elect not to punish Spartacus, he apologizes. He understands why Spartacus responded in the way that he did. He had previously instructed Lucretia to keep Spartacus and Ilithia as far apart as possible, and so he knows this was not Spartacus's fault. Another remarkably human moment from Batiatus, but one that serves an additional purpose. He tells Spartacus that he did not know anything about this, possibly in an effort to ensure that Spartacus does not place any blame on him. Spartacus then himself apologizes, saying, "For a moment my hands were not my own, but those of a man who no longer exists."
Spartacus, your loyalty, it honors this ludus.
In a counterpart to this scene between master and slave, we get another scene between master and slave. Ilithia asks why she was given Spartacus instead of Crixus.
Ask what you already know answer to.
And just like that, Lucretia drops the bomb, admitting that she bangs Crixus, that she knows Ilithia knew about her banging Crixus, and that she was unwilling to allow Ilithia to bang Crixus.
We've had our differences, however veiled, but I've come to see what a valuable friend you are.
And then Lucretia leans in and kisses Ilithia, cementing her control over her, and indicating that the power dynamic between the two of them has just been flipped on its head. Whore is a fantastic episode. It is focused almost entirely on the various sexual relations between the characters, and the title of the episode can refer to many of them. It is what Varro called his wife.
My wife is a whore!
It is how Mira presents herself to Spartacus. It applies to Licinia's behavior.
Oh, that little whore!
It applies to Ilithia's behavior. But, most notably, it literally describes Spartacus in this episode. Lucretia's schemes and the ultimate payoff are absolutely the highlight, but we also get some setup with Batiatus finally taking action against Salonius, Asher's wavering loyalty, the mystery surrounding Aurelia, and Crixus and Navia hitting some turbulence. But this video is already really long, and I've kept you waiting long enough. It's time for... it's time for that episode. Episode 10 opens with Spartacus and Varro fighting together in the arena. Varro is distracted because he has still not heard anything of his family, but Spartacus encourages him to focus on the fight. During the match, Spartacus leaps over Varro's shield, as he has done with Crixus twice before. They fight a giant Chungo man clad in heavy armor and defeat him by popping his head off using a chain. This scene shows us the friendship between these two, how they look out for each other and how they are able to achieve things together that they could not achieve alone. It also shows that although Spartacus is a bit of a legend, Varro is no slouch. He has become a skilled gladiator worthy of the mark, and we learned back in episode 8 that Varro was bringing in quite a bit of cash.
Your victories amass much coin.
In the Pulvinus, Numerius watches the fight excitedly, commenting that Spartacus is winning even though he is chained to an inferior gladiator. Calavius says that Numerius wants an exhibition fight to take place at his birthday celebration, and Batiatus offers to host at his villa. He offers this free of charge as a favor, but he is certainly expecting something in return. Through hosting this party, he intends to gain Calavius's support in his pursuit of political office. After they return to the Ludus, Mira also returns, having now located Aurelia. Aurelia explains that the blood Asher found was not hers. Titus tried to assault her again, so she cut him deep and low.
He will never force himself on a woman again.
This clarifies, both for us and Varro, that Aurelia did not willingly lie with another man. She was loyal to Varro, and he was way out of line the last time he spoke to her. Varro apologizes for his behavior and says that the child she bears is a part of her, and he intends to love it as he loves her. Varro is willing to raise a child conceived through rape as if it were his own. It takes a certain type of man to be so dignified, and here Varro reveals his quality. He commits to being the man Aurelia deserves, presumably intending to quit gambling for good and finish up paying his debts so that he can go home. Where Varro is doing rather well, Ilithia is not. She has not been sleeping and has completely lost track of time. She didn't attend the games for fear of accidentally revealing what she did to Licinia. Lucretia reassures her that the murder has been covered up and that the only way someone could learn of it is if Ilithia told them herself, which is intended as comfort but doesn't address the specific fear Ilithia has. She is worried that she will tell someone or accidentally let it slip. Lucretia, however, doesn't particularly care, as she proceeds to leverage the newly pliable Ilithia by asking her to invite a specified list of noble citizens to the party. people Lucretia believes would not attend if not for the fact that Ilithyia, the daughter of Senator Albinius, were to extend an invitation. Ilithyia is now being treated as one step away from a slave. Spartacus and Crixus are informed that Numerius wants them to fight each other in an exhibition match. They are the two most popular gladiators in the Ludus, and Numerius wants to see something unprecedented. Batiatus is very specific as to the rules of this fight. Blood may be spilled, but only for show, and if either gladiator injures the other, they will be seriously punished. This is strictly an exhibition match, but it is not a choreographed simulation of combat, nor is it training. They will be using steel swords, and they will each be trying to beat the other by forcing a submission. The fact that blood is permitted but will be punished means that, in theory, both men are incentivized to not injure the other. Crixus, however, sees this as an opportunity to retake his title that he believes was stolen by Spartacus. And although both men are obedient, they also really don't like each other, which means this fight presents an interesting dynamic that we haven't seen before. They must win without harming the other fighter. Batiatus is not confident in Crixus's ability to put on a good show, and he doesn't want him to get injured again. However, Numerius has insisted that Spartacus face Crixus. He privately commands Spartacus to not overly embarrass Crixus, which I find quite interesting. It tells us that both of them are of the view that Spartacus will obviously beat Crixus. The only question is how quickly. Spartacus intends to put on a show, and such a show would necessarily embarrass Crixus, but due to the fact that Crixus brought the house great honor, Batiatus wants to minimize this as much as possible. He doesn't want his former champion injured for no reason, either physically or emotionally. Regardless, he is willing to embarrass Crixus to a degree in order to appease Numerius and his father. Batiatus later invites Spartacus for an audience so as to prepare him for the party. He wants Spartacus to entertain Numerius while he ass-kisses Calavius. We then get a brief piece of symbolism in the form of a board game Batiatus is playing with Asher. Spartacus tells Asher that he moves unwisely, and he is allowed to make the move himself. Batiatus is like, why did you just sacrifice your piece for no reason? Without realizing that by taking this piece, he has just conceded the game to Spartacus. I wonder what this could be referring to. Anyway, this then prompts Batiatus to eject Asher and play with Spartacus instead. They bond over their parents, Spartacus saying that he was taught in the ways of battle by his father, and Batiatus replying that his father never saw the value of military glory or the alliances that could be forged.
He aspired to be no further than what he was.
The polar opposite of Batiatus himself. Batiatus becomes irritated, although he remains friendly, because Spartacus keeps beating him.
How can you keep besting a man so far above your station?
He believes he is better than Spartacus because of his social standing, and therefore he should be able to win this board game. He believes he deserves it.
See, it just shows they keep reiterating that to Romans, the circumstance of your birth denoted worth. Within a certain, amount of improvement you can make.
Then Lucretia arrives, and she is not happy that Batiatus is treating Spartacus like an equal. He is a slave, and should not be drinking wine and playing board games with his master. But it is quickly revealed that this is not the whole story. Lucretia believes Batiatus is showing favor to Spartacus that was never shown to Crixus when he was champion. And she says that as Spartacus is beneath them, such behavior would be spat upon were any of their guests to witness such a thing. This is clear hypocrisy from Lucretia, as she and her husband have repeatedly been looked down on by those above them, but she also wants to maintain a strict separation between them and their slaves. She wants to climb the ladder, but she doesn't want anyone else to follow her up. This excellently mirrors Batiatus being like, Spartacus, what the fuck, stop beating me, I'm supposed to be better than you, whilst simultaneously trying to become more than a lanista. He also wants to climb the social hierarchy, but he doesn't want anyone else to follow him. Additionally, Lucretia's relationship with Crixus is far more intimate than her husband's relationship with Spartacus, and such hypocrisy reveals in no uncertain terms that Lucretia simply really does not like Spartacus at all, and she hopes that Crixus can regain his title.
A man ascended to the heavens, and Spartacus is merely the beast that you ride upon.
And although this description might be appropriate for Crixus in a purely literal sense, there is no way she would ever describe Crixus in this way. In the previous episode, Naevia was able to steal a key from Hector, one of the guards, intending to use this key to meet with Crixus. Hector has now noticed that his key is missing, but she manages to convince him to back off by saying that Lucretia would not be pleased to learn that a guard has misplaced his key. Naevia continues to use the key to access Crixus. He tells her that he intends to retake the title from Spartacus, he believes the crowd will clamour for blood, and he will oblige. Naevia warns him that to make an attempt on Spartacus's life would risk his own, but Crixus replies,
"This is my life. If not champion, I am nothing."
Naevia is not particularly happy to hear this, as her distaste for the games was established in her first scene with Crixus. Even so, they proceed to have a good old puddle snuggle, and then oh dear, Asher has seen something that he should not have. Asher becoming aware of Crixus and Naevia's forbidden romance really does matter to the rest of the story, so I'll quickly go over why this isn't blind luck. Crixus and Naevia have become increasingly careless in concealing their romance. They have almost been caught at least a couple of times already. This means such an eventuality was inevitable at some point. Asher, being the one to discover their secret, is informed by the fact that he was on his way back downstairs after playing the game with Batiatus. Asher has dropped Eves before, and he is a sneaky, conniving little shit who would conceal his presence and not give any advance warning, such as the loud armoured footsteps of a guard or Lucretia calling Naevia's name. Asher is perhaps the most likely character to sneak up on them, aside from maybe some random slave who couldn't care less. Additionally, Asher knows that Crixus purchased a necklace through him back in episode 3, and given that Asher is not an idiot, he may well have suspected his intentions. There is a minor luck component to this because Asher could have been 5 minutes later, but there is more than enough setup through the behavior of Crixus, Naevia, and Asher that such an encounter avoids feeling at all contrived. This was bound to happen sooner or later, and that it happens now changes nothing. As Spartacus returns to his room, he is escorted past Hector, who is now interrogating Mira, suspecting her of having stolen his key. He steps in to defend Mira. Hector attacks Spartacus and loses very quickly, resulting in his face being badly burned on a lantern. Batiatus hears the sounds of arguing and asks what the fuck is going on.
Your man attacks Mira without cause.
Hector claims Mira is a thief, but backs down when he is asked what she stole. Batiatus tells Hector that he has forfeited a month's wages for abusing Mira.
Apologies.
Do not fucking speak!
Although Hector did overstep and is punished, Batiatus's rage is directed at Spartacus.
I defend your worth to my wife, only to turn and find you shitting in my fucking house!
He says if not for the party, Spartacus would be lashed, and if he lays hands on a guard again, he shall receive far worse. This further depicts how the gladiators are treated, and that Batiatus has become convinced that he should not grant any special privileges to Spartacus. Although Hector was out of line, it was not Spartacus's job to correct him, and any use of force from a slave to an employee of the ludus is met with severe punishment, as would be appropriate. This further complicates the relationship between Spartacus and Batiatus, as he is reminded that he is property and he can be treated however his master desires. For the most part, Batiatus has outwardly presented himself as relatively kind and understanding towards Spartacus, but he now believes this behavior may have caused Spartacus to become too comfortable and to forget his place.
But it's a great, because you see them just before this becoming chummy and talking as men, and then status has been re-established.
That's right. Well, at the end of the day, you're just a slave.
But one that can make him a lot of money, that's
that's
kind of
right.
the root of it all. And,
Yes.
and political advancement.
The following day, Magistrate Calavius arrives with the birthday boy. Numerius is escorted to the training square where Spartacus is to give him a tour. Crixus is gagging for a proper opponent to offer a demonstration to Numerius, clearly trying to provoke Spartacus. But then Duro is like, I'll spar with you. He is rejected, but then attacks Crixus anyway. Crixus pummels the shit out of Duro as his brother watches, and Duro is given multiple opportunities to concede, but he keeps getting back up. Agron is eventually like, bro, what the fuck, stay down, you're going to get killed, but Duro keeps returning to his feet until he receives a shield to the face. Doctore then steps in to prevent the demonstration from going any further. As Duro slowly picks himself up, the gladiators clap for him out of respect. Many of these gladiators, as we learn later, are loyal to Crixus and believe he is the true champion, and yet still they show respect for Duro's refusal to surrender. Duro is a part of the Brotherhood and is beginning to show it. This fight between Crixus and Duro accomplishes a few things. It demonstrates that Crixus is more than ready for the upcoming fight with Spartacus. Spartacus teaches Numerius of the bond between gladiators, how courage can be as respectable as victory, and that gladiators will often refuse to back down even in the face of overwhelming odds. This further builds hype for the upcoming fight between Spartacus and Crixus, because the audience has been told repeatedly that Crixus does not consider this an exhibition match. He is going to try and kill Spartacus, and neither one will back down. Although the other gladiators respected Duro for his courage, Crixus did not, at least not openly, indicating that he is of singular purpose: reclaim the title, kill Spartacus. As a result of Numerius spending time in the training area with the gladiators, he is filthy and has to get cleaned up before the party. Ilithia senses an opportunity. Yes, this is about to happen, and yes, it is Teletubby time again. She asks if Numerius requires a hard scrubbing, discusses how sensual baths are, and the pleasures his adulthood will hold. Numerius is like, boobies! So she, do I need to continue? Ilithia does exactly what Ilithia does. She weaponizes her sexuality to get what she wants from powerful men. As for what it is she wants, we can only really speculate at this point, but it probably isn't good. Also, just to briefly address this, today is Numerius's 15th birthday, which means by modern standards, what Ilithia did here was very illegal in every country on Earth, apart from apparently these ones. Why the fuck are there 15 countries where you can legally boink a 14-year-old? But in context with the show, his 15th birthday is referred to repeatedly as the day he becomes a man, which means, regardless of whether or not this was accurate historically, what Ilithia does to Numerius is not considered in universe to be legally or morally dubious. They are both considered adults, and they both consented, which means, although Ilithia is obviously doing this to manipulate him, this is not presented as a morally villainous act in and of itself. She tells Numerius, the choices you make will ripple through time, altering fates and destinies. This is not merely Ilithia trying to manipulate Numerius by telling him how totally awesome he is. This is also foreshadowing on the part of the writers. What is about to happen is going to totally change the course of history and will inform everything else that happens in the rest of the season and the two that come afterwards.
The writers were saying, look, this is the most powerful act. Like, this is the kind of thing that's going to send Spartacus on to do what he does. So we have to go there.
The guests arrive and the gladiators are assembled in the villa. Calavius is pleased that his son is happy, and they observe that Numerius has now become a man. Thank you, Ilithia. Mira, meanwhile, thanks Spartacus for helping her fend off the guard, but he says he would have done the same for any woman, and he does not consider Mira special.
You are an ass.
Then we get some brief development of the Lycinia subplot, as some of the guests are discussing her disappearance. Lucretia is like, oh, well, why would you ever travel without an escort? And suggests that the only reason Lycinia would do such a thing is if she was having an affair. Ilithia then hallucinates the floor of the villa covered in Lycinia's blood, and we learn that Marcus Crassus has offered a substantial reward for her discovery. Ilithia, however, does manage to conduct herself in a social environment without giving anything away, which means she has been successfully pushed by Lucretia to overcome this self-doubt. This also functions as Lucretia subtly reminding Ilithia that she could, if she wanted to, ruin Ilithia's life, as she begins theorizing as to what happened to Lycinia, and accurately says that Lycinia was up to no good, sleeping around behind her husband's back, which is also precisely what Ilithia was doing. Salonius has also been invited, and he has accepted, seemingly because he likes being around Lucretia, and still clings to the hope that he can flatter her into his bed. He and Batiatus embrace before Batiatus repeatedly hits him with thinly veiled insults. Mirroring their discussion about Barca, Lucretia says she would prefer to deal with Salonius in a single stroke than drag out the torment purely for the purpose of embarrassment. Salonius then asks Asher why he was invited, as this is obviously suspicious, and Asher informs him that he is to be humiliated in front of Calavius. Batiatus wants Salonius to witness his ascent into political office before he is finally removed from concern. Batiatus finally introduces the main event: Spartacus, champion of Capua, versus Crixus, former champion.
Wait, I fear Crixus has seen his best day past. I would have Varro fight in his place.
Before we continue, this is already a significant subversion of expectations. Crixus regaining his title is referenced in multiple scenes by multiple characters. Much like Episode 6 appeared to be building up to one thing before pulling the rug out at the last minute, Episode 10 appears to be building towards a long-awaited fight between Spartacus and Crixus, before Ilithyia gets involved and substitutes Crixus for Varro. For the moment, it appears that Ilithyia is trying to accomplish two things at once. She has just embarrassed Crixus by forcing him to back down from a fight that he believes he is ready for, thus delaying him regaining his title. This serves as a means by which to get back at Lucretia for what she did in the previous episode. An alternative explanation at this point is that Ilithyia didn't believe Crixus would be able to defeat Spartacus, otherwise she would have attempted to ensure that outcome instead. She figured that no one would be able to beat Spartacus, so she chose to have him live and suffer. Just like her husband. The payoffs are coming so fucking quickly now that I can barely keep up. But either way, for now, the dramatic focus of this scene is on what this means to Crixus, as the entire episode so far has been clearly building towards Crixus regaining his title. And during this scene, we repeatedly cut back to Crixus looking dejected and humiliated. So Batiatus agrees to oblige Numerius, as this whole event is predicated on his desire to gain favor from Calavius. Crixus backs down as instructed, and Spartacus and Varro are like, okay, I guess, let's go ahead with the exhibition match. Varro considers this good fortune, as he has been chosen to oppose the champion of Capua in a demonstration, and he has been selected over every other gladiator, including the former champion. His ego and confidence is at an all-time high.
Let us give them a show.
However, we know that something else is going on simply because Ilithyia is involved. And whilst it makes sense for her to want to get back at Lucretia, having Spartacus fight Varro in an exhibition match seems far too simple given what Lucretia did to her. The best word to describe this is dread. The audience knows something the characters do not. They know something isn't right, but for now, that something remains a mystery. Has Ilithyia somehow bribed Varro by paying off his debts? Is Crixus going to snap and attack Spartacus during the fight? There are many possibilities, and none of them good. The presentation, however, is upbeat and entertaining, as there are no real stakes. Everyone knows that Spartacus could easily defeat Varro if he wanted to, but these are two friends who have decided to put on a show for the Romans and to have some fun in the process. Everything is going too well. The guests are entertained. Salonius wonders what Batiatus is up to. Crixus struggles to return Navia's smile due to his shame. Varro at one point lands a minor hit on Spartacus, but he is eventually defeated. The guests applaud, and Numerius is invited to pass judgment. And so, the plan is revealed. The tone shifts so dramatically that this hits like a fucking truck. Well done, Spartacus. Well done, Varro. Good fight. Great job. Numerius, time to pass judgment. And the audience is like, wait, what? Why does he get to do that? And then Numerius gives a thumbs down. We cut between the various characters as they react. Calavius, Spartacus, Varro, Batiatus, and Lucretia are all confused, as this appears to have come out of nowhere. And we are then treated to, or perhaps I should say forced to endure, an agonizing 3 full minutes during which Spartacus does not move. Other options are explored by various characters. This isn't just a nice quick thumbs down, okay, kill him. Batiatus, despite his primary concern being to entertain Calavius, apologizes for the misunderstanding and says it was agreed that this was to be an exhibition match. As Numerius has made his decision, however, Calavius concurs and says he will reimburse Batiatus, but Varro must die. Calavius knew that Batiatus didn't have any particular problem with losing a gladiator, and he accurately reasoned that Batiatus's hesitation was due to him worrying about how this would affect his finances.
The first time I saw this in ADR, I cried. I couldn't actually believe what my character had created.
Proceed.
Spartacus stands motionless as Varro realizes there is no way out. Spartacus begs Batiatus to reconsider, without speaking a single word. This is all communicated with his eyes.
I said proceed.
Spartacus remains motionless, and Batiatus nods to the guards to surround him. Spartacus considers fighting off the guards, but Varro tells him they will both die if he does so.
There's no choice. There is always a choice.
Which is a beautiful callback to their dialogue from episode 3, which I will get to momentarily. Back in episode 5, prior to the Theocles fight, Spartacus asked Varro to do everything he could to find Sura should Spartacus die. In this scene, Varro asks the same, for Spartacus to see his family provided for. The guards stand ready to attack. Spartacus still does not move, and he shakes his head at Batiatus.
Spartacus.
Batiatus is begging Spartacus to kill Varro, as if he refuses, Batiatus will be forced to kill Spartacus as well, and they will both lose everything. Varro then makes the decision for him. He grabs Spartacus's arm and drives the sword into his shoulder. Varro releases his hand, and Spartacus, finally accepting what he has to do, drives the sword all the way into Varro's torso, and his friend falls to the floor, dead. The crowd is entertained, entirely passive observers of the tragedy that has just been inflicted.
I remember we had a lot of trying to make this scene work, because I was saying Spartacus would never do it. It was written that he just followed Batiatus' order originally, and he turned it around to Varro doing it because there was no
And now you have
choice.
to strike the grace note.
We will both die, and I need Spartacus to live.
Fucking hell. It takes a lot for me to become emotional when I watch TV shows, but god damn it, this scene is so well executed. It hits every emotional beat flawlessly, and it should be mandatory viewing for anyone trying to tug at the audience's heartstrings. Yes, the performances from everyone are tuned to perfection, but not to discredit the fantastic acting in this show, there are countless examples of scenes in other shows that attempt to prompt an emotional reaction, but despite the best efforts of the actors, they fail, because the most important factor in engaging your audience on an emotional level is the quality of the writing. A trick writers will often use when attempting to get an emotional response is to precede an emotional low with an emotional high, or vice versa. A good example of this is in The Two Towers. When Theoden has lost hope, he rides out with Aragorn in one final attempt to save his people, and then we get the catharsis of Gandalf arriving with the Rohirrim and the battle is won. This is highly effective because the audience's emotions will mirror those of the characters, and rather than fighting a battle and then winning, the tension rises and falls throughout, culminating in the lowest of lows being followed by the highest of highs, creating a greater sense of tonal contrast. This scene in Spartacus does the opposite, but to equal effect. Varro's happiness at being elevated to the position of fighting against the champion serves as an emotional high to precede the emotional low. We also had the whole subplot with Aurelia, which was again an emotional low followed by a high, where he thought she was slutting around with random men while he suffered to pay his debts, when in actuality she was a victim. But he was able to reunite with her and make amends. Varro discussed earlier with Spartacus what he intended to do after he paid his debts. He wanted to move to Sicilia with Aurelia and raise the baby together. But this never feels like, oh man, here, look, it's my wife, whom I love very much. Oh boy, I sure hope I don't die in this episode. Because Varro's turbulent relationship with his wife has been an important part of the last few episodes. And this scene is a part of that story, rather than a cheap half-assed attempt to make the audience empathize with Varro at the last minute. All of this means that until Numerius gives the thumbs down, Varro is the happiest he has been in the entire season. And part of the mastery of this switch is that there is the briefest of moments, just before the thumbs down, where the audience knows what is about to happen, but Varro does not.
Come, Numerius. Pass judgment on our fallen warrior.
The realization does not happen simultaneously because we have information that Varro does not have. And this brief pause allows the moment to build rather than just cutting straight to Numerius, who already has his thumb down. This end to Varro's story has been slowly built up throughout the season, as early as episode 3. Spartacus and Varro were slated to fight each other in the Vulcanalia. They were not worried about the prospect of fighting each other, because they are gladiators and they know this is going to happen at some point. Fighting each other doesn't inevitably end in death, provided they put on a good show and the loser gives the missio. They were instead worried about how little the victor would earn, and so this serves as a fantastic setup for their later fight in episode 10. There are no ordinary circumstances by which Varro would die through no fault of his own. He is a gladiator, and so there is an obvious risk that he may die in a fight or succumb to injury, but if he trains hard and is not fucked around with by the Romans, there is every chance that he will survive his 2 years as a slave. The only reason he does not is because Ilithyia wanted to hurt Spartacus as much as she possibly could. Ilithyia discussed the value of friendship with Lucretia whilst watching Varro and Spartacus training together earlier, and the purpose of this conversation appeared to be relating to her own relationship, as Ilithyia had decided to obey Lucretia and invite the guests, so as to continue their facade of friendship, but in reality, this was the moment she caught a glimpse of what Varro means to Spartacus, and she began to form a plan to get back at him. Another important character beat here is that back in episode 3, Batiatus spared Spartacus because he couldn't afford to lose him. His financial troubles led to him forming a bond with Spartacus beyond that of master and slave, a bond which ultimately led to him becoming extremely wealthy. As a result of this wealth, Batiatus is now able to afford the loss of a gladiator, regardless of whether or not Clavius had compensated him. His wealth has caused him to treat everyone as disposable, both in and outside of his ludus, and he now considers it not only acceptable but achievable to kill anyone who stands in his way. As with Sura, Varro was the one person who truly meant something to Spartacus. He may have had the respect of some of the other gladiators, and he may currently be of use to Batiatus, but Varro was indeed the only friend he had. This makes his death at least as effective as Sura's, although I would argue that this one edges it out for a few reasons. It is not quick. Spartacus was forced to take Varro's life himself. He had already lost Sura and now was forced to lose Varro, and whilst Sura's death served a practical purpose in coercion, Varro's death accomplishes absolutely nothing. It was a purely vindictive move from an evil snake. There are a couple of other relatively minor points that I just want to highlight that help this scene achieve the heights that it does. One of the guards surrounding Spartacus is Hector, who is looking for any reason to inflict pain on him, and this shows that these guards are particularly hostile for personal reasons. They are not simply being paid to obey Batiatus. Additionally, earlier in the episode, Varro told Crixus that if he falls, it will be in the arena.
You remember what that is like, do you not?
This is framed as a joke, casual insults traded between Spartacus and Crixus, but in hindsight, this was foreshadowing for what would happen later. Varro would not fall in the arena. As the party draws to a close, Clavius tells Batiatus that he appreciates his hospitality, and Batiatus then reveals his intentions towards political office.
Politics is too dull for a man of your persuasion. Batiatus, you are a fine Lannister. But politics, it requires a different sort. Citizens of status, with the proper heritage. Leave politics to the men with breeding for it.
This means Batiatus's cruel invitation to Salonius has backfired, as Salonius demonstrates that he still has the favor of the magistrate entirely due to his heritage, and that no matter how far Batiatus climbs, he will always be looked down on. He will never have what they have, which mirrors the social distinction between the Romans and their slaves. There have been countless references to Batiatus and Lucretia being outsiders, who, despite their best efforts, are unable to mingle on equal footing with other Romans. They are constantly spoken down to as lacking proper heritage, being of the wrong family, having the wrong standing, and it has previously been suggested that Clavius, Salonius, and Ovidius were all in bed together, conspiring against Batiatus. Lucretia is eager to hear what Clavius's response was, and Batiatus tells her,
Magistrate's response.
to be answered in blood.
He has had enough. All of the effort he has gone to this evening, including the sacrifice of a very capable gladiator, not to mention the emotional impact this loss will have on his champion, has just been thrown back in his face. He now intends vengeance against both Salonius and Calavius. The final scene of the episode shows us Spartacus alone in his room, tormented by his friend being taken, for the sole purpose of entertaining a child. He trashes the room and pummels the wall until his hands are bloody. Mira arrives to comfort him. Spartacus shakes his head at her, perhaps indicating that he knows she can't fix this and he wants to be left alone. Mira, however, holds him in her arms, and he cries for the loss of Varro, the friend, the gladiator, the husband, the father, and the good man.
What's great about the writing, again, is that there's stuff in the early eps that pay off later on that you don't even really, I'm sure as an audience member, don't realise how significant those little things are, but they just sort of piece together and
the seeds are
come
planted.
Back. Yeah. Just brilliant.
Party Favors is one of those episodes that sticks with you. It is a magnificently sadistic climax to many hours of hope and suffering, and it is a crucial turning point in the story for many characters. Spartacus found a way to deal with the loss of Sura by embracing his path as a gladiator, but losing Varro has now called this path into question. He has reached his breaking point. Batiatus, meanwhile, has been desperately trying to transition from lanista to local politician, and he has now been refused. He has also reached his breaking point. Both men are on new paths, but only Batiatus has a plan. He wants blood. Party Favors was Andy Whitfield's favourite episode of the season, and were it not for the mad genius that we are still to witness, I would agree with him. So, let's move on to the final 3 episodes of Blood and Sand. Spartacus stands over Varro's lifeless body, wishing that he had died and Varro had lived. He believes there was no honor in Varro's death, as he died purely to entertain a boy. Doctore offers him comfort, saying that Varro shall be remembered as a gladiator.
No, you will be remembered as a husband, a father, and a friend amongst enemies.
This is again a great piece of characterization for Doctore, as this is the second time that Spartacus has lost someone very close to him, and Doctore tries to console him, even though Spartacus drugged him and tried to kidnap his Dominus. Despite the fact that Doctore does not believe Spartacus is a worthy champion or even necessarily a good person, he sees a brother in pain and does what he can to alleviate it. Speaking of pain, we see that Spartacus has an open wound on his torso, a memento from the fight with Varro, which he has not treated. This is likely because he was caught up in the tragedy of Varro's passing that he didn't consider it important, but it is also possible that he is punishing himself. Varro's body is then carried to Aurelia at the gates, and she learns that Varro died by Spartacus's sword.
He loved you as a brother.
Spartacus is clearly not motivated to train, and Crixus mocks him privately to Doctore. Doctore understands the grief Spartacus is experiencing, likely from his own experience in losing his wife, whilst Crixus has apparently never gone through anything similar. Crixus says that the loss of a brother is felt by every gladiator, and that Varro should be honoured with blood spilled in the arena, not with tears. This is pretty cold, even for Crixus, but then he reveals why he is so pissed off. And, surprise, surprise, it's because Spartacus took his place in the upcoming games. The Primus against Pompey has always been sought by Batiatus to no avail, which means Crixus has never had the opportunity to fight in it. This year, however, as Salonius has fallen out of favour, Batiatus has secured the Primus, and Spartacus, the woman who grieves, is due to fight. Meanwhile, Lucretia warns her husband of the risks of moving against Calavius, but it turns out that he has already gone for the nuclear option. Aulus, Asher, and some other underlings have attacked Calavius's wagon on the road, and have abducted him. Lucretia is like, I'm sorry, you did what? And this is the 4th time Batiatus has concocted some wacky scheme and not told her. The deal with Spartacus to find Sura, the murder of Ovidius and his family, the killing of Sura, and now the abduction of Calavius have all been done without her involvement. And although she stands by her husband, she is beginning to feel as though she is drowning beneath his ambition. Asher stands guard over Calavius, whilst Aulus is invited to enjoy the wine and women the villa has to offer, intending to switch places with Asher in a few hours. As his minions carry out his dastardly plan, Batiatus summons Spartacus for an audience, as he knows that Varro's death is going to affect his performance. He tells Spartacus that he is furious at having to lose Varro, a gladiator of such standing, which we know is bullshit, because he only cared about the financial cost. But then, the manipulation truly begins. Batiatus says that Calavius and his son have wronged both of them, and he informs Spartacus that plans are in motion. Spartacus offers assistance, but Batiatus declines, and tells him to focus his attention on the upcoming Primus. This will be a fight to the death against Pericles, Titan of Pompeii. Spartacus wishes for all of his winnings from the fight to be paid to Aurelia, along with any future winnings. Batiatus then pledges to do the same, a delightfully devilish move that is entirely intended to ensure that Spartacus can remain focused on the task and continue to make him rich, because he truly does not care about Varro or his family beyond how they affect his finances. He is again shown to be willing to spend money, to invest it, with the promise of making more. What is interesting here is that Batiatus doesn't conceal his intentions. He openly says that he is doing this for Spartacus, so that he has peace of mind knowing that Aurelia is attended to. This honesty helps Batiatus conceal just how selfish he truly is. Because had he been like, oh no, Varro, he was my favorite, I'm really gonna miss that guy, Spartacus would be like, motherfucker, why did you force me to kill him then? Spartacus already knows that Batiatus determines a man's value by how much they can put in his pocket, so there would be no reason for him to pretend otherwise. However, Spartacus doesn't really care about the reasoning, as this will see Aurelia provided for, as he promised. This scene shows Batiatus essentially using his anger at Calavius to bond with Spartacus, to be like, we're not so different, you and I, we have both been wronged, but don't worry, I'm going to fuck him up. You can thank me later. This next bit is really important, but I can't show you because everyone is naked, and even selectively censoring what happens I think would be too risky. So I'm just going to have to describe it. As Spartacus is taken back to his room, he walks past Aulus, who is receiving what appears to be a food massage involving two slaves, one of whom is Mira. In case you had forgotten, Aulus was the driver of the cart back in episode 6. Remember this, I swear I would show you, but I'm not risking all of this hard work going to waste. Aulus gets a massage from a couple of slaves, one of them is Mira. Got it? Good. Also, Aulus is played by Mark Mitchinson, who played Braga, the captain of the guard in the Hobbit movies, yet another one to add to the Middle-earth Spartacus crossover list. The two surviving recruits from episode 8, the German brothers Agron and Duro, have each received minor development in the last couple of episodes. They have mocked Spartacus behind his back, believing they could easily defeat him, mirroring Spartacus's own foolish belief that he could have beaten Crixus back when he was a noob. The two Germans really dislike Gauls in particular. They speak in a somewhat interwoven manner, almost but not quite finishing each other's sentences. Agron is initially super protective of Duro, but realizes that he can't keep babysitting his brother, as he will be unable to do so in the arena. Agron and Duro notice that Spartacus doesn't look in particularly good form for the upcoming fight, and Duro believes that the gods are punishing him for killing Varro. Agron, however, sympathizes and says that his hands were removed from choice, before Duro proudly declares,
I would die before I would kill my own brother.
Spartacus has heard enough.
With both of you dead, who would see to his wife, his child?
Spartacus then sees a spooky apparition of Varro wandering around the Ludus, and this kind of thing generally gets me quite worried. Spooky ghosts and hallucinations are often used in shitty media to guide the protagonists to a particular destination desired by the writers. Or, in other words, the writers say, and then a vision or a ghost did it, and then the plot continues. Blood and Sand, however, is far above such feeble formula, and it instead uses the ghost of Varro to inform us of Spartacus's character and his thought process. Spartacus follows the spooky Varro ghost outside and encounters the non-spooky Mirror, who was sent by Batiatus to please him. This only happens because Spartacus followed a spooky ghost, but all the ghost did is give Spartacus a reason to go outside. Had he not done so, he still would have encountered Mirror in his room later, and the same conversation would have taken place. Mirror is alarmed by the state of Spartacus's wound, but he insists it is but a scratch. He declines any help from Mirror. He doesn't want sex, he doesn't want idle chit-chat, and he doesn't want to treat his injury. However, he does ask Mirror to express gratitude to Aulus the next time she lies with him, because Aulus was injured trying to protect Sura. Then we get to see what exactly Batiatus has done with Calavius. He has been abducted and tied to a chair in the sewers beneath the city. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, Calavius is played by John Bark, whom you may recognize as Madril from The Lord of the Rings. Anyway, Calavius doesn't realize that he offended Batiatus, and he asks that they discuss their disagreement as civilized men. Batiatus, however, says that he is not a civilized man. He is a base animal, a beast to be ridden and disregarded.
Leave politics to the men who have the breeding for it.
He then boots Calavius to the floor and begins yelling at him, and then we get a rather amusing character beat from Asher. Twice before, we have seen Asher and Barker roll their eyes or conceal a smirk as Batiatus flips out and starts beating the shit out of someone. This marks the third time, and Asher is again like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? This isn't how you intimidate people. These subtle facial expressions inform us that Batiatus' slaves find him funny and or pathetic when he is trying to be menacing, further indicating that Batiatus is desperate to be something that he is not. Calavius then takes the opportunity to truly speak his mind, because he has accepted that Batiatus is going to kill him. You are a jest, a man tolerated because of his ownership of Spartacus, the savior of Capua. When he falls, you will quickly follow. You still do not see it, do you? You are beneath me, and you always will be in this life or the next. Do what you must to balm your wounded pride. I will not beg. So it turns out Calavius is actually a bit of a Chad. He presumably figured the only reason he wasn't already dead was so that Batiatus could torment him or gain further pleasure from his death, so he straight up just says, kill me because it's not gonna change what you are. Instead of killing him, Batiatus reveals that Numerius also has a part to play in his little scheme before he re-bags Calavius. Asher appears to be getting cold feet, which is informed by his wavering loyalty shown in the prior episodes. He believes Batiatus is going too far, and if anything goes wrong, he will be crucified for his involvement in the abduction and potential murder of the magistrate. He questions Batiatus in front of Calavius, but is told to take hold of his cock and follow the plan. Asher then meets with Salonius in secret. He tells Salonius that he is safe, for now, and that Batiatus is preoccupied with greater concerns. Salonius notices that Asher appears troubled, and convinces him to reveal what is going on. Asher continues that Batiatus has grown reckless, but does not give any specifics, showing just enough leg to get Salonius interested. He later returns to the sewers and finds Aulus asleep on the job. Calavius, meanwhile, has not moved, and they worry that he may be dead. Aulus investigates, and Calavius springs to life and bites him in the neck.
I'll have you both crucified. And your master!
Asher tells Aulus to return to the Ludus for medical treatment, and says that he will stand watch over Calavius.
Do you have the balls to see this through alone?
2 of them very large.
Here, the writers needed Asher to be given an opportunity to betray his master, which means they needed Aulus to be removed from play. So, how did they do this? Aulus fell asleep because he was standing guard over an old man tied to a chair. He was confident that Calavius would not be able to do anything without waking him up. A risk, sure, but this seems reasonable. However, Aulus falling asleep is not actually required for Calavius to injure him, as Calavius merely feigned death, which caused Aulus to get too close. The only way this could go wrong for the writers is if Asher were to check the body instead of Aulus, which appears to be a coin toss as either one could do it, and in a weaker show, the writers would just be like, well, Aulus does it because that's what we need to happen, but here, the decision is informed by their characterization. Asher freaks out and starts blaming Aulus for allowing Calavius to die too soon, so Aulus checks the body himself to prove that he didn't fuck up. Overall, this is a nice, efficient way to get Aulus back to the Ludus, giving Asher some time alone to plot and scheme. What happens to Aulus here also serves an additional, rather important purpose, which I will get to later. In training, Agron notices that Spartacus is struggling. Spartacus again hallucinates Varro, and Agron notices that Spartacus's wound is not looking too good. Spartacus then passes out. The writers, once again, use the characters to plug any logical inconsistencies and to ensure that no one is accidentally depicted as an idiot. The champion of Capua has just collapsed from an infected wound, and apparently no one noticed this until it was too late. So, what justification is given? Batiatus has been very busy plotting and scheming, Spartacus was overwhelmed with grief and didn't take care of himself, Mira was told rather forcefully not to worry, and Doctore misinterpreted Spartacus's fatigue as him being distracted by Varro's death. A lesser show would just be like, well, everyone just kind of didn't notice, that's a thing that can happen, right? Without realizing that if you provide a coherent reason for a character to notice or not notice something like this, then this will ensure they remain believable and at least passably intelligent. As a result of all this, the Medicus informs Batiatus that Spartacus will not be able to fight in the games against Pompey. Batiatus wants Spartacus to be given the best possible care, as he is particularly worried about losing his champion, given what Calavius just said to him, and he orders that Mira be brought in to assist, and that Spartacus not be left unattended.
Our champion cannot fall.
As Spartacus remains unconscious, we get a surreal dream sequence during which a torrent of gold coins fall from his open wound. Spooky Ghost Varro tells Spartacus that all he is to Batiatus is gold mined from blood. Then Spooky Ghost Sura tells him that he is the champion of the Romans before she collapses into his arms and dies. These kinds of hallucinatory dream sequences can be tricky to manage, because if you handle them badly, then it will appear as though the character had a vision and was convinced by his imaginary friend to do something by drawing on information that he did not actually have. If a lazy or incompetent writer needs Spartacus to speak to Doctore or whatever, then they can just throw in a dream sequence where Spooky Ghost Varro tells him, hey buddy, you should go and speak to Doctore. If there is no other reason for Spartacus to want to do this, then this would indeed be the script disguising itself as a dream sequence, telling the character to go and do a thing. For now, these dream sequences are purely being used to visually explore his thought process and his grief, as well as showing us how different he is to the man Sura once knew. Batiatus discusses with Doctore what he should do about the Primus, as the crowd will not be pleased to learn that their champion will not be fighting. Doctore recommends Crixus, despite the fact that Crixus has not fought for many months. Crixus is understandably very excited to have been chosen, whilst Naevia is not. She is terrified that he will be slain, but he is certain that he will not fall because he will never leave Naevia's side. Crixus was humiliated as a side effect of Ilithia's plan, and was refused the opportunity to face Spartacus, but as a direct result of this, Spartacus became injured and therefore unable to fight in the upcoming Primus, which results in Crixus having the opportunity to regain the favour of all of Capua, not just regain his title in a private exhibition match. Agron and Duro fight together against their opponents in the opening of the games. They are victorious, but Duro nearly dies and Agron has to save him. His lack of confidence in his brother appears well-founded. He has the will to survive, but evidently not the skill. Also, the Pompey magistrate is played by Phil Grieve, who played a whole load of orcs in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, as well as in Rings of Power. Skipping forward to that evening, the Primus has been delayed because Calavius has not shown up, and the crowd is becoming agitated, as is Crixus. Calavius' wife Domitia asks Batiatus to introduce the games on her husband's behalf. Crixus is booed by the crowd who wanted to see Spartacus, and he is told by Doctore to remind them of who their champion is. This fight has pretty serious stakes behind it, although it is again not as consequential as the Theocles fight. Crixus fighting Pericles is also not the climax of the episode, as it occurs about midway through, and its purpose is development of Crixus's character arc. This is Crixus's first fight since he fell against Theocles. He was not the first choice, and this is the first time Crixus has not had the favour of the crowd. He is now the underdog with something to prove, and he is the man with something to fight for beyond the glory of battle. In other words, Crixus now very much mirrors Spartacus in the earlier half of the season. Crixus is beaten down a whole bunch, and in the Pulvinus, Lucretia nearly collapses, apparently due to stress. Believing his wife to be unwell, Batiatus orders Naevia to return her to the Ludus. This right here is a perfect example of achieving the most maximum of maximum drama without leaning at all on contrived storytelling. Lucretia has to leave the fight, but not only does she have to leave the fight, she has to leave at the moment when Crixus has just been beaten to the ground, and it appears that he is about to die. This is dramatic because both she and Naevia have a very personal investment in the outcome of this fight. This works so well because the reason Lucretia nearly collapses is because of the state of the fight.
Look, he rises.
This means that her leaving and Crixus being about to die are not two random unrelated events that just so happen to coincide so as to generate drama. One is reliant upon the other. And I fucking wish more writers these days understood how important this is. The side effect of this is that neither character with a personal investment in the fight is present for its conclusion, and this is used to add suspense, as it suggests that Crixus may fall, and he will look to the Pulvinus for comfort, and Naevia will not be there. The reason why Naevia and Lucretia have to leave is not made explicit until episode 12, but can easily be guessed. Lucretia is finally pregnant, which would then mean that the reason neither of them are there to witness Crixus's last moments is because he got her pregnant. This means if he falls, the undefeated Gaul will live on through Lucretia's unborn child. This isn't what happens, but all of this would make complete narrative sense, which is why this doesn't feel like a waste of time. Crixus could absolutely die here, and his arc would feel complete. One thing I don't like about this fight, however, is that we cut away halfway through to something totally unrelated, and then come back, which I feel dilutes the tension. This is the one single time this happens in the season, and whilst it does give the impression that the fight lasted longer than what we actually see, this works against a later line suggesting that the fight was overly brief. And so I personally wouldn't have made this editing choice because of how it affects the tension. Crixus eventually regains control of the fight and defeats Pericles before curb-stomping him into the sand. He looks up to the Pulvinus, and Naevia is absent. He roars in frustration as the crowd chant his name, believing that his glorious victory means nothing. A messenger then appears and informs Batiatus that Calavius's caravan has been discovered and his guards have been murdered. Calavius's body was not found, but there were tracks leading back to Capua. All of this is part of Batiatus's plan, as he was of course entirely responsible for all of the above. Batiatus says that he and his men will begin searching, and he invites Numerius to join him. Although his mother doesn't want him to, Numerius insists as he is now a man, and the two leave the arena to begin the search. Meanwhile, Asher meets with Salonius again, who has also joined the search for Calavius. He presents Salonius with Calavius's ring, and tells him that Batiatus is holding the magistrate captive and intends to murder him. The obvious question here is, if Asher wants to betray Batiatus, then why not just free Calavius himself? And this is addressed within the scene itself. He wanted protection from Salonius to ensure that he would not be crucified for his involvement in Calavius's abduction. In exchange for revealing Calavius's location, he receives payment from Salonius so that he can flee Capua. Salonius wants to gather some men before rescuing Calavius, but Asher urges to handle this quickly. Salonius is armed with a dagger, and Asher encourages him to use it to free Calavius by cutting his bindings, and so they head into the sewer. Meanwhile, Batiatus, Numerius, and the guards wander around the street, unable to locate Calavius. Batiatus asks Numerius to work out how his father could be moved around without anyone noticing, ostensibly valuing his intelligence and keen mind. Because they are standing near the sewer entrance, Numerius guesses that they should check the sewers, and they head inside. Asher and Salonius arrive at Calavius, but they hear men approaching. Asher panics and dips out, leaving Salonius alone as he is afraid of being caught, and he wants to leave Capua with his money. Salonius cuts Calavius free right as Batiatus and the guards approach. It turns out that Calavius's throat has been cut, and Salonius is discovered standing over the body, holding a dagger. Well played, Batiatus. Well played indeed. And then Asher comes back like, hey, what's up? You got played, motherfucker. This is another fantastically executed payoff that was not easy to pull off. Multiple things have to happen for this to go smoothly. So, working backwards from the payoff, Salonius has to be convinced that Asher is on his side, otherwise nothing works. This is accomplished via him warning Salonius about the assassination attempt, and subtly allowing Salonius to probe him for additional information to give Salonius the impression that he was in control. He encourages Salonius to act quickly, fearing that they will be too late if they go and get more men, and Salonius is convinced that he can quickly free Calavius before anything happens. In addition to convincing Salonius, the writers also needed to convince the audience that Asher had flipped. They accomplish this via all of the scenes I just mentioned, but also by having him express doubt in front of Calavius and Aulus. This can be explained in a number of ways. The most likely is that Asher was indeed having doubts due to the very high stakes they were playing with. Asher pretending to be getting cold feet in front of Calavius doesn't appear to serve any kind of practical purpose, because there is nothing Calavius could offer him that he wasn't already going to get from Salonius. This is informed by the fact that Batiatus was indeed displaying reckless and unhinged behavior, whilst Asher prefers to operate in a highly controlled and calculating manner. My guess is that he was considering adjusting the plan so as to ensure its success, or potentially to give him a way out should things outside of his control go wrong. Aulus being returned to the Ludus was not a part of the plan, but it changes nothing as he was a redundancy. After Asher is alone, he appears to be considering what to do now that he is alone, whilst in actuality he knew exactly what he was going to do, because the plan was always to cut Calavius's throat and show the ring to Salonius. This means that right up until the reveal that Calavius has been killed, the audience will likely believe, as Salonius does, that Asher has indeed betrayed Batiatus. Additionally, Numerius plays a key role in this trap, as Numerius had to believe that he found his father and that Batiatus did not make this happen. However, Batiatus not only wants to come out of this as innocent, but as the hero who helped save the day. Batiatus has appeased Numerius multiple times, from subtle compliments to the training session with Spartacus to the birthday party at the villa. He displays a keen interest in solving his father's disappearance and asks Numerius for help, something Numerius was never going to turn down. This plan could have played out without Numerius, but it would have been nowhere near as believable for Batiatus to emerge from the sewers like, look, I caught the motherfucker, it was that dastardly Salonius, my arch-rival. Numerius seeing Salonius standing over his father holding a dagger ensures that Salonius goes down with no questions asked. This payoff is excellent. There are no holes that cannot be explained, no bullshit, oh well that was just ridiculously lucky, and no characters doing things they have no reason to do. The writers do not lie to us at any point. They don't try to play the Rian Johnson revisionist history game and be like, actually, this is what Asher was doing earlier. Like, fuck you, no he wasn't, you showed me what he was doing, stop lying to me. The writers instead convince us, along with Salonius, of something that is not true. That Asher has betrayed his master, entirely through carefully constructed dialogue. This doesn't feel cheap, or like contrived bullshit intended to make us go, oh my god, I didn't see that coming, without actually putting in any effort to make sure that things make sense. The Asher betrayal switcheroo is fantastic. Aulus returns to the Ludus and his neck injury is treated by the medicus. He is placed on the bed next to the unconscious Spartacus, accompanied by Mira, is given a sedative and told to rest. The medicus then leaves Mira in the infirmary to get some food and a couple of hours sleep. Spartacus continues to hallucinate. He wakes up alone, sees a body on the table underneath a cloth, and the body is revealed to be his past self, the Thracian he put behind him. Spooky Ghost Sura asks why Spartacus killed him, and he says he had no choice but to accept his fate. He hallucinates Sura's death, and she blames him for leaving her. Spooky Ghost Varro appears and says,
"You must tend to the wound.
before looking at Batiatus. Spartacus follows him around the cart to the injured Aulus before we jump back to when he saw Aulus earlier having a food massage with the naked slaves. Suddenly, Spartacus wakes up, his fever having broken. Spartacus realizes that Aulus is lying on the bed next to him, so he asks Mira to unstrap him and warn if anyone approaches so that he can speak to Aulus. She complies, and Spartacus rips open Aulus's shirt and realizes that he does not have a scar. He demands to know what happened when Aulus transported Sura from the port, and Aulus maintains the lie that they were attacked.
Where's the wound? You weren't trying to save my wife!
Aulus realizes that he is fucked, and he tries to call for help, but is strangled. Spartacus demands to know why he killed Sura, and in his dying breath, Aulus admits that her death was commanded by Batiatus. Spartacus tells Mira to tie him back down, and to never speak of this again. The next morning, Aulus's body is removed, and Batiatus observes Spartacus risen from the dead.
You are well?
Yes, Dominus. I am myself again.
This is one of the most important reveals in the show, so I am not going to accept, well, Mira was allowed to go off and do a bunch of things off screen or whatever. This has to line up, it has to make sense, and it has to avoid being contrived purely to get us to the payoff. Well, it can just not do any of that, but I mean, we're talking about really quite an excellent piece of writing at this point, so if this payoff were to be built on bullshit, then it would severely damage the season as a whole, due to how consequential this is. This isn't that Spartacus imagined a ghost who gave him the answer. These dream sequences were a visualization of a totally coherent thought process. Spartacus is wounded, and he is not taking care of himself. He realizes how serious it is, and that he must tend to the wound. He also sees Aulus having a naked food massage and thinks nothing of it, until he connects the dots when he dreams about Sura. Aulus was wounded trying to defend Sura, and yet Spartacus did not notice any scar. This is what causes him to check, at which point he starts questioning Aulus as to what happened. As with the Asher reveal, multiple moving parts have to line up for this to work. Spartacus is injured and unconscious. Aulus is injured and unconscious at the same time. Mira is present, the medicus is not. Mira agrees to help Spartacus. All of this has to be explicable, otherwise probably the biggest reveal in the season becomes little more than, oh, well, that was lucky. So, Spartacus is injured because of the fight against Varro. The wound was not treated for reasons explained earlier. He was running a fever for a period of time and remained unconscious. Aulus is injured because he is bitten by Calavius, and whilst this seems totally unrelated, the reason Batiatus is seeking vengeance against Calavius is closely tied to the exhibition fight against Varro. This means both Spartacus and Aulus being in the infirmary can be traced back to the same event. There is an element of luck involved, because they needed to both be here at the same time, but as both of them would have remained here for at least a few days given their injuries, it is entirely reasonable that they could both be treated at the same time. In an added twist of fate, Batiatus wanting more and bringing down Calavius and Salonius at once is what leads to Spartacus realizing that Aulus killed Sura, which is another reference for Batiatus's ambition being his downfall. Next up, Mira being present and not the medicus is explained by him needing to get some sleep, which is, again, something that is entirely reasonable. Had he been present when Spartacus woke up, this would have changed nothing, and Spartacus could have simply waited until he left. Mira was here because she was summoned due to her relationship with Spartacus, and this also informs her agreeing to help him. She has a mutual trust with Spartacus, despite the fact that he was initially very cold with her, and given the way episode 10 ended, it is more than likely that she stayed with him all night and may well have learned a bit more about him. And this isn't just me inventing that character development happened off-screen so as to fill a gap. Every character had every reason to do this. Batiatus would want Spartacus looked after, Mira would want to help him, and Spartacus clearly needed a shoulder to cry on. Batiatus could not have expected that this would ever happen for a few reasons. Spartacus saw Aulus for a few seconds before experiencing the most traumatic moment of his life, at least until that point. the chances of him recognizing Aulus afterwards would be very low. Additionally, Aulus is not a slave who lives in the villa. He is a hired gun who does jobs here and there, and so he barely spends any time in the villa. Gladiators are only ever in the villa under very specific circumstances, which means the chances of Spartacus ever seeing Aulus again would also be very low. You could call this an oversight by Batiatus and attribute it to his growing overconfidence, but I honestly think there is no way he could have reasonably expected that Spartacus and Aulus would ever meet again. But now that Batiatus' treachery has been revealed, this brings us to the penultimate episode of the season. Salonius the Unfortunate waits beneath the arena to be executed, mirroring how episode 1 opened with Spartacus in the same position. Batiatus has decided to say goodbye to his rival as one final taunt. He accuses Salonius of coveting his ludus, his champions, and his wife, and Salonius does not deny this.
Well played, Gladiators. I underestimated you.
You're not the first to die for that mistake.
What could this be referencing, I wonder? Perhaps something from the equally brilliant prequel miniseries Gods of the Arena? Well, if you want me to cover Gods of the Arena, and if you have made it this far into this video, then I will assume that you probably do, please let me know in the comments. If this video does well enough, then I would love to make a similar one for Gods of the Arena, as well as Vengeance and War of the Damned. Anyway, Spartacus and Salonius enter the arena.
You survived your execution, Thracian, upon these very sands. Perhaps good Salonius will fare as well.
I would not expect it.
It's interesting, in this fight, the way we had originally configured it, Salonius broke and ran and tried to escape. It was a late change to get him to stand and fight, because we went back and forth, and then Rob Tappert really thought he should stand and fight. And I thought that ultimately, when it all came together, it was a great instinct, because it makes Salonius
more impact.
Yes, and he dies with such dignity now.
Whilst Salonius displays surprising skill, he is ultimately defeated to the roar of the crowd. He tells Spartacus that Batiatus is the true villain, and Spartacus replies,
I shall join you presently.
Batiatus has finally managed to dispose of his rival by using the man who first embarrassed Salonius at the start of the season. In a sense, everything Spartacus has, and by extension everything Batiatus has, can be attributed to Salonius, who, along with Calavius, conspired to have Spartacus and Crixus killed by Theocles, which led to Spartacus becoming champion. And now we have come full circle, and Spartacus is executing the man whose gladiators failed to execute him. Salonius goes down like a boss, fighting for his life, and is given the small comfort that Spartacus intends to kill Batiatus. Mira is again commanded to see Spartacus, which gives the perfect opportunity for them to discuss just what exactly the fuck happened in the previous episode. Spartacus still rejects Mira, even though she has helped him tremendously, although he claims this is because his mind is taken with other thoughts. He doesn't open up to Mira, at least not entirely, as he claims that he is worried that Batiatus suspected he murdered Aulus. Mira then asks why he killed Aulus.
His hand robs her of life by command of Batiatus.
This is a pretty huge moment that displays an incredible degree of trust between these two, and Mira is horrified. However, she is less horrified by the news of what Batiatus did to Sura. Rather, she is horrified because she has deduced that Spartacus plans to avenge Sura by killing Batiatus. This leads to a critical development, and a dialing up of the stakes just about as high as they can possibly go. Mira informs Spartacus that according to Roman law, which he is understandably unaware of because he is not a Roman, if one slave spills the blood of his master, all are put to death. If Spartacus kills Batiatus, every gladiator and slave within the ludus will be crucified. This does not appear to deter him, as he firmly believes Batiatus must die. Spartacus is so enraged by the injustice of what has been done to him that he is willing to leave everyone to their own fates. Aside from Mira, he is not close with anyone in the ludus, and so he does not consider them his responsibility. This is, however, not presented as a good thing, and the show is very aware of this character flaw. Spartacus has become consumed by vengeance to the point where he is willing to condemn every slave in the ludus. And instead of trying to gaslight the audience by being like, actually, if you think about it this way, then Spartacus is totally right for getting hundreds of innocent people killed, the show instead acknowledges this as a problem to be overcome. When Spartacus refuses to change his mind, Mira leaves, and it is not immediately clear whether she intends to reveal Spartacus's intentions. Doing so would guarantee his death, but it would potentially save everyone else. Perhaps more importantly, Spartacus does not attempt to stop her, because he trusts that she will not turn him in, and the prospect of killing or restraining her is the antithesis of what he would do given recent events. Spartacus is put in an impossible position, and he does the only thing he can. He tries to commit to doing the right thing. Batiatus must die, and if anyone tries to stop him, that is their choice. Meanwhile, Crixus and Naevia are getting it on. He asks her why she was absent when he defeated Pericles, and tells her there is no meaning to glory without her eyes to witness. This shows clear character growth as well as development of their relationship. Back in episode 5, prior to the Theocles fight, Crixus suggested that there may be something beyond glory, referring to Naevia. However, this was contextualized as Crixus using his feelings for Naevia as a means by which to attain victory.
Your woman, is she the reason you refused to die?
Having a woman to fight for gave Crixus additional willpower, which he believed would aid him in the arena. However, Naevia has become the reason to attain glory. She promises that she will never again miss one of his victories, telling us that she has grown to appreciate how dedicated Crixus is and how much the fights mean to him. Meanwhile, Asher is given fine robes and a room in the villa as a reward for his recent scheming. Batiatus offers him a woman of his choice, and Asher admits that he has had his eye on one not yet soiled by other men. This magnificently sadistic bastard has reached unprecedented heights through cunning and loyalty, and the first thing he does with this newfound power is fuck with Crixus by taking Naevia away from him.
How much rehearsals me and Leslie Ann did on our own before we get to this, because I'm like, okay, how do you do this? Because you don't want it. The scene has a lot of traps. Like you don't want it to be like, I'm going to sleep with you.
What I like about it is you're not being villainous, but it's more like a cat toying with a mouse. You know where this is going, and you know your eventual end game.
Asher asks if she is a virgin, and Naevia says that Lucretia ensured that she remain untouched, which means Crixus was the first man she was with, a fact Asher is well aware of. It is no accident that this happens at the climax, forgive the pun, of Naevia's relationship with Crixus. Although this was not intended by Asher because he wouldn't be aware, this is another example of the greatest emotional high being followed by the greatest emotional low, which, unfortunately isn't this bit. That bit's coming later. Later on, Asher summons Crixus so as to give him a parting gift, a memento of his battle with Theocles, which, of course, was the moment Crixus lost the thing he loved the most, his position as champion. He taunts Crixus further, telling him that he has been given quarters in the villa to serve as Batiatus's right hand.
The one he wipes his ass with.
Crixus tells him that he was never a gladiator, and Asher replies,
Not after your blade found itself in my leg.
At long last, we have an answer. Asher was not making up bullshit when he spoke with Spartacus in an attempt to sabotage the Theocles fight. His injury was directly because of Crixus. But not only was it because of Crixus, it turns out Crixus did this deliberately. Why and how are not questions that are answered in this season, but they are in Gods of the Arena. Anyway, Asher thanks Crixus, saying that crippling him actually granted him the opportunity to excel elsewhere.
Everything I am, everything I now possess, I owe to you.
Asher does not reveal that he has been given Naevia. He is saving this for when it will best serve him, and will cause the most harm to Crixus.
It's so much fun with Asher, who's gotten shit on for a lot of the season. This is the episode where everything's going his way.
Yeah.
And we're just piling it on. He gets a room, and he gets a woman, and he gets everything else, and he's still working his angles.
Right.
He's still got.
It
He's
never
still
stops.
gonna get him. Yeah,
it never
it's so
stops.
Great.
It's funny because when I see the shows, this episode in particular is called Revelations, and in a way, it is kind of revelation for Asher because he wanted to be a gladiator and he couldn't, and now he found this new path,
which
where
is
he
even bigger
shows,
and better.
Yeah, he shows his power. So.
We learn that Spartacus has requested to speak with Batiatus multiple times, likely wanting to ask him about that one time when he had his wife killed and lied to him for months whilst manipulating him, milking him for money and status, leading to the death of Varro, but Doctore informs him that Batiatus is busy with other matters, which is indeed true. From Batiatus's perspective, he has been fully engaged in his takedown of Calavius and Salonius, and he has not considered Spartacus since he returned to training. Spartacus is training alone, tormented by visions of the past. And Crixus rolls up like, "Hey, I'm doing great, how are you? I don't care. I'm going to take my title back soon, okay?" Spartacus replies that there is no glory to be won, only blood spilled for the pleasure of the Romans. He has become entirely jaded after discovering that Batiatus killed Sura to control him, and he no longer intends to fight as a gladiator. His victories mean nothing. He is no more than a slave paraded around for someone else's amusement. And the moment it suits his master, he will be discarded, just like Varro. Crixus's mind, however, is a brick wall, and Spartacus is not going to be able to convince him to turn away from honor and glory. Crixus reiterates that he will defeat Spartacus and become champion again, but Spartacus replies,
"I fear you will never have the chance,"
before he is finally summoned for an audience with Batiatus. Going into this meeting, Spartacus fully intends to kill his master for past transgressions, whilst Batiatus doesn't have a specified objective. He merely wants to know why Spartacus keeps asking to see him. The slaves are frantically preparing the villa for Glaber's imminent visit. Spartacus looks around carefully as Batiatus prattles on about how fantastically everything has been going, calculating how and when to strike. He spies a knife on a table. Mira is present, and she keeps a close eye on him, as she is the only other person in the ludus who knows of his intentions. Batiatus reveals that Glaber is visiting and asks that Spartacus set aside his grievances in favor of more noble pursuits. Spartacus replies, "Glaber took Sura from my arms, but he is not the man who took her life," as he moves his hand towards the knife. This is a very ballsy move, as it requires that no one sees him doing this, but we have had enough justification to make this acceptable. There is one guard present, and Spartacus acknowledged his presence and location, and so positioned himself in such a way that the guard could not see what he was doing. Batiatus is extremely busy managing the slaves and preparing the villa, and he also trusts Spartacus a great deal, and so will not have been keeping an unusually close eye on him. But just as Spartacus is about to commit and pick up the knife, he spots Aurelia, Varro's wife, gathering flowers and helping to prepare the villa.
Now this scene, we talked about this one round and round as well, because our whole conversation was, why wouldn't Spartacus kill this guy immediately?
Yes.
And so this is why Varro's wife shows up here.
He is shocked to see her, and Batiatus reveals that Aurelia flatly refused the money that they had both pledged her, and she would only accept it if she could earn it through fair labor. Aurelia intends to continue working for Batiatus until Varro's debts have been paid. Mira watches Spartacus closely, noticing that he just backed down from killing Batiatus, and thereby condemning everyone else to death, once it was revealed that Aurelia was present, which suggests to her that Aurelia's life matters more to Spartacus than everyone else in the ludus combined. Whilst she is relieved that he didn't follow through, needless to say, Mira is not happy that her life apparently means so much less than Aurelia's. Batiatus asks what Spartacus was so eager to discuss, and he lies, saying that he wanted to ensure that Aurelia was taken care of, and he is then dismissed. Mira then speaks with Spartacus and asks him directly what the fuck he is up to. Spartacus justifies his actions, saying that he will not put Aurelia at risk after having killed her husband, but Mira replies that Aurelia was put at risk the moment he killed her husband. Spartacus still fully intends to kill Batiatus, but seeing Aurelia surprised him and made him delay his plan. Her presence reminded him of his humanity and that there will be unforeseen collateral damage if he just bum rushes Batiatus and turns him into Swiss cheese. The promise he made to Varro was the only thing that could have stopped him, as Spartacus values the promise made to a friend over his need for revenge. This also means that Varro's death directly leads to Spartacus delaying his vengeance, which means Varro's death actually saves the lives of everyone in that ludus. Given that Aurelia is the only person whose presence could have prevented Spartacus from carrying out his plan, is it reasonable for her to be here? Entirely. She is here because Spartacus tried to give her his winnings, due to a combination of extreme guilt and him having promised to take care of her. All of this can be drawn back to episode 10, and so yet again, the writers avoid having the show progress due to random luck. In a brief scene a bit later, Spartacus speaks with Aurelia as he wishes to warn her of the danger Batiatus poses. It is unclear if his plan is as simple as convince Aurelia to leave and then proceed with the original plan of shanking his master in the villa, or if he is being entirely genuine and selfless. He is worried what may happen to Aurelia if she remains here, regardless of his intentions towards Batiatus. She doesn't listen, refuses to accept his money, and doesn't care about any promises he made to Varro. Varro is dead by his hand, Varro's son is staying with her brother, and the unborn child that they were to raise together has been removed from concerns. Ilithia, meanwhile, continues to fuck around as everything is prepared for her husband's arrival, but then she arrives without him, saying that he has been delayed. She says that Glaber has requested that Batiatus greet him when he enters Capua.
When does he arrive?
Now.
Ilithia is doing everything she can to fuck with Batiatus and Lucretia. She is not on quite as tight of a leash as they expected. So Batiatus hurries to meet Glaber, and Ilithia tells Lucretia that she will be moving back to Rome. She claims this is because Glaber is campaigning for praetor, and has insisted that she be with him. Lucretia is not happy, as her maneuvering in episode 9 was intended to bring them closer and to ensure that Ilithia remained compliant, whilst it now appears that she is neither. Ilithia thanks Lucretia for her friendship, saying that it has forever altered her life, and then she leans in and gives her a kiss.
You know, writing for Lucy and Viva in season 1 was one of the high points for me.
Yeah.
And the great thing, you know, since I come from the Joss Whedon camp, I like really strong women, even in this time period where they weren't up front. But having these two, I mean, their storyline is just as engaging and just as powerful. And we always replay these Judas kisses between the two. And it's always a question of who's got the upper hand.
Glaber arrives in Capua with a detachment of his soldiers. Batiatus has rushed through the streets to meet him, but was too late, because Ilithia is intent on sabotaging him. Batiatus invites Glaber to his villa, but Glaber declines, preferring to speak to Mercato, another local politician, first.
When shall I expect you?
When I arrive.
Because Batiatus is away for like 30 minutes or whatever, Lucretia decides to summon Crixus for some sushi. As she escorts Crixus, Naevia reveals that she has been given to another. Crixus demands to know who, but Naevia says it doesn't matter. Their romance cannot continue. They are both slaves, and they must do as instructed. Speaking of doing as instructed, Lucretia is here all naked, and she begins the process of parting the Pink Sea. But before she can engage physically, she collapses in pain and calls Naevia to help her. Batiatus returns from being spurned by Glaber, and he is not exactly happy.
Once again, the gods spread the cheeks to ram cock in fucking ass.
He walks in on Lucretia, who informs him that he is to be a father. Lucretia is finally pregnant. It appears that she managed to get exactly what she wanted, and she didn't even need the angelic penis candle to get the job done. When Glaber finally arrives, he compliments the very much upgraded villa, but asks, quite reasonably, why they are still pressing for his support if they have had such good fortune. Batiatus tells him that he has aspirations of political office, and Glaber decides to entertain the prospect. He asks why associating with a Lanista would help him, as this needs to be a two-way transaction. Batiatus says that his gladiators entertain the masses, and this favor could be leveraged to assist Glaber in his military and political career. Glaber appears to be considering the value of this, but then an Ilithia-shaped broadside enters the conversation.
They do favor Batiatus men like no others, especially Spartacus.
It truly is remarkable how the writers are so good at writing dialogue that insults, provokes, and manipulates under a facade of politeness and normalcy. And this mirrors almost exactly what Lucretia did to her back in episode 8.
Of course, he's not yet a gladiator.
Glaber becomes quite angry upon being reminded of Spartacus's existence, but then Batiatus demonstrates his abilities of persuasion.
What does it say that your finest gladiator was my worst soldier?
That I am the greatest lanista in the Republic?
He manages to return Glaber's seething criticism with a well-founded rebuttal. He doesn't take offense, and he truly believes that his bending of Spartacus from the wild Thracian deserter into the champion of Capua is a feat worthy of admiration. It took a lot of work for him to get here, but through perseverance, intelligence, and a complete lack of anything approaching a moral compass, he succeeded. Glaber asks for a demonstration to back up Batiatus's bold claim, and so the gladiators are summoned to the villa. He immediately insults Spartacus and is surprised but impressed that Spartacus kept his mouth shut. It appears Batiatus was not exaggerating. Glaber then calls for a demonstration of Spartacus's fighting ability, and instead of having Spartacus fight another gladiator, he summons his men, most of whom were apparently played by MMA fighters. Wielding practice swords, Spartacus easily knocks down the first man, and so Glaber orders the next two to attack simultaneously. Again, Spartacus defeats his opponents, and so Glaber just says fuck it, and Spartacus is faced with 4 Roman soldiers at once. He prevails, but with great difficulty, and whilst taking multiple blows.
Behold, the legend is proved.
He has just single-handedly beaten 7 of Glaber's men unconscious. Glaber did this for a few reasons. Primarily, he wanted to watch his men beat the shit out of Spartacus because he doesn't like him. Additionally, he wanted to put Batiatus's bold claim to the test, as if he has indeed broken Spartacus, then this would suggest that he is to be believed on other matters. If Spartacus fails, then Glaber will finally get to watch him die as repayment for past wrongs. He was not expecting Spartacus to pass this test, which is why he sends in 1, then 2, then 4 men to attack him. He becomes increasingly angry as Spartacus beats his way through his men, but following the demonstration, Glaber does concede that Batiatus has indeed broken Spartacus. They both appear worthy of his patronage. However, because Glaber is primarily interested in power, Glaber says that if Spartacus kneels, patronage will be granted. Spartacus considers this for a moment, and then addresses Glaber by his title before obediently kneeling, which is an excellent repetition of their previous scene from episode 2, where Spartacus fell to his knees in grief.
You see, the Thracian finally learned his place before me.
Spartacus is a relatively passive component of this scene, as whilst his obedience is being tested by Glaber, he is not given any choices other than to defeat the soldiers. This is an interesting development because, by this point, Spartacus is not on Team Batiatus. He wants to kill Batiatus at the earliest opportunity, but he finds himself forced into another exhibition fight purely intended to further Batiatus's political career. And after demonstrating his abilities, he swallows his pride and kneels before the man who took Sura from him because refusal would only make it harder to claim his revenge. Okay, so everything seems to be going pretty well. Glaber is happy, Spartacus hasn't murdered Batiatus yet, and Batiatus is about to get exactly what he wanted. What could possibly go wrong? Well, Asher senses an opportunity, so he decides to give Naevia a big old sniff while looking Crixus dead in the eyes, which quite obviously has the desired effect. Realizing that Naevia has been given to Asher, Crixus rushes him, strangles him, and beats him before Spartacus and Doctore stop this.
This confrontation coming up is another thing that we went round and round about where to stage it. It was down in the training square for quite a while. And then we realized, well, if we can maneuver him so Glaber wants all of them up there, then we can have everybody together and Asher can hatch his plan.
This, obviously, is not a good look for Batiatus, and it makes Glaber question why he would grant patronage to a man who cannot control his slaves. This Naevia reveal taking place in front of Glaber happens entirely because Glaber summoned every gladiator, not just Spartacus. So why did he do this? His stated reason is that he didn't want to go down into the ludus again because it was smelly, but his actual reasons are likely because he wants to demonstrate his power. Because Batiatus wants something from Glaber, he can basically demand whatever he wants, and Batiatus will comply. And he wants the other gladiators to watch as their champion is killed or at least beaten. Asher then enters it's like stage 19 at this point or something, his final fuck you to Crixus. He says he simply touched his gift and Crixus went mad, but then he adds that he felt her maidenhood long absent when they lay together. Asher was expecting a virgin, but he sensed the ghost of Crixus's fat dong. This is all bullshit, because Asher knew that Naevia had boinked Crixus, and the whole reason he chose Naevia was to get back at Crixus. That she was a virgin was entirely irrelevant to his desires. However, the fact that Naevia was supposed to have been a virgin is what allows him to reveal that Crixus and Naevia are in love and have been slamming for quite some time.
Now I know whose cock wasn't her first.
Asher has found the most destructive moment at which to unveil the truth. He didn't need to do this, but by timing this to perfection, he manages to reveal to Crixus that he has taken Naevia from him, whilst also revealing to Lucretia that Crixus and Naevia have been fucking around behind her back, whilst also causing Glaber to refuse to grant patronage. Glaber prepares to leave, as Batiatus desperately tries to reassure him that Crixus will be punished. Glaber, however, was looking for any reason to get the fuck out, so that is what he intends to do.
Do not turn from me!
Batiatus is once again going for the nuclear option. His balls have swollen to the point where he is willing to shout demands at a legatus as he would a common slave. He tells Asher to fetch the gift. Glaber is like, fuck off, I don't want your gift. Batiatus is like, oh yes, I think you do. Asher arrives with a box.
What's in the fucking box?
And, well, it appears that when Lucretia said that Licinia's body would never be found, she wasn't being entirely truthful, because the box contains Licinia's severed hand. Glaber assumes that Batiatus murdered Licinia, and he is confused as to why Batiatus would present evidence of the act, but he is informed that his wife was responsible. Batiatus says that he was content to help her cover it up as long as patronage was granted.
Now I fear Licinia's body may resurface on the grounds of your villa, perhaps.
This means that not only did they keep the severed hand, but they apparently have the rest of Licinia stuffed away somewhere for future use, which I find rather funny, like this poor woman is just stuffed in a cupboard somewhere in case they need her. Ilithia pleads with her husband.
You cannot believe me capable of such a thing.
But he's like, yeah, the problem with that, Ilithia, is that actually I can. He can see it in her eyes. He knows exactly the kind of person he married. He slaps her to the ground, grants patronage to Batiatus, and leaves. He is returning to Rome, leaving Ilithia in Capua. This builds hype for Marcus Crassus, whom we are not going to see anytime soon, because Glaber is so terrified of reprisal from Crassus that he immediately buckles and grants patronage to Batiatus. Ilithia's worst fears just became true. Licinia resurfaced, and Ilithia revealed the truth by being unable to sufficiently convince her husband that she was innocent.
We also went round and round about, Ilithia could just say, it wasn't me. And we said, well, let's embrace that. Let's have him look in her eyes and see right through her and knows that she would do something like that.
And the cherry on top is that none of this would have happened if not for Ilithia's shit-stirring earlier, which provoked the demonstration with Spartacus. This ploy with the severed hand was almost certainly concocted by Asher, given that this kind of thing is essentially his job, which means the reason why he decided to provoke Crixus into losing his shit and thereby stop Glaber from granting patronage was so that he could deliver this severed hand and bring Glaber back in. I find this very funny in the best way possible. Asher had everything, but because everything was going too well, he was like, now I don't get to do the severed hand thing. And so he quickly came up with a plan. Asher finds this shit fun. He loves toying with people. Provoking Crixus not only allows him to bring out the box containing Licinia's severed hand, which he was probably rather proud of, but it also makes Crixus look bad whilst making him look good. This was a textbook Asher move that played out flawlessly because both he and the writers fully understood what the potential consequences would be. Lucretia then confronts Naevia by demanding to know how long she has been fucking Crixus behind her back and making a fool of her. Although this scene involves someone beating the shit out of their slave, Lucretia's deep sense of betrayal is entirely understandable. Naevia was her most trusted slave. She was the only person who knew how she felt about Crixus, and Lucretia also trusted her with basically every secret going, including what happened to Barca and Licinia. Lucretia's whole plan in episode 9 was to avoid someone else banging Crixus, which led to her and Ilithia becoming enemies with benefits, but it turns out Naevia has been banging Crixus for quite a while behind her back.
Crixus never loved you. He did only as commanded.
Lucretia then snaps and begins strangling Naevia before coming to her senses. Death would be too easy. She has a better idea. Crixus is severely punished both for romancing Naevia behind Lucretia's back and for almost ruining Glaber's visit. Doctore tells Crixus that he must embrace the pain before whipping him repeatedly. Doctore does not hold back, in spite of his friendship with Crixus. He knows this is part of what it means to be a gladiator. Crixus fucked up, and now he must be punished accordingly. As Crixus is whipped, Batiatus tells Lucretia that he expects her meetings with Crixus to end, revealing that he has always known, and he kept silent because Crixus made his wife happy. Those days have ended, and Lucretia is to focus her attention towards their child. How much Batiatus knew has been up in the air for most of the season, but sexing their slaves is common and open practice for both of them. Whilst Batiatus knew that Crixus was railing his wife, he did not, and still does not, know that Lucretia is in love with Crixus. After the whipping is completed, Naevia is dragged out of the ludus by a guard. Doctore asks the guard to show respect to Crixus, the former champion, by granting him the chance to say goodbye to the woman he loves. Naevia's hair has been cut, and she is being taken away, although she does not know where. Crixus, the undefeated, the man who remained resilient even after being brought down by Theocles, is now utterly broken. He is in extreme amounts of pain from the whipping, Naevia is being taken away, and all of this has happened because of Asher. Crixus, however, blames himself.
I have destroyed us.
He says that he will win his freedom and will not rest until he finds her.
It's very powerful, and it's very cool because we have this character that a lot of people felt that the other characters on the show was just a dick.
Right.
And in this scene, even Spartacus feels for him.
Right.
Crixus had never experienced loss until now, as evidenced by his reaction to Spartacus's grief over Varro. He had never cared about anything that was beyond his own control until now. Even in episode 10, Crixus suggested to Varro that the only purpose of love was so that there would be someone there to weep for you when you die. Although this was probably slightly exaggerated, as he was mocking Varro and Spartacus, as he was prone to do.
Manu was so great in this. To see a man who at the start of the season cared about nothing but glory and honor.
And now this.
Now to just be broken for his by his love for a woman.
And you know, also what I really like is how this relationship between them started. Like, he was almost like the tough one, and then by the end, she's the one that almost, you know, she became the strong one, and she was like, no, you know, and we still live, and all this stuff. It's like, wow, this is a really pure love relationship, you know?
Then the writers do something pretty fucking sneaky. They tie the tragic and emotional separation of Naevia and Crixus back in with the subplot regarding Barca's death. Crixus says that he wants to win his freedom to rescue Naevia, which is exactly what Crixus would say. His entire arc has been learning that there is more to life than glory and honor, and he is now put in a position where the only way he can rescue Naevia is by continuing to excel as a gladiator. This is the only option Crixus would ever consider. But because Naevia knows what actually happened to Barca, she warns Doctore not to allow Crixus to broach the topic of freedom.
Barker was not free. Gladiatus took his life.
This provides a hook for Doctore, one that he will explore in the finale, but it also tells us that Naevia has accepted that she is never going to see Crixus again. They are both going to die, one way or the other. Although it has been a bumpy road since the start of the season, Batiatus has come out of this getting exactly what he wanted. Lucretia has become pregnant, their money troubles are over, Batiatus's rival has been framed for murder and executed, and he has secured patronage from Legatus, soon-to-be Praetor, Glaber. Everything is going pretty well for these two, apart from one rather inconvenient fact that they remain blissfully unaware of. The champion of Capua knows exactly what Batiatus did, and plans to kill him. So it's probably about time we get to that finale, isn't it?
Shit keeps rising higher in this fucking hole. Perhaps best not to be present when it fills the mouth.
What do you speak of?
I speak of nothing.
Nothing sounds much like escape. And how would nothing find way past Batiatus and all his fucking Romans?
There is but one path. We kill them all.
We open the finale with the gladiators being brought into the training area at sunset, as Batiatus celebrates his recent patronage with the most revered citizens in Capua. Ilithia reads a letter sent by Glaber, essentially filleting Batiatus with compliments, and voicing his support for Batiatus being appointed aedile, which is the position below magistrate. Ilithia is clearly not happy with all this, but for the moment, it appears that she is pissed off that Batiatus has got exactly what he wanted by blackmailing her and her husband. As Ilithia reads the letter, there is tension below as we get close-ups of Spartacus, Agron, and Duro. These three were the ones plotting to escape in the prior episode, and because we don't yet know how much time has passed, we don't actually know what their plan is or who else is involved. The show deliberately presents this as though these three are on their own and have presumably cooked up some wacky escape plan. Batiatus then introduces the fight. This is not an exhibition match, this is a fight to the death between Spartacus and Crixus. This is a shock, because how in the hell could this have happened? Spartacus and Crixus are Batiatus's top gladiators. Even though Crixus did nearly ruin things with Glaber, he was thoroughly punished for this already. This setup suggests that Batiatus is willing to have one of his two best moneymakers die in a private match in his ludus, where there are no winnings to be earned and no masses to entertain. And whilst private fights have been established as a thing, these fights do not typically end in death, and if they do, you do not put your two best men against each other in such a match. So, just what exactly is going on? A bad writer wouldn't even consider questions like this. They would think no deeper than, well, they're gladiators, and I mean, this is kind of what gladiators do. But, as I said earlier, this is probably the best season finale I have ever seen, and hopefully I will be able to adequately explain why. For now, we don't have any specifics as to what each character thinks about the fight. We already know that Crixus intends to earn his freedom to save Naevia, which means he is going to give the fight everything he has and more. Spartacus wants Batiatus dead, and it is not clear how this fight would help him achieve that, other than that beating Crixus means he gets to live another day to see Batiatus dead. As the two men prepare to begin a fight that has been anticipated for the last 10 episodes, Spartacus attempts to speak with Crixus, who replies,
I have given my answer. Let us finish this.
This makes it explicit that we have missed some important context for the fight, and shortly after the fight begins, we flash back to 2 days earlier. Unlike every prior episode, other than episode 1, the finale has a non-linear structure. It opens with Spartacus and Crixus having a fight, then we go to 2 days earlier, then back to the fight, then 1 day earlier, then back to the fight, then earlier that morning, and then back to the fight. Rather than being a gimmick, this structure is crucial to the dramatic flow of the episode, as new information is revealed during each of the 3 flashbacks that recontextualize what we are seeing.
You'll notice here that we start towards the end of the story, then we go back several days. This is something we did to ratchet up the tension and also so we could have this ongoing fight between Crixus and Spartacus throughout the whole episode.
Yeah, I really like the way it was laid out, especially because the story is unfolding and developing,
right?
And yet you're anticipating something big is about to happen the entire time.
And it sure as hell does.
Spartacus is working his way through the other gladiators in training and is presenting his plan, trying to gain support. He knows this will only work if they have the numbers to defeat the guards. Raskos and the other Gauls consider Crixus their true champion, and they refuse to follow Spartacus. Agron, meanwhile, has managed to bring Hamilcar to their cause, whilst he has failed to convince any Gauls. This presents a clear problem that needs solving. Spartacus needs to gain the support of Crixus if he is to plan any kind of escape, but Crixus is still locked up. We see that, following Glaber's patronage, he has left behind a few of his soldiers as guards, and their presence is intrusive to the power dynamics shown throughout the rest of the season. Doctore now has to request permission for the gladiators to do anything, even something as simple as changing training partners. We also see the soldiers beating one of the gladiators, seemingly for no reason. Doctore is feeling more like a cog in a machine than a trainer of legends, and whilst he would have previously been happy to respectfully ask his dominus for permission to do something, he does not like these soldiers having the same degree of authority over him. Doctore is now somewhat disillusioned with Batiatus. Navier claimed he killed Barca, but Doctore hasn't yet done anything about this, likely because he is worried of what will happen if he does. He is not necessarily worried for his own life, but he doesn't want to risk destroying his view of the ludus that he has dedicated his life to. He decides to speak with Batiatus and informs him that the men are suffering at the hands of Glaber's mercenaries. Batiatus dismisses this and reveals his plan to enter politics, telling Doctore that he intends to grant him his freedom so that he can assume Batiatus's place. This should be the best news a slave could ever hear, but Doctore remains cautious. He says he has heard a rumor that Batiatus killed Barca instead of freeing him.
Now, it's interesting. A lot of fans thought that Doctore would just eventually go bananas and attack and join the rebellion because of the Barca thing, but that's really not Doctore's character, because he has such a sense of obligation and love for this place. It's almost like he wants to believe this to be true, although he's still suspicious.
The reason Doctore mentions this is twofold. Firstly, it has obviously been bothering him for a while and he needs to know if he can trust Batiatus. And secondly, because the topic of conversation is that of freedom. This is the second time the writers have done this, using an unrelated discussion about freedom to return to the Barca subplot in a way that feels entirely natural. This happens because Doctore is a person who exists beyond the words in the script. He is able to think and ask logical questions prompted by unrelated dialogue. Most writers would just have him ask because it's bugging him and he wants to know the truth, which makes sense. But these writers instead have the dialogue come out as a natural consequence of them discussing Doctore's own freedom, which reminds him of Barca, and the audience is invited to make the same cognitive connection as the character. Batiatus admits that the rumor is true. He did kill Barca, but then he lies and says the reason Barca died was because he was instructed to send a message to Ovidius, but decided to kill his entire family instead. Doctore is still troubled by this, because whilst Barca was a gladiator, he was not a psychotic killing machine, and he asks if Asher aided in this decision. Batiatus then realizes that Doctore already knows more than he is letting on, so instead of answering the question and risking poking a hole in the cover-up, he tells Doctore, "When you are Lanista, you shall be faced with decisions grave of consequence, and know your measure by how your blade falls." He pivots the discussion back to Doctore becoming Lanista, hoping that this will prevent any more unfortunate questions. This is a fantastic way to create drama between these two characters. Doctore has never shown any desire to be freed, and he has remained the most loyal slave in the house. There would be no one better suited to fill Batiatus' shoes after he leaves, and it is easy to imagine that this would be a dream job for Doctore. But his sense of honor and brotherhood means that he is not willing to just bend over and accept what is being offered without knowing what happened to Barca. Batiatus then speaks with Lucretia, who has devised a cunning plan. she believes it is imperative that they sufficiently entertain their guests, and proposes that Spartacus partake in a fight to the death. Batiatus says that they have already presented such a fight for Numerius's birthday, but Lucretia reasons that Varro was no match for Spartacus. As she says this, we get an excellent close-up of Aurelia. Lucretia says that she would like to give the crowd what was denied that night, what everyone wants to see, but only a privileged few can. Spartacus versus Crixus, the only man who has ever defeated him. Batiatus doesn't like this idea because he doesn't want to risk Crixus killing Spartacus, and they both agree that they want Crixus dead for what he has done. The problem is that Crixus is a valuable asset. Not only is he a highly skilled gladiator, but he is indeed the only man who has ever defeated Spartacus, and is almost certainly the only man capable of doing so again. They decide to present the two men in a fight to the death, but conspire to ensure that Spartacus is victorious. This will aid in Batiatus's political advancement, retain Spartacus as the champion, and extract one last piece of worth from Crixus before he is finally defeated. Batiatus summons Spartacus to deliver the news. Here, the writers use Glaber's patronage to plug another hole. Spartacus needs to speak with Batiatus for plot reasons, but the writers can't have him attempt to kill Batiatus just yet, and the justification given is that such patronage involves higher security measures, including more guards and gladiators being handcuffed whenever they are brought into the villa. This visual, as well as the dialogue, closely mirrors their first conversation back in episode 2. Batiatus tells him about the upcoming party, and Spartacus senses an opportunity, asking if the gladiators will be displayed in the villa, as they have been multiple times before. Batiatus says that Glaber would not approve, and so there is to be a clear separation between the gladiators and the Romans, who will watch from the balcony. Sensing another opportunity, I fucking love these writers, they do this all the time, Spartacus requests that Crixus be released from his cell so that he can properly prepare for the fight, saying that there is no honor in taking the life of a caged lion. Of course, his true intentions here are to convince Crixus to join his cause, and he cannot do this while Crixus is locked up.
I would see him return to training so he may better thrill the crowd before his end.
He appeals directly to Batiatus's desires, a trick that Batiatus has used on him repeatedly, and to great effect. Spartacus then requests that he bang Mira, although this is a ruse and he intends to bring Mira in on his plan. She is to ensure that the interior gates of the villa are opened so as to allow him to make an attempt on Batiatus's life. Mira doesn't want to help, because she is unwilling to risk everything just so that Spartacus can have his revenge. He then asks her to do it so that his heart can find a measure of peace. Mira is fully aware of everything Batiatus has done to him, including forcing the death of Varro and secretly having Sura murdered. She realizes just how deeply Spartacus loved Sura, given how desperate he is to be at peace, and she agrees to help on the condition that Spartacus make love to her in the way that he loved Sura. She clearly likes Spartacus, and she believes Spartacus likes her, although he has refused to form another emotional attachment for fear of losing it. Mira asks to know a pale shadow of the love that Spartacus felt for Sura. She knows that regardless of whether or not the plan is a success, she may well die very soon. And she wants to know what it feels like to be loved, rather than just being seen as an object of sex. Spartacus agrees, and goddamn, this scene is fucking beautiful.
Here's an interesting thing about this scene is there was a lot of talk about this specific scene when the script was done, because there were two camps. One camp felt that Mira was blackmailing Spartacus, and they hated Mira for doing this, and they despise Spartacus for giving into it. Where I came from it from the different point of view that I like the gray area where she's doing the wrong thing for the right reason. I mean, you can't hate the character for asking to feel some semblance of love that she has never had. And I thought Andy did a great job when he gives in to see that moment, that he does care about her.
Yeah, I felt like it was a really fine line that we were both walking, trying to make sure that it was coming from a place of need and maybe desperation, but more so...
But not manipulation, which I think was really good.
And also, we took our time. We didn't throw you guys together immediately.
Right.
Spartacus kept refusing.
What, you don't want this?
And then, I read a lot of things online from many, many people, both men and women, saying, what, is Spartacus insane?
We then cut back to the fight, now with the added context that Spartacus has actively been preparing some kind of escape plan. Mira and some of the other gladiators are in on it, but Crixus and the other Gauls are not. We know that Batiatus and Lucretia have sabotaged the fight somehow to ensure the outcome, and that Doctore has been promised to take over as Lanista. Mira requests to go and gather more wine so that she can open the gate as planned, but Lucretia asks her to remain and send another slave instead, as she evidently values Mira's skill and obedience in pleasing the guests. Mira communicates to Spartacus that she can't open the gate yet, and so he is forced to prolong the fight further. This gives him more time to convince Crixus to join him, but Crixus remains a brick wall. One day earlier, Doctore meets with Crixus and informs him that he is to be released, so that he can prepare for his death match against Spartacus. Crixus says that he intends to kill every man who stands in the way of rescuing Naevia, including Spartacus. A clear parallel to Spartacus himself earlier in the season. But then the poetry continues, as Doctore makes exactly the same promise to Crixus that Batiatus made to Spartacus. Fight, survive, and when he is Lanista, he will grant Crixus his freedom. They will restore honor to the Ludus, and Doctore will return Naevia to Crixus. Only Spartacus stands in the way. This means that going into this fight, Crixus actually has the more selfless objective. He wishes to rescue Naevia, who was punished as a result of him falling in love with her, whilst Spartacus wants revenge on the man who killed his wife. But, to borrow a quote from The Last Jedi, one man wants to fight what he hates, whilst the other wants to save what he loves. In the training square, Spartacus informs the two German brothers that there is to be a party. Many elite Romans will be in attendance, during which Spartacus intends to spring his plan into action and kill them all. However, he still needs to convince Crixus to help. What comes next is one of the best dialogue exchanges in the entire show. Crixus knows about Spartacus's plan, as Raskos has already told him. He asks why Spartacus would ever expect that they would team up, and why he would ever risk his life for Spartacus. Spartacus immediately turns the conversation towards the thing Crixus loves the most, by asking if Crixus has a life without the woman he loves in it, something he is personally all too familiar with.
I know your heart, Crixus. I felt the beating of it within my chest once. And you know I'll fucking survive and see Naevia return to me.
Spartacus replies that Crixus cannot achieve this by playing a game that is rigged against him. Spartacus tried this himself, and Sura was returned dead.
Batiatus ordered her death. I will see the house of Batiatus fall, and with it the villain's blood upon the earth.
This is the first time he has revealed this to Crixus, and it provides the perfect justification for his desire to bring down the house of Batiatus. Given recent events, Crixus is finally able to properly empathize with and understand his enemy, and he replies,
"As would I in your position, but I am far removed."
Crixus believes that escaping will not aid Naevia, as he would be unable to find her or purchase her freedom. To accomplish that, he needs assistance from above, in this case Doctore when he assumes control of the Ludus. Spartacus tells Crixus to join him, and that they will find Naevia together. Crixus hears this and pauses before saying,
"You know that in another life, you and I may have been as brothers, but not in this one."
This is such a good line, even without knowing what happens later in the series. Crixus has finally come to understand who Spartacus is and what he fights for, and he is being sincere. There are no insults and no threats. He admires Spartacus for what he plans to do and for what he has already done. But even this is not enough to convince him to help. Aiding Spartacus will not bring him Naevia.
Then we stand in the way of each other's course, and both are just.
Crixus asks Spartacus to swear to find Naevia if he falls, and Spartacus asks Crixus that if he falls, Crixus will one day have Batiatus's life. The two men embrace as brothers for the first time, finally showing mutual respect.
Tomorrow then, one of us dies. I fear it was always fated so.
This conversation is perfect. It is the culmination of a relationship between two men who hate each other. and they are each given thoroughly justified reasons for needing to kill the other. This fight is not just Spartacus fighting a guy who really doesn't like him so that he can kill Batiatus. Crixus has the best possible reason to want Spartacus dead. The writers could have just left Crixus as the bonehead who really wants to reclaim his title because honor and glory, etc., but they added the extra layer of him needing to win because doing so is one step on the journey towards rescuing Naevia. Ilithia, meanwhile, has been a good girl by inviting a list of wealthy and powerful Romans to the party, as she did in episode 10. Lucretia, however, tells her that more is needed. She is to address the guests in Glaber's absence, just a few words as if fallen from his mouth, extolling the virtues of the house of Batiatus. This reveals that the speech she gave at the start of the episode was not genuine. These were not, in fact, Glaber's words. Ilithia says that she will write something appropriate, but it turns out Lucretia has already written the speech, filleting herself and her husband, and this also means that Lucretia forged Glaber's support for Batiatus becoming an aedile.
My hands are no longer my own, and now you seize my fucking tongue?
I would not have it flap about absent direction.
It was a joy to
Fantastic
write this
work.
kind of complicated female relationship. And also, in this scene, what I wanted to get across is that it's two women that, underneath all the scheming and backstabbing, there is an actual desire that they wish they could be friends.
Meanwhile, Asher has worked out a way to ensure that Crixus loses the fight. He has purchased some kind of poison intended to weaken Crixus, whilst not killing him, so as to ensure that the match appears fair. We once again jump forwards to the ongoing fight, now with the added context that Crixus has what he believes to be a true path to rescuing Naevia, assisted by Doctore, and that he believes escaping will not help him. We also know now how Batiatus intends to ensure that Spartacus is victorious, by poisoning Crixus. Numerius and Ilithia compliment Crixus's showing against Spartacus, comparing him favourably to Varro.
He gives much better showing against Spartacus than the fool Varro.
Poor Varro. He never stood proper chance, did he?
Once again, Aurelia hears this. Batiatus and Lucretia are, however, becoming worried, as although they have presumably successfully poisoned Crixus, he is on at least equal footing to Spartacus, fighting harder than he ever has before. Mira then slips away to open the gate without asking permission from Lucretia, realizing that she is out of time. She sneaks up on the guard and shanks him with a broken wine bottle before we flash back for the final time. On the morning of the fight, the gladiators are made to eat in the training square, whilst handcuffed and surrounded by guards. The writers then plug a potential question that the audience may well have been asking themselves, which ensures that the episode maintains narrative clarity. As Crixus and the other Gauls have declined to help, what exactly is Spartacus's plan? Well, Spartacus believes that once he kills Crixus, the other Gauls will no longer have any conflict as to who the true champion is. And they will join with him, which means once he kills Crixus, it's time. Aurelia then appears in the square as she is preparing decorations for the party, so Spartacus asks permission to get some water so that he can speak with her. He knows Aurelia doesn't like him or trust him, so he doesn't just openly tell her what he is planning. He instead says, quite accurately, that these parties often get out of control, and that if this happens, she should be wary and find somewhere safe to lay low. She is still obviously like, fuck you, you killed my husband, so he reveals that Numerius commanded Varro's death. He likely reveals this in a final effort to convince Aurelia that although he hates himself for taking Varro's life, he had no choice. Aurelia then gets even more pissed off, saying that Asher is preparing a special meal for Crixus, and she asks if this is how he defeated Varro. Although this is framed strictly as her questioning the fairness of Spartacus's fight with Varro, mechanically it serves another purpose, a rather critical one. Aurelia has just implied that Asher has poisoned Crixus. So, how did this happen, and how tight is this? In an earlier scene, Asher started flirting with Aurelia, having noticed her beauty beforehand. He needs a new woman, and he knows that Aurelia is recently available. He tells her that he is preparing a tribute to the mighty Crixus, and Aurelia asks the gods to bless the meal and give Crixus the strength to kill Spartacus. This is entirely informed by their characterization. Asher is trying to impress Aurelia, and she wants Spartacus dead. Asher then replies,
I do not believe Spartacus would fall this day.
This is clever, because it is vague enough as to avoid portraying Asher as a fucking idiot when he has been portrayed so far as probably the most intelligent character in the show. He doesn't just say, yes, well, I am poisoning Crixus, so he isn't going to win. Sorry. Instead, one of the best moments in the show is reliant upon Aurelia's intelligence and her suspicion and paranoia regarding Spartacus. Aurelia then works out that some fuckery is afoot, informed by her losing Varro and her hatred of Spartacus, and she believes that Asher is, as he has done many times before, manipulating the odds so as to ensure victory. She accuses Spartacus of having done the same to Varro, which reveals to Spartacus that Asher has probably poisoned Crixus.
There was actually a little bit more to this scene. There's a bit of connective tissue we snipped out for just flow, where you understand a little bit better about how Aurelia put the pieces together. She actually put the pieces together with Asher making that comment, making the food for Crixus, and something that Asher says when he comes in to see Gladiatus in his office about meeting with Marcellus. And she knows Marcellus from the marketplace is this snake that you go to when you want the dirty deeds done. All that was a nice long monologue that when we looked at it, it was like, well, that's just, how about she just cut straight through it? Sometimes, especially on the writing, we will err on over-explaining, and then in editing, we just snip it out.
The guards bring Crixus his final meal, and Lucretia decides to speak with him one last time. She says she doesn't blame him for being weak in being seduced by Naevia, and says she is willing to forgive this weakness if he tells her the truth. This builds off of Naevia's last words to Lucretia, where she revealed that Crixus never loved her, and this has been gnawing at her ever since. She asks if Crixus loved Naevia, and Crixus replies that he will not lie. In desperation, Lucretia reveals that she is pregnant by Crixus's seed. He tells her that he has often dreamed of having a child with Naevia.
There is nothing left between us.
As Lucretia leaves, she says that she didn't intend for things to end this way without warning him about the poisoned food. We then jump forward to the ongoing fight, now with the context that Crixus has indeed been poisoned, and Spartacus knows. Mira reveals that the gate is open, which means it's go time. Crixus has begun to weaken, and Spartacus knocks him to the floor. Now that the poison is beginning to take effect, Spartacus reveals to Crixus what has been done to him. The tension builds further as Agron sees an opportunity to pick up one of Spartacus's swords and spring into action. This is all fucking brilliant, as Spartacus tells Crixus that he does not wish him dead, when he could kill him at any moment. And honestly, this would not be a bad move purely in practical terms, because the gate is open, it's time to go. Every second he spends attempting to reason with a man who cannot be reasoned with is a second that someone could find the guard Mira killed and lock the gate. But, largely owing to the conversation they had earlier, Spartacus now considers Crixus a brother, and he does not want to kill him. I've lost count of the number of times the writers have done this. They apparently wrote themselves into an inescapable situation. Neither man will back down, both have very good reason to kill the other, and Crixus is impossible to reason with at the best of times. Spartacus already tried this by appealing specifically to Crixus's desires, and he failed, which should mean that this door is now closed for good. The only way Crixus could have been convinced to help Spartacus is by revealing that the game he is playing is rigged. This was never a fair fight, and this applies not just to this particular fight, but to the whole system he has embraced since becoming a gladiator, the system he has put his faith in to enable his rescue of Naevia. His victories do not matter. He is a piece of flesh to be used and discarded the moment his master deems him to no longer be of use.
Join me, brother, or we shall see the house of Gladiatus fall.
Before we continue, sorry, I hate to do this to you, but I need to because there is so much to cover with this episode, and the payoffs are about to come thick and fast. That was not an ejaculation joke. You have just been listening to me talk about Spartacus for 7 hours, so your brain has become mush. This episode is not chronological, and the immediate effect of this is that we have constant tension as Spartacus, the unstoppable force, meets Crixus, the immovable object. The most likely outcome here is that Spartacus is forced to kill Crixus, and this only becomes more likely as we get additional information. The story structure affects how and when the audience learns about the poison. If you did this chronologically, you would learn that Batiatus and Lucretia poisoned Crixus to ensure his defeat going into the fight, and then Spartacus eventually tells him. Instead, we gradually realize that they want to rig the fight, then that they want to poison him, and then that they have poisoned him, and this parallels Crixus's own realization. We get the conversation between Spartacus and Crixus explaining their reasoning, and then see that Crixus is fighting much harder than expected. We are gradually given more context for what they want before Crixus realizes that he has been tricked. Had this played out chronologically, it may have seemed strange for Spartacus to not immediately tell Crixus that he has been poisoned, as the audience would be watching the earlier stages of the fight aware of this, and may have been questioning why Spartacus doesn't tell him. This isn't a problem with the characters, because there is no fucking way Crixus would believe such a thing unless presented with undeniable evidence, and Spartacus would be very aware of this. But concealing the reveal that Crixus has been poisoned until midway through the fight then means that the audience is not hanging on to this information for 30 minutes before Crixus finally starts to weaken. We learn that he has been poisoned, then he starts to weaken, and then Spartacus convinces him. Now comes the moment that has been built up to for the last 12 hours. The entire season has been the writers slowly winding every character and every subplot tighter and tighter, and now it's time for things to explode. Spartacus throws Crixus across the training area. Crixus looks up at Lucretia and recognizes what she has done to him. He then turns to Spartacus and taps his shield, referencing the multiple earlier instances of him leaping over Crixus's shield. The camera then cuts to Doctore, again excellently cranking the tension as high as possible by making it clear that Doctore is watching closely and is ready to intervene if necessary. Spartacus charges at Crixus, and at the last moment, Crixus raises his shield and launches Spartacus into the air towards the balcony in glorious slow motion. This is probably the best single moment of the entire season. This is everything we have been building towards. We have the catharsis of the gladiators finally getting revenge on the Romans. We have Crixus finally recognizing that he has been living a lie. We have Crixus finally joining forces with a man he once hated. We have the visual callback to the shield jump. We have Spartacus leaping towards Batiatus to get his revenge. And we have the visual symbolism of the lower class fighting back against the upper class. Rather amusingly, I noticed that this shot looks remarkably similar to a certain shot in Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon. Although I am not suggesting that Zack copied this or anything, it just highlights how a show that began as a stylistic homage/knockoff of Zack Snyder's visual style, specifically in 300, has now far exceeded anything Zack has ever and will ever make. This shot in Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon involves Tarak, a character we know almost literally nothing about, heroically trying to tame a hippogriff because a nonsensical deal was made earlier, meaning that if he succeeds, he will be freed. This is superficially similar to what happens in Spartacus. Both are slaves who wish to be free, and they do a big epic slow-motion jump in order to accomplish this. The difference is that in Zack Snyder's Rebel Moon, Tarak is not a character. The hippogriff is otherwise irrelevant to the plot, and this excessive slow motion only functions as visual spectacle. The moving parts behind what is happening on screen are so agonizingly simple that they are basically a straight fucking line. There is nothing to this other than, oh cool, a man jumped on a hippogriff. But because Zack is Zack, he's like, oh, this is just so epic, let's do it in slow motion so that everyone knows how epic it is. Conversely, this use of slow motion in Spartacus is used to draw out something that has been building for the entire series, to give the audience one final moment of relative calm to reflect on the implications of this action for every character involved, before the shit hits the fan. So Spartacus lands on the balcony and strikes directly at Batiatus's head. Batiatus grabs Sextus, a former magistrate whom he was intending to entertain with the fight, and the blade goes right through him instead. Sextus falls from the balcony, taking Asher with him. Spartacus prepares to strike at Batiatus again, but Doctore has caught his arm with his whip. This is brilliant, and it references dialogue from both episodes 6 and 7.
The one man that could stop you. Next time you seek escape, you'd best kill me.
Spartacus did not simply forget about Doctore. He decided earlier in the episode not to kill him, deeming him to be an honorable man who is as much a victim of the Romans as he is. However, deciding not to kill Doctore may have caused him to fail immediately. Batiatus takes the opportunity to flee, and Crixus cuts the whip in half, freeing Spartacus. This is a fantastic moment of symbolism, as it shows Crixus breaking Doctore's control of the ludus, and destroying everything he has worked for. Because the writers are fucking brilliant, and they added in the extra plot development that Doctore was to be given the ludus after Batiatus retires to politics, this adds a further degree of personal tragedy for Doctore. Now that Spartacus has tried to kill Batiatus, he will likely be crucified along with the other slaves, when he would otherwise have been a free man in command of his own ludus. Spartacus's actions have taken everything he loved away from him. Batiatus desperately tries to convince his panicked guests that everything is under control. Ilithia, of course, senses an opportunity to personally benefit from all this, and she decides to turn against the house of Batiatus once and for all. She gives Lucretia a kiss and leaves, supposedly intending to gather her men to protect them. She reaches the front of the villa and tells her guards to seal the doors.
What of the guests?
I am the wife of the legatus.
Seal the fucking doors.
And that is exactly what they do. Ilithia locks everyone inside, thus ensuring the fall of the house of Batiatus. No one will survive, and Batiatus will only be remembered as the man whose slaves slaughtered countless wealthy citizens and politicians of Capua. A fitting revenge on the two people who tried to ruin her life.
Kill them! Kill them all!
Throughout the final 20 minutes, there is, frankly, an ungodly amount of violence and blood, and censoring it is going to be very difficult, especially because YouTube is not fucking clear as to what is acceptable and what is not. Like, can I show a blood spatter on a wall? I don't know. They don't tell me. So I'm gonna have to play it safe. Please forgive any jank in the visuals. Doctore demands to know what the fuck Crixus is doing.
Spartacus shows us the way. He's a dog without honor!
Crixus tells Doctore that the house is without honor, that Batiatus had Sura killed, and that Lucretia has poisoned him because he does not love her. Importantly, Doctore has already been told what happened to Barca, and although Batiatus did lie and cover this up by placing the blame on Barca, Doctore was not entirely convinced. The fact that Crixus, the most dedicated gladiator in the ludus and Doctore's friend, has decided to turn against it, causes Doctore to do the same.
I've given my life to this ludus.
No, they stole it from you.
From all of us. Honor us all! And see an end to this fucking house!
He commits and kills one of the guards, before turning and seeing just the man he wanted to see. Although I love everything about this episode, this next bit is probably the weakest part. It is undeniably rather lucky that Asher fell off the balcony, as Asher being amongst the carnage downstairs is what leads to Doctore being able to confront him. However, this convenience is merely used to allow for cleaner storytelling. Doctore would want to confront Asher immediately, and had Asher remained upstairs with the other guests, then this confrontation would have happened in amongst everything that we're about to get to, which would have then interrupted the flow of action and distracted from the more consequential payoffs. Essentially, the exact same thing would have happened narratively, but it would not have been anywhere near as effective. We can also draw from this that the reason Asher fell off the balcony was because he was standing at the front next to the highest status guest, which means that him having climbed so high is what led to him falling and having to confront Doctore.
Do you recall what I said in this very room?
It turns out there was indeed a little more to Barker's departure. Doctore says that he has seen Asher ply tongue upon ear, whispering poison. Which is, exactly how this metaphor is supposed to sound when not being written by someone who thinks pigs oink poison and people eat with their ears. The less you know, the better. Anyway, Doctore has now become convinced that the honor of the house he has pledged his life to has been destroyed, and he places the blame on Asher. Because Asher is a sneaky little bastard, and because the writers are really good if that isn't already abundantly clear, Asher appeals to Doctore's values, asking where the honor is in killing a defenseless man. And so he is handed a sword so that they can handle this like men. Doctore attempts to deal with a dishonorable man in an honorable manner. Asher is no match for Doctore, but says that even if he dies, his hand shall be felt. It planned the deaths of Barca, Calavius, and Salonius, and forced Glaber to grant patronage. Every beam, every stone in this fucking house bears the mark of Asher. However, he knows he can't beat Doctore in a straight fight, and so he manipulates the rules of the game. He stacks the odds in his favor by cheating. He begs that Doctore send him on his way as he would a gladiator. Doctore obliges because, again, this is exactly what he would do, and his honor is used against him as Asher turns and stabs him in the leg before escaping, concealing himself beneath the corpses of the soldiers. Spartacus continues to carve his way through the guards upstairs, whilst Agron and Duro fight in the square. They work together and bring down multiple guards, each protecting the other, but then Agron is attacked from behind, and Duro pushes him out of the way to save his brother.
I save you this time, brother.
These two have a very simple arc, but the simplicity does not detract, as their relationship is rarely the focus of any of their scenes. Instead, we have developed who they are whilst accomplishing other things, which means the writers didn't waste any time getting us to this simple but effective payoff. And Duro's death, along with Hamilcar and many more unnamed gladiators, gives a real sense of consequence to this escape plan. Meanwhile, Batiatus tells his guests that they are perfectly safe inside the villa. But they hear the ominous sound of a bunch of ever so slightly pissed off large muscular men approaching from the lower level. What follows is utter carnage. And, just look at how beautiful some of these shots are. The gladiators slice their way through everything, as Batiatus looks on in horror. This was probably the best week of his life, but in minutes, he has lost everything. We then get a brief montage of the gladiators chopping these Romans to bits, where basically the entire screen is red. I have no idea if this is too graphic for YouTube, so I'm going to make it blue instead. The moral framing of the show has been clear. By participating in the system, specifically Roman culture in which entertainment and value is derived from slaves being forced to brutalize each other, even those who watch from above, blissfully ignorant of the suffering beneath, all are culpable in the abuse they face. There is a time for moral complexity, but this sequence is not it. And, for example, including Roman children in the massacre, and trying to be like good and evil is a point of view would not have been appropriate at all. The point of this is that the gladiators are unleashing their rage on the wealthy, selfish, and ignorant Romans because they deserve it. So the writers, quite wisely, chose not to insert children into really any part of the show. Apart from Numerius, but he's fair game because he's a man now. Speaking of, Aurelia has managed to find herself alone with Numerius, under the pretense of protecting her after his mother is killed. She questions him, and he confirms that he ordered Varro's death without realizing that he is speaking to Varro's wife.
He deserved to die. He was nothing.
Aurelia walks towards Numerius and tells him about Varro, and Numerius is just standing there, probably wondering why Aurelia hasn't got her jubblies out yet, likely expecting a similar experience to what happened in episode 10. But he is sadly mistaken. Aurelia tells Numerius that Varro wasn't a perfect man, but he was hers. She then stabs him repeatedly in the neck before Spartacus stops her. Meanwhile, Crixus finds Lucretia and says that there is still something between them, demanding to know where Naevia is. Lucretia tries to bargain for her life in return. Realizing that Lucretia is trying to control him again, and upon being reminded that she is pregnant with his child, he says he would rather see it dead than suckle at her breast, and he drives his sword into her belly before walking away.
When I conceived the character of Lucretia, my first choice was Lucy Lawless. I thought she'd be great. But because it's a very sexual role, a very naked role, I was reluctant to say, hey, Rob. Rob Tapper, one of the executive producers down in New Zealand and just a great creative force behind the show, is married to Lucy. So, of course, Rob, how do you feel about your wife being the really naked woman on the show?
And what did Rob say?
Well, I was gearing up to bring it up, and I got a call from Rob one day, and he calls me up and goes, Steven, what do you think about my wife playing Lucretia? And I said, Rob, I think that's a fantastic idea. And then he said, well, I've got to see how she feels about all the nudity. And then I have to ask myself how I feel about it. I'll tell this story. From the start of the show, right. I pitched, and then in episode 13, Crixus stabs pregnant Lucretia in the stomach. And the reaction was, you can't do that. Are you out of your mind? No. So I said, all right, I'll figure out some other way to kill her. And about every month or so, I'd say, and Crixus stabs pregnant Lucretia in the stomach. And they would say, no, we're still not going to let you do that. As we got closer to this final episode, everybody loved Lucy so much, they called me up and said, listen, can Lucy live? I go, no, absolutely not. She's got to die. And then I thought about it, and the next day I called up and said, listen, I got an idea. You got to stab her in the stomach. And they said, oh, all right, you can stab her in the stomach. Just, have it be below frame, which I had always planned. I think it had to happen, because this is the one thing she's wanted.
Right.
And Crixus took it away from her.
And then we reach the final confrontation between Spartacus and Batiatus. The gladiators have killed everyone else, but have saved Batiatus until last. Lucretia approaches her husband and collapses, and Batiatus realizes that his wife is dying. Spartacus then stands before him.
What would you do to hold your wife again?
What would you do to hold your wife again?
To feel the warmth of her skin.
To feel the warmth of her skin.
The taste of her lips.
To taste her lips.
How many men would you kill?
Would you kill?
100?
100?
1,000?
1,000?
There stands but one.
Fantastically referencing their first conversation way back in episode 2. Batiatus swings wildly at Spartacus, but to no avail. He tells Batiatus to lie to his wife by telling her that the gods will not keep them apart, just as he lied to Spartacus of his wife. Batiatus then realizes that he is all that's left. Even Doctore has turned from him. He drops his sword and decides to go out using his silver tongue that has gotten him so far, whilst also causing all of his problems. He knows he can't talk his way out of this. He just wants to spit as much venom as he can at the man who has destroyed his legacy. He tells Spartacus that he was nothing until Batiatus gave him everything, the means to accept his fate.
Now you are destroyed by it.
Spartacus slices Batiatus' throat, his vengeance complete. Batiatus falls to the floor next to his dying wife, and the camera zooms out. Where water once flowed in their pool, it has been replaced with blood. The water, their wealth, has become their blood. Their insatiable ambition at the expense of others has led to their downfall. In a final monologue, which I can't play for you, blame the copyright gods, Spartacus tells the other slaves, I have done this thing because it is just. Blood demands blood. We have lived and lost at the whims of our masters for too long. I would not have it so. I would not see the passing of a brother for the purpose of sport. I would not see another heart ripped from chest or breath forfeit for no cause. I know not all of you wished this, yet it is done. Your lives are your own. Forge your own path or join with us, and together we will see Rome tremble. The final shot shows the slaves leaving the ludus through the gates, setting the stage for the rest of the story, but also serving as a perfect open ending on its own. Spartacus Blood and Sand is a ridiculous show, and it should not have worked anywhere near as well as it did. It is thoroughly entertaining, excessive in the extreme, but all of this is backed up with fantastic writing. It could easily have just been X-rated schlock, and I mean it is occasionally both of those things, but what sets it apart is that the character writing is exceptional. Characters will often say one thing whilst implying another. Every major narrative payoff feeds into the next one. You can't simply remove one of them and have the story continue. The narrative is an intricate puzzle of subplots that all weave in and out of each other. It is clear throughout the story what each character wants, and if they don't want anything, then it's clear that they don't want anything. There are no weak links. There are no characters who are kept around for a while with the promise that the writers might do something with them later. Every character has a clear purpose within the story, both great and small, which means no individual scene, even some of the ones of more questionable quality earlier in the season, ever feel like the show is wasting your time. Blood and Sand is so much better than it had any right to be. It is excellently filmed, endlessly creative, contains some fantastic music and exceptional performances. The obvious highlights are Andy Whitfield as Spartacus and John Hannah as Batiatus, but I also need to mention Peter Mensa as Doctore, Lucy Lawless as Lucretia, and Nick Tarabay as Asher. Just for a bit of fun, I'm going to rank each episode. At the bottom is obviously Episode 1, The Red Serpent, followed by Episode 2, Sacramentum Gladiatorum, and Episode 3, Legends. These are mid to okay, although some scenes are just not good. Above these, I would place Episode 4, The Thing in the Pit, Episode 7, Great and Unfortunate Things, and Episode 8, Mark of the Brotherhood. I really like all three of these. They all have moments of greatness, but they are not peak Spartacus. Now things get very tricky, because the remaining 7 episodes are all incredibly good, and on any particular day, the order here could change, but for now, the weakest of these 7 is probably Episode 9, Whore, followed by Episode 11, Old Wounds, Episode 5, Shadow Games, and Episode 6, Delicate Things. In third place, I would put Episode 12, Revelations. In second place, Episode 10, Party Favors, and the best episode of Season 1 is Episode 13, Kill Them All. As we wrap up, I feel I need to mention what happened to Andy Whitfield for those who don't know. As the show was airing in 2010, he was diagnosed with stage 4 non-Hodgkin lymphoma and began treatment. Due to the success of Blood and Sand, the network wanted a second season, and they decided to wait for their lead actor to recover and created a mini-series prequel to Blood and Sand, which aired the following year. Whitfield received the all clear in June of 2010, 3 months after his diagnosis, but he relapsed in September. Due to the treatment he required, he was forced to leave the series, but gave his blessing to Liam McIntyre to take over the role in future seasons. Andy Whitfield passed away in September of 2011. He clearly put everything into this show, and his performance helps to give the character far more nuance and humanity than could have possibly been expected. This was his final role. He gave it everything he had, resulting in a character with incredible depth when Spartacus could easily have just been a zero-dimensional macho bonehead. Andy Whitfield's battle with cancer is the topic of a documentary, Be Here Now, if anyone is interested in knowing more about the man and what he went through. So just before I sign off from this pretty ridiculous video that I decided to make for some reason, I want to leave you with a quote from Stephen DeKnight.
I'm a huge fan in drama of people not coming right out and saying what they want or what their intentions are. And I remember an early note I got once on this show was, can they just say what they mean?
Yeah, I remember that.
And I'm like, no.
No.
No, they can't say what they mean. There's
Exactly.
no fun in that.
Let's take another listen to that.
I'm a huge fan of people not coming right out and saying what they want or what their intentions are.
And once more, just in case.
I'm a huge fan of people not coming right out and saying what they want or what their intentions are.
This style of writing that Stephen DeKnight is referring to and rejecting is a fucking blight upon storytelling, and it seems to have become more prevalent in recent years. A few months ago, it was reported that Netflix had been repeatedly telling their screenwriters to have characters, quote, announce what they are doing, in an effort to ensure that viewers, these people aren't viewers, they are fish in an aquarium of their own design, are able to understand the show without actually paying attention to it. This approach to writing is the antithesis of nuance, creativity, catharsis, subtlety, and many other crucial elements of storytelling because it requires that characters do things that they have no reason to do in universe. Stephen DeKnight's writing style, which seems to be shared by the other writers who worked on the show, is to have the characters act like characters, and for the drama to unfold as a result. You establish who wants what, you allow this to create conflict, and you sit back and watch the fireworks. This leads to a story that feels rich with characterization, whilst feeling natural and believable, even when dealing with larger-than-life characters, such as the ones that appear in Spartacus. Anyway, I hope, dear viewer, that you have enjoyed listening to me break down my favorite TV show. As with Arcane Season 1, going through it in this amount of detail has only made me appreciate it more. There are 2.5 more seasons of Spartacus, which means if this video does well, I would love to create similar videos for those in future. If you want to see that, please do like, share, subscribe, and all that good stuff. There is also a spin-off in the works, The House of Asher, which had a trailer come out as I was making this video, and that series will apparently release sometime later this year. I desperately want that show to be good, although I have little hope for its quality, but we shall see, and I may cover The House of Asher when the time comes. Given the graphic nature of Spartacus, I obviously had to do quite a bit of censoring in this video, as, by my understanding, if even a single boob is shown, or any act of violence deemed by an arbitrary metric to be too much, then this video is going to be demonetized. If that happens, I will be editing and re-uploading it, which I really do not want to have to do, but just a heads up. Anyway, in the video description you will find links to my second channel where I upload various bits of extra content, including the cover of the Spartacus theme that I made for this video. You will also find a link to the community Discord server and my Patreon. Thank you so much for your time, and I will see you in my next video.